such as scientists have discovered a new insect that dwells deep within the abyss of the Pacific Ocean. And
Hundred,
scientists say that these bugs
100% of those astrophysicists are still stuck in the first step of the scientific method, which is the observation. The only thing that they are doing is the observation,
Right.
observing the phenomena, stars moving.
And then declaring as just so story to explain it. They're not validating it with cause and effect reasoning and experimentation based on hypothesis. They're just making up a story after observing a phenomena. The only part of the scientific method, as you were correctly identified, that they would adhere to, justifiably you could say, well, they've adhered to the first step. They observed the phenomena. Yeah. Did they then vary and manipulate the presumed cause to see if it caused it or not? That'd be an experiment. No, they don't. They just make up a story.
No, because you are in a field that won't allow you to just verify those things. Astrophysicist is the only person who can't verify the things that he is studying.
Is he studying them or just looking at them?
Looking
Yeah,
at
He
he's
it.
not a
is just
scientist.
looking at them, but he's trying to study them. But by looking at them, and he have to go to the other steps, throwing a hypothesis and testing that hypothesis in reality, which he can't do.
And he's not a scientist, he's an ologist.
He's an observer,
Exactly.
a,
Not a
what,
scientist.
a watcher.
If I see a pack of gazelles eating upon a male lion, doesn't make me a scientist because I'm observing an absurd, rare, natural phenomena.
Now make up a
Doesn't make me
story.
a scientist.
Make up a story about how that lion evolved the claws and teeth. Then you're a scientist.
Right, exactly. And how these gazelles were able to have the fangs and the power. I mean, if you don't do all of that, all you are doing is observing. And I can stare for 17 hours and 3 days and 47 nights. I'm still just studying and staring. I ain't did jack crap in the scientific methodology.
Yeah, you will be a storyteller. You can throw in that after that observation that the gazelle, because the lion eated some gazelles from their pack, they grow some hatred against the lion, so they could eat meat instead of herb and things like plants. You can throw any story you want.
Sure, you can tell stories about a magical land in a time long ago and far, far away. Battles commenced amongst the stars. You can make up these stories. And then you can have those stories tally with the church rhetoric of heliocentrism and us moving around a star called the sun in a motion called heliocentrism. You can do that, yeah. You can just make up any old crap. It's just not
Funny how
science.
they call the sun a star, but in the Bible, it's clearly the stars, the moon, and the sun.
Correct. And the earth. Those are different objects, different, distinguished from each other. So the sun is not the moon is not the stars, the sun also is not a star. The earth is different from them all. And also, when you are talking, you make the big differentiation, which is celestial things, so things that belong to the sky, and terrestrial things, so things that belong to the earth, showing that those are different domains. Sky is not the earth.
That's why I didn't add the earth. They said the stars, the sun, and the moon.
Hi. Hi.
Hello.
Oh, I heard you saying that you'd always known
You
there
know
were
this voice, Nathan.
2 points of rotation in the sky. I wonder how that works on the flat Earth.
It only works on a flat Earth. describing the 2 points of rotation are measured with respect to planes in both instances. We're talking about how it works on a flat Earth. You know, all of the angles described with both of those systems are with respect to a plane. It only works on a plane. What are you babbling about?
Which points do you mean?
You're asking me which points you've just asked about? The 2 points of
Yeah.
rotation that you just asked about both get described with respect to a plane. I've just said this. I just said
Which
it like
one?
10
So-
seconds ago. You completely ignored me. Are you going to ask me about
No.
which points you just asked about? You're a disingenuous prick. I answered you based on the points you brought up and you directly asked me, and now you're asking me which points. You're a disingenuous
No.
prick.
You
Rick,
said
Rick,
there were 2 points.
Now I'm
You
just gonna
said
do
there
what
were
you
2
do to me
points of
quickly, which is
rotation.
talk through me. You
I'm
just talk
asking
through
what
me
the 2
quickly.
points
I'm just going
are
to call
that
you a
you were talking
disingenuous prick
about.
through the top of you. It's your trick that you usually do, Hyuka. Just yatter through the top of anything that anybody says in response. I'll just do that to you, because you do it to me. No, dick. I just told you which bleeding points are measured with respect to a plane, and you're not going to acknowledge it, are you? I told you twice, because you're a disingenuous prick.
Which points are they?
The ones you bleeding asked me about. Third time's the charm. Dickhead, wanker, arsehole. He's this arsehole moderation team. I've answered him. He's a prick. He's not acknowledging
No,
the flat plane of reference that's used for these 2 points in the sky that he's asking me about, and now asking for clarity about which bleeding points he asked me about. He asked me about them. I've answered them. What part of this don't you get? Do I need to go 4th time's the charm, by the way? I'm now going through it 4th time. Yeah, everything with respect to this sky that he's asking about, the 2 points of rotation, every angle, every star, every GP, will be measured with respect to a plane. I've said it 5 times. Why am I still talking to you? Dick, wanker, why aren't you acknowledging this?
You
You've
said
been serving me.
there were 2
Good.
points of rotation. I wondered
Oh,
which
somebody
2
to
you were
charge
talking
you,
about.
Hyuka. Somebody shut you up. That's what happened to you, because you're a disingenuous prick and you've annoyed me. Right? You should have acknowledged it the first time, you stupid dick. Now you're being shut down and shut up. Because you couldn't tolerate me explaining how bleeding wrong your stupid, disingenuous question was. How does it work on a plane? It only works on a plane. Now this is the 6th time. You not acknowledging it, you're gonna get removed because you're a disingenuous arsehole. Next time, acknowledge it the first frickin' time I explain it to you. Your question's malformed, because everything with respect to these points of rotation you're asking me about is described in every single respect with a plane beneath it. It's the only way it gets described 6 times, 7 times, it doesn't matter how many times I tell him. It won't acknowledge it ever. They never do. Earth's flat, that's how it's measured. Points of rotation, what, with respect to a plane? 8th time.
Well, he can acknowledge it. If he does, and he relinquishes his belief in a ball.
Yeah, so he's going to ask me about the points I'm talking about that get measured with respect to a plane that he just asked me about. Wanker.
Tell him to study Kepler.
We're dealing with wankers. Are you enjoying this? Audience, my audience, that is. Yeah? That's what we get from them. Oh, well, does it get measured flat? When it gets measured flat. Which bit? The bit you asked me about? That doesn't get measured flat. How does it get measured flat? I just told you how it gets measured flat. That doesn't get measured flat. Yeah, it does when it gets measured flat. And round we go with an irritating, disingenuous arsehole who will never acknowledge the facts in this matter. Will he? Never. Is this complicated? Is this something? Is it the way I'm saying it? The first time, the second time, the third time, the 4th time, the 5th time, maybe the 6th time? Was it not clear enough? I've answered him. Earth gets measured flat with angles to stars. Points of rotation? What, for the systems that are flat? That was not unclear how bleeding flat Earth got measured for the systems he asked about, was it? Was I unclear about that? 9th time. Was I unclear? Did anybody not understand what I just said?
No, perfectly clear.
Perfectly clear. Why did I have to go through it with Hyuka 3-4 times? With him asking me what I mean, asking me which points he's asked me about. I'll tell you why. Because he's a wanker. A globe-believing wanker, I'll add. Because that's what you globe-believing wankers are like. That's all you can do. Behave like a wanker when I tell you how bleeding Earth's measured flat. That's what you can do. In the face of how flat Earth is measured, tell me about how you don't understand, how I haven't explained it. Ask me about the points that you've just specifically asked me about. That's what you can do in the face of how Earth gets measured flat. It's all you've got. It's pathetic.
He's assuming he's on a ball. That's why. You know that, Nathan.
Well, when I point out how Earth gets measured flat with the 2 points of rotation I'm being asked about, that needs some sort of acknowledgement, Neil. Otherwise, you get removed. Perfectly justifiable. So, why should I have to go through it without getting acknowledged once? I'm getting told some shite about how all things go down to the ground at 9.8 metres per second. The person telling me damn well expects me to understand what they've told me, even when it's wrong! For me, telling him demonstrable facts about Earth can only be measured flat when you're talking about 2 points of rotation. Is he going to acknowledge it? No! None of them do. They can't. Sad.
Yeah, Herca's regular. He's very difficult to talk to. Frustrates the hell out of everyone here.
Is he always like that?
Yeah.
There's a word for it.
Sorry, man.
Word's wanker. He's a wanker. Yeah, we know wankers are difficult to communicate with. That's because they're wankers.
What do you expect from someone who still till this moment can't understand that the triangle that you get from elevation angle is a right triangle? He can't understand that. You have two right triangle using the GP of the observer, the line of sight to the star, and the co-altitude, so to form the right angle with the zenith angle. And you have the second right angle with the elevation angle with adding the GP of the star, which is 90 degrees. So two right angles, and he still till this day say that no, the triangle that you get from elevation angle is not a right angle triangle. So what do you expect, Nathan?
I don't know. This is it.
So
We've got it on
what kind
screen.
of triangle does? What kind of triangle does he think it is?
I don't know. Ryokan triangle.
That was pretty cool. You had it on
What?
screen while you was saying that. I like the way you did that, Nathan.
Well, it's on screen for my audience's benefit. There's a star. Let's say Polaris. Obviously, we won't be using the south one because there isn't one. There's an elevation angle with respect to a plane. That's how it's all measured and dealt with. Simple. It can only work on a flat plane or we wouldn't get an angle. That's what I told him. It can only work on a plane. Here's the example. This is in any navigation book that you'll find because this is how it's done. This is how the world's been mapped. The world's been mapped flat. Because it is flat, that's how it's utilised and practically applied in this example, specifically with reference to answering the ick, wanker, arsehole globe believer that's got nothing. We, victorious flat earthers, show you from a navigation book how Earth's measured flat. That's what we do. It's because this is not a debate anymore. We just know the truth. Earth is flat. That's how it is measured and dealt with. You don't have to like it, you globe-believing wankers.
Well, you can't accept the measurements and keep your faith. That's the problem.
It's simultaneously necessitated there, isn't it? That's what I like to take them to. Well, what about a latitude system wrapped around your ball? Where's that come from? All right, measuring the same exact process, elevation angles. Yeah, that'll be on a flat plane as depicted in this diagram. That's how Earth's measured. Your systems that are wrapped around a ball get measured flat and then projected spherically from within a ball. We know how Earth gets measured, regardless of how the system's constructed with north and south antipodal flat planes to create a celestial sphere. Notice how quickly I can summarise it too. Yeah, we know how Earth gets measured flat. What about the ball-believing dickhead that asked me how it would be facilitated when it's the only way possible? What about him? He's had to be shut up and shut down. Maybe you can all appeal to how this server that I don't own is my mute button. No, he was a wanker, a globe believer, just like you. I'm talking to you, audience member. Yeah, you. You're going, me? How could you be talking to me on the other side of my iPad? No, I am. I'm addressing you directly, you globe-believing wanker. You've got nothing. That's why you hate me. Because I've got everything. That's proof. When I say everything, I mean everything that proves Earth's flat. Every measurement of Earth that proves it. Yeah? That's why you despise me. That's why you've got to behave like a wanker when you encounter me. Like that dickhead did. You can't acknowledge the facts of the matter when you're asking me what you think is a clever question. How does it get measured flat on a flat Earth? Well, flat, like it gets measured on a flat Earth because it's flat. Well, that's not flat. You haven't explained it. Wanker. Get lost, wanker. That's the best you've got.
I think it might be because they have an explanation for how not curved it is. They think we need to explain how flat it's measures.
Yeah, they think we need to tolerate an explanation for why we wouldn't need to measure it spherically in this instance and how locally flat they, the globe-believing dickhead wankers, can measure it to affirm their sphere belief after measuring Earth necessitated flat because that's how it's measured. That's okay, it's only local.
Might I add?
That's the
I like
that's the old okey doke though. Sorry, D.
But
That's the old.
that's
That's
all
the
right, no.
old. That's the old okey doke, right? Because John, you said they have an explanation for why it's not flat. But that's where we're supposed to be like, oh, no, but it's supposed to be curved. That's what it is, right? Right? I know. We're not doing that anymore. It's measure flat.
even an 8 and even the 8 and the 10-year-old, which I speak on behalf of my children. I said they heard Nathan on a pre-recording going through this with another blurf, and I explained to them because they wanted to know exactly what he was saying in detail. I said, well, let's say you measured from our house to the school, which is about a quarter of a mile, and it was all flat. They consider that just locally flat. And they'll say, no, but the rest of it got to be curved. So then you measure from the school to the Home Depot, which is about 3.84 miles, and that's flat. And they say, no, but that's only from there. That's locally now. Now
No.
further on is curved. And then so on and so on.
But the
I said,
miles
"Now, you got
themselves, the miles themselves
said-
are linear.
Thank you. Thank you. I said, son, so if you took 17 measurements from 17 different landmarks and all of them were flat, what does that give you? They all said at the same time. I kid you not, on my family's grave, my parents' grave, flat. They get it. They understand. It's not something complex to them. It's common sense. That
So
which
we've
alerts
been
black.
we've been trained to whistle past the graveyard. So we'll describe how curvy the surface could be after utilising things like distance, what linear and flat, by nature of the miles or kilometres that you're utilising. You're going to describe how the linear distance measured across a plane curves after mathematising it. No, the distance you measured was flat. Any drop over that distance will be described with respect to horizontal, with curves of the hills that are described in terms of their altitude with respect to sea level. That's a flat plane also. Everything's always measured flat, doesn't matter what you do. Yeah, roll out the wankers to waste our time. Get us
And all you
frustrated. Ed.
And all you surveyors are blasphemers trying to lie and try to convolute your topographical variations upon your surveys, along with the majority of it being leveled and horizontal. You're a blasphemer liars. You're not tricked into thinking that. You just bound by the narrative. That's the general narrative. Never concede. That's why you lie.
They ain't lying. They just missed the dancing bear, man. That's all it is. They've missed the plane they're using. They've It's been so common in everything we've ever done that it's been ignored instead of respected.
Yeah, and that disrespect of the plane that people utilise after measuring it flat, they'll say that they've calculated the ball with that measurement of flatness that they've disrespected. I'm not going to tolerate it anymore. No, you don't get to use that. No. You don't get to use our flat Earth measurement to start talking about how Earth could be not flat. Because that's what we got earlier from Hayuka. How does this process of measuring Earth flat work on a flat Earth? That's the question that he essentially asked me. That's why I got immediately annoyed with him. How dare you ask me how, when measuring Earth flat, that can work on a flat Earth? It's irritating. Very, very irritating.
More annoying than asking you about the 2 points he just brought up. He asked you about. It's more annoying than that.
Yeah. He asked me about 2 points in the sky and how they can work on a flat plane. I explained how the 2 points in the sky would be only ever measured with respect to a flat plane. He then asked me what points I'm talking about. Wanker. That's what you got, wanker. How does this Ferrari do 0 to 60 in 3 seconds? Well, you put your foot on the gas in the Ferrari and it goes 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. What's a Ferrari? Wanker, we're sat in one. What's a Ferrari?
Yeah, basically.
That was a good one. I'm over here laughing. I'm doing housework, but what's a Ferrari? But we sat in. What's a Ferrari? A car. Well, could you define a car? Automobile. Could you? It's like, when do you? Come on. But that's stupid though.
So in this interim period during daylight savings transition, do we get more alert Americans or less alert Americans? They've been awake an hour, or are they just getting up where they wouldn't have been?
I would have been awake either way.
Not helpful.
I know.
At this point in the day, have you been awake longer than you would typically? I mean, this matters not in a week or two, but it's nice to know. More sharp. Have they been awake longer?
Yeah. Yes.
Hey, we've got the Americans at their best then. We had the Australians when we first joined the politics server earlier today at their worst because they're just phasing out and fizzling out at 1 a.m.
Oh, hi.
You guys,
I wouldn't say that morning time is America's best. Morning time's sort of, just Americans.
it's all right. You guys can still taste the toothpaste, right?
Hi. I've spoken to these guys in the chat, and you just said something like antipodal flat Earth. What do you mean that?
What I said was the north and south system gets sandwiched at antipodal to create the celestial sphere with respect to 2 planes, north and south planes, that get sandwiched antipodal, and then that creates the celestial sphere with respect to 2 planes. Do you understand?
How they sandwich together?
You understand that we are describing these stars with respect to planes or not?
Oh, well, I know that Polaris is one of them.
Is that a yes? You understand that Polaris would form a North Pole centric system
was the other
with
one.
respect to it? He's going to talk through me, arsehole, wanker. Try again, 3rd time. Why am I doing it 3 times? Let's just put him on mute, server operators, and I'll ask the rest of them. Does everybody understand what I've just described? Polaris at the north with respect to a plane. I've gone through it with that wanker 3 fucking times. Yeah? Now, is he going to acknowledge, just like last time, that, yeah, we're describing stuff measured with respect to a plane, North Pole centric, and another plane, South Pole centric, then get sandwiched antipodal? They're planes that we're fucking measuring. Now, did Hayuka acknowledge it? Maybe it's because I wasn't clear enough in the 5th time that I went through it this time, as I'm foaming at the mouth with irritation. Did anybody not understand what I just went through? Because Hayuka, wanker. Because that's all you can do, Globe Believers. I'm addressing you behind the iPad screen. You watching on your telly. You watching on your smartphone. You, Globe Believing wanker. This is all you'd be capable of. Yeah? Simon, Dan, Craig, Fight the Flat Earth, Dave, thinks he's a professor. That's all you'd be capable of too. The best of you could just become a wanker in my presence when I tell you how Earth gets measured flat. This wanker's just had his 2nd attempt to ask me about the antipodal systems that are mathematised from flat plane measurements at the north and south. Did he acknowledge it? Did he? Bollocks! You can't. All you can do is get me frustrated with how little you can acknowledge. That's all you can do, wankers.
Right. So he didn't acknowledge it, but we all understood it. I think some people, and maybe if you're in the audience, you might be confused when you hear what Nathan is saying. You got to focus on two things. One, that there is a measurement and a system created from this measurement. That's number one. Two, the description. Don't confuse the description with reality, because when you do, that is what reification is. And that's why we have this problem when it comes to projections, globes, flat planes with domes, all of this stuff. When you take a description or something that's meant for one thing, like something abstract, and treat it as concretely real, that is the fallacy of reification. Learn it and understand how not to do it.
Yeah, but his purpose in this forum isn't to learn what reification is, or to employ it less often, or acknowledge a single smaking word. His only purpose is to dodge and dive and duck. That's it.
Oh,
So
it's interesting.
Polaris
That all of their questions are dependent upon
forms
that
the first plane, huh?
forum.
Sorry, the plane of reference that is Earth that we're measuring, Hyuka. You understand? Yes.
Polaris is the first plane to the
Stuttering
equator.
wanker. Stuttering wanker. Just say yes. Yes, we're measuring Polaris with respect to a plane. You understand, yes?
To the equator. Just to the
With
equator.
respect to a plane, the equator's derived from the Polaris minimum, that's also a plane. At its maximum, you've got the equator. That's the edge of the plane that's measured with Polaris. So this is now the third attempt. Yuka, you wanker, you globe-believing pathetic numpty that's got nothing. It's a plane we're measuring with Polaris, though, isn't it? Third attempt. Wanker.
What do you use when
Why are
you
you asking
cannot
me
see
something, you total
Polaris?
wanker? Fourth attempt, shut him
To
up. I don't want to get
extend
irritated.
your
Why have I got to raise my voice to this wanker? He's not acknowledged a
circles.
single thing I've
What
said.
do you use?
Wanker.
You use
Why should
signal
I have to deal with
octantis?
this? I've done it 3 times. Why? No, wanker. You see how I don't own this server, but with total justification, you're being shut down like the wanker you are. Again, I'm going to address the people watching this who believe in a globe. You are metaphorically represented by this wanker, because you also, man and woman watching, you are that wanker. Globe believer, wanker. Yeah, that's you. I'm talking to you, because that's all you'd be capable of doing. Tell me about how are we going to measure Earth flat with this flat Earth measurement? I tell you how it's a flat Earth measurement, and then we go round and round in circles with you failing to acknowledge the facts of how Earth is measured flat in this instance. Now you can start hijacking those flat Earth words like equator. That's a flat Earth word. What did he do when I pointed that out on the third attempt? Did he acknowledge that either? No, he didn't. The Polaris minimum measured with an angle off a flat plane, giving him the equator. He's going to hijack and steal and pretend it's on a ball without acknowledging how it's measured. Earth's measured flat first. You can be damn sure I'll be shutting you down on my own server and being told that I'm so unreasonable with my mute button. But when I'm on a foreign server that I've got no control over, I'll be gloating and calling you, my audience who believes in a globe, a wanker also, because that's what you are. And he was your representative. He got told how Earth got measured flat, and then he just behaved like you would behave. You wanker. Earth's measured flat, wankers. You globe believers. Go and tell your priests like Dave Farina and Craig and Dan, and tell them I called you a wanker based on how pathetic and ignorant you are of the facts when it comes to measuring Earth. It's flat. Any other wankers want to take our measurements and tell us how ball-shaped it is? Or ask us how flat it ain't getting measured with the flat Earth measurements you're hijacking? Feel free.
Well, I acknowledge your
Stuttering wanker,
measurement
shut
with
up.
Polaris to
You're a
the
stuttering
equator. I
wanker.
already done that.
It's measured on a
I
plane.
did
Wanker.
that. I want
Wanker.
to know
Wanker.
how you carry on.
Wanker.
How do you
Wanker.
extend
Wanker. Wanker. It's measured on a
the
plane, wanker.
concentric
Polaris
circles of
measured on a plane for the
latitude
equator,
when you
wanker.
cannot see?
Wanker, I'll just do what you do. Justifiably so, because you didn't acknowledge me in about 12 smegging attempts. No, wanker. We're measuring on a plane, so the first thing you need to describe to me when you've asked me about the equator and Polaris and North and South pole centric systems measured on a plane is how we measure Earth as a plane. The first thing that better come out of your mouth, or I'll just call you a wanker and shout you down, because that's what you are, a wanker. Now, while I call you a wanker, justifiably so, the server operators, not me, have muted your dumb ass. Because you're ignorant and stupid and a wanker and cannot acknowledge what you've had put to you now. This will be the 14th time. So I'm going to ask the server operators. Let's see if in the 14th attempt, if you can acknowledge every single thing that he asked me about needed a flat plane to be measured. Let's see if he can acknowledge that.
Oh, I already said I acknowledge that you measure the latitudes from Polaris in the north, from the North Pole to the equator.
From the
know,
stuttering over the flat plane that you measure, you
those
stuttering little
eccentric
bitch.
circles?
You
How do
stuttery
you
little
extend them?
bitch.
What
stuttery.
point do you use?
No, stuttery. We measure it on a plane, don't we?
Which star do you use then?
Why are you asking me? Shut him up, bitch. Now,
You
bitch,
don't
I'm
know?
going to tell you.
You
Bitch,
don't
no,
know,
you're not going to
do
get
you?
to talk through me, bitch. You'll get shut down like that's happened. Nobody's feeling sorry for you, you pathetic wanker. No, bitch. What you did was stutter and stammer like a pathetic little bitch when it came to the acknowledgement of the flat earth you need to measure. Yeah, bitch. Yeah, you measure Earth flat and all you could do was stutter. Yeah, again, audience. Globe-believing, numpty, dickhead, wanker audience. He's you. Yeah? Me gloating and smiling about how he stuttered before acknowledging the flat earth that got measured. That's all he did. Like you do, you stuttering bunch of wankers. Yeah, that's what he did. Did he acknowledge it 15 times? No, he didn't. He got called a wanker, shut down for his pathetic stuttering and failure to acknowledge how Earth gets measured flat, because it does.
You know the shadow question of the moon or the lunar eclipse, like saying the shadow cast upon the moon. You know, they come to the idea it was a shadow.
With respect to a plane?
Yeah, they measured the angles of the celestial bodies, and then they calculated the negative height below the plane of reference the sun would be at when it disappeared from the sky. We call sunset. They just put that underneath the ground. That angle is what gives them their shadow.
Yep. Descriptions of
illegal.
angles receding with respect to a plane at sunset then gets reified into a position that you can have the sun move below. In the same way, the system itself to create Earth curve is a derivation of surface level when calculating eye level differentials to give you a point below the surface level you've just measured, called Earth curve. It's utterly absurd mathematics that's incapable of reification when you understand how it works. Shout out to Himsake for the super chat. Who invited Chief Balls on Chin? I don't know. There's 100 people watching. Very big shout out and warm welcome to all of you in my live audience. Please share the show if you've not done so already. Also, hopefully one of you will spam the link, my moderation team that is, to the politics server. Fantastic server that has graciously allowed us to pop in when we feel so inclined. Although we typically are and will be tomorrow in the politics server because we normally attend on a Friday. But it is Thursday, in case you're watching after the fact. We're here on a whim, having fun with Huyuka. He seems to follow us everywhere. There we go. Please join the politics server if you want. And in many other regards, there's lots of other different rooms, not just Flat Earth. Obviously, with a name like politics.
Well, there's also the reason that we can't be eradicated as flat earthers is because of the measurements, which is also the reason we're so upset with them. You know, it's like it's a shield and a cage, I guess. Think about it.
Yeah, stop using that bleeding measurement. It's very irritating. You can mock us all you like with your ball belief. All right, you want to believe you're in a ball, therefore you see us as silly. What, us realists who measure Earth flat and recognise that means Earth's flat because we measure it flat. You just want to measure Earth flat and then pretend you're on a ball and mock us for knowing Earth's flat when we measure it flat, like you do. Okay, well, that's fine. To each their own. I'll just go with Earth's measured flat and that's because it's flat. Not Earth's measured flat and that's because it's a really big ball and locally it's okay to measure it flat because it's a really big ball and that. That's just your stupid nonsense that you feel you've got a justification to mock me with. No, we both use the same measurement of a flat Earth. So I don't do anything after it, you do, and therefore you think I'm silly? Definitely not. Meanwhile, when you do that, I'll stop you from using our measurements at that point. Why are you using my flat Earth measurements that you want to mock me for? Don't do that. Believe in a ball all you like. That's perfectly acceptable. Don't start asking me, how do I measure Earth flat when I measure Earth flat? Because that'll get you called a wanker, because that's what you are at that point.
Ethan, don't you think you're being a little hard on them? How do you expect them to get measurements off a curved surface? You got to share a little bit.
They don't. But they want to believe that they're on a curved surface. Well, we're long past asking them for measurements of sphericity. We know where the sphericity they think they've got measurements to reify come from. From a flat plane that gets measured and then turned into a spherical system based on projections of angles taken off a flat plane to things like Polaris, the very question I was asked earlier. I mean, that discussion's not going to go anywhere, because the person I'm telling that's asking me asks me what points I'm answering about that he brought up. That's a kind of wankery we have to deal with when we go through how your globe comes to fruition, based on measurements of a flat plane that we actually live on and measure to create your globe. You to ask me how Earth would be measured flat? It's just idiotic. That's the kind of shit we have to deal with here on Flat Earth Debate 10 years into the subject. But based on that, it means at least we can publish a book that points out how it's idiotic to call this a debate anymore. No, there is no debate. There's just facts. Fact of Earth and how it's measured. It is flat.
And I just want to allude to what Neil said for those pedantic, nitpicky, try to be a smart ass, excuse my language. Yes, there are circumferential measurements of someone's big fat belly and their waistline and their torso and even the measurement of a basketball and things like that. But don't try to connect that and affiliate that and convolute that with what we're talking about. Linear, mileage, length, distance, elevation, latitudinal measurements from the Earth's surface to the sky. Don't try to put it together. Because yes, there are measurements of everything. You can measure everything. You can measure your foot. You can measure your head. Come on, we know that. So don't try to be pedantic about it. You know what Nathan's talking about. Just in case a blurf decides to come in here and try to mix it up with him with that little point. So let that down.
No, that's not the same thing. Measuring an object within a Cartesian coordinate system is not the same as the Cartesian coordinate system itself being with respect to the plane of reference.
Right, we're kind of talking amongst ourselves, so sorry, just to interrupt you one sec. We are going to disappear. Just 1 second, G+. Thank you very much for having us. This was an impromptu visit, and I want to round out our discussion about being in politics behind your back, as is only reasonable, in a different server, because we will toddle along tomorrow to politics. But in the meantime, moderation, invisible team that are fantastic. Thank you very much for having us.
More than welcome. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
All right, Earth is globe. Goodbye.
Tomorrow's Saturday? Oh, no, tomorrow's Friday.
No, it's Thursday. Damn, bruh.
All right, I'm going to try and do Hayuka a favour because he keeps asking the same question about how you find your latitude south of the equator. The point to this is in the north, you can see Polaris. In the south, you cannot see Sigma Octantis. You will use other navigational stars like Vega or the Southern Cross to figure out your latitude south of the equator. It's not the same in the north as the south because you could see Polaris in the north. You can't see Sigma Octantis in the south. If you can't see it, you can't measure to it, but you can measure the circumpolar stars around that rotation point. Am I fucking clear now? Oh, no, he decided to go fucking follow Nathan. Waste my breath.
Yeah, he followed Nathan back over to FED.
Yeah, I gathered that's where he did, mate.
What's going on, fellas? A little bit of quiet game this morning. Nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, very quiet in here, bro. Anyway, how you doing?
Blessed, cannot complain. Woke up another day.
That's it.
Shout out to all the flat earthers out there, man. It's a beautiful day to be a flat earth.
Certainly is. Any day is a good day.
It's a beautiful day to know where you are. Yeah. Imagine not knowing where you are. That is, man, terrible. That's an injustice to humanity.
Well, when I learned guided meditation, it was about getting grounded. So feeling your attachment to the earth. So you sort of try and visualize you standing on the earth. And of course, at the time, I imagined to be just like a basketball with dirt on it. You know, I was kind of like, well, whatever.
Yeah, now you get to imagine it for what it actually is.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, I imagined it as being a flat plane. And that we're all on the same level, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
I had some questions about scripture when it says, "Oh, every eye will see him." And I actually thought about it, and I thought, what's going to happen? Does that mean that the ball earth is going to be like turned inside out, like, and Jesus will be in the middle, and will be like a concave earth, like on the inside of the ball, and he's in the middle? I thought that's the only other way I could sort of picture it happening.
Yeah.
Because
that is, yeah. No, that is a great question, honestly. Like, how do you even conceptualize something like that on a globe as a Christian or whatever? Like, every eye will see him. How does that happen on a globe? You know, that's not even.
What are we going to get when we're watching the TV and then it's news from America? Jesus has just arrived and there's all the cameras on him. And we ran out, I'm in Australia, and we ran outside and we're looking up in the sky. It's like, can't see him.
You'll be like, oh, maybe it's like you got to wait a few hours to see him in Australia.
Yeah, he'll be coming. I'm sure we could sort of punch in, have a search when will Jesus arrive in Australia? And it's probably like, yeah, he's coming. He's leaving us to last for some reason. I don't know.
Like you know those people who go storm chasing, tornado chasing. You'll have to do that on the globe. But yeah, that's crazy.
It's like, yeah, he's coming down. It's like all the big bands. It's like they don't come to Australia. Some of them. It's like, no, he'll be here. He'll be here. Come on. So yeah, that didn't make sense to me. But now obviously it does.
Yeah. What about the whole corners of the earth thing? How does that happen on a globe in any way, shape, or form? Corners on a globe? I mean, you got street corners, but not geological or whatever corners.
Someone said, well, Earth's always been here. It wasn't sort of created. And if you look at Genesis, it sort of is, because it's like God, like he looked on the earth and it was without form, it was void and without form. So is that like just like a big chunk of earth sort of thing, not defined?
It actually says
Maybe
Tohu and
a blob
Bohu.
or a slate. There's like some rough slate in unsubmerged in the water.
It says the words used originally are Tohu and Bohu, which would be more like formless unreality. It's inconceivable what it was.
Yeah, I can't even conceptualize it in my head. That's why our mind and God's mind, two different things, because I can't even conceptualize something like that. You know?
Yeah, you can't, there's no possible way to conceive what unreality would even be. The minute you imagine anything at all, that's not it.
But it's like the block of dirt, whatever was was always there, and then he came along and formed everything. Created everything on top of that thing around that block of whatever it was. It's a void and whatever.
I would argue. I could be wrong.
That's how I picture it. Yeah.
Go ahead.
That's just how I picture it. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I could be wrong, but I think the water was here before the land. I think he formed the land out of the water. I could be off.
So it's in the water. The land was in. So it was in the water, and then he. Then the firmament separated the waters from the waters.
The real reason why I'd even chimed in to begin with is because a lot of the times when people see the thing about the corners of the earth, they're mistranslating a Greek word that actually means a secret place. So it doesn't mean a specific angle or corner. It's just a place, a location, and it's not defined very well in this verse. So. But yeah, it's all non sequitur to the ground anyway.
Yeah, it's a mistranslation.
Yeah, that's just what I was pointing. So whenever looking at that, there's certain etymological fallacies that can occur if you don't take the context of the word within the proper context as when it was written. Like, we can't apply modern meanings or how we interpret something to how it was originally intended to mean.
Facts. Nah, that's a fact, bro. That's why there's a lot of confusion out there on the Bible right now, because, we don't have, not everybody, not that one person has all the right context, but yeah.
But anyway, I digress. This isn't a subject I want to stick on for too long because people get touchy about it. So.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, exactly. Especially me.
Having said that, I hope everybody's having an awesome day and y'all are all staying blessed.
Same to you, bro. Thank you.
But the Hebrew cosmology, that's sort of replicated right through all of these ancient cultures and different religions and stuff. They've all got the same basic cosmology.
Like a historical contemporary, like the parallels of contemporaries historically. That's true. There is a lot of overlap.
And yeah, and you just sort of some of them just overlay a celestial sphere over it. So it's the same. They always have it in, the Earth in the middle, and then heavens above and then the whatever hell or whatever beneath, and it's all in a big circle. If it's got the Earth in the centre as the flat circle. It's always.
I was going to say it should also be a red flag just to kind of be cautious of false dichotomies as well. They can bind people's minds to, if not this, then that, when there are other options. Either way, it measures flat. And historically, this center point, that has been it. That's where everything revolves around as far as society, all of culture and trade routes, all of that has to do with that navigation. So that's why it's so important. Just good business. I do like discussing stuff like this. I just don't like talking about it in front of people who are going to strawman anything we discuss. Like, they'll take a speculation and turn it into, oh, these people think this. It's like, dude, you jumped in like at the end of the conversation. Get out of here.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. Now I like to talk about stuff like this too, but yeah. In this setting, there's going to be a Glober coming gaslighted and, stuff like that. It's levels to it. Like, you can't just go from Glober to talking about some of the stuff we're talking about. What do y'all think about the asteroid that NASA said is coming in 2032? What do y'all think about that? They call it the City Killer or something like that.
They've sure got a lot of people scared of nothing.
Right, it's always UFOs and aliens and asteroids. It's just, yeah.
Chicken Little said the sky is falling too.
Facts.
They've got to push stuff like this so that people will pay for their asteroid insurance.
Yeah, it's just a way to keep people down, keep people depressed, keep them feeling insignificant, not control of anything. Yeah, gives the general sort of anxiety and depression, this sort of stuff, like the Cold War.
Yep, all the wars and all this stuff in the world, it's bad, but not as bad as it could be, because an asteroid could destroy our city. It's weird, dude.
But it was like the Cold War in that in the 50s, all of a sudden, it was possible to destroy a whole city with a nuclear bomb. So, and yeah, it causes a lot of widespread just anxiety and depression. from everyone in America and Russia. And this idea that you can just be wiped out any second. It's the same thing with stupid asteroids, you know? Yeah, you can't underestimate the actual subconscious impact it might have on people generally. But everyone's probably like, oh yeah, Meteor, yeah, I've seen that movie. Everyone's seen Meteor, what it's like for a meteor to hit the Earth. We've seen it 50 times in the movies. So, since they meteor hitting the Earth, it's like we can't say, what do you mean? It's like, we've seen it 100 times in the movies. It'll freaking... yeah. Of course it's fake, so it's basically just whatever for the elite an opportunity then just to blow up a whole fucking city and blame it on nature, if you don't mind.
Too far away from Sunday for me to start speculating. I'm ready to, but I'm not going to. I find that there's no need to speculate about some kind of grand conspiracy or Illuminati type thing when the illiterati or ignorati is ignorant enough to allow so many bad things to happen. You don't have to contribute to evil. What you can just as easily say is this is from ignorance, stupidity. And usually it is. It's not nefarious intent. People just don't know what the hell they're doing.
Next. Is Raiden here? Raiden? What's up, dude? Raiden, I got some questions for you, dude. I want to help you out here. Because you're asking like the wrong questions. We can help you. Guys, for the chat, he says, what does the flat earth sit on? That is not a good question. In fact, it's a faulty question. You got the wrong idea. Entirely. You guys already know where I'm going to take this one. But Raiden, we're not going to do the text to type thing. So, no. Just come off mute when you're ready. But yeah, you got some bad ideas, bro. Some horrible ideas about flat Earth. So we can help you, though. It's fine. It's not uncommon for people to come here with their own ideas about the subject. It's cool. We're just going to take those bad ideas away, and maybe you'll get it. And then for my homeboys in here, also, you know, we're in season 9, bro. Season X. I particularly love that question. It's like something that I've started doing recently. Are bodies of water something you can put your body in? Are they convex, concave, or neither? Force them to choose. What's funny is, excuse me, some people don't even know what those terms mean. So there's that. But if they do, you know, very rarely will you get someone who says concave, you know, while knowing what it means. But then, like what happened with the last guy, he was like, oh, well, you know, at one scale they do this, and at another scale they do this. Great. That's actually, like, that's a good thing, because you can just tear them to shreds. You get guys who are more consistent, like Matthew Learns, who will say, well, due to gravity, all bodies of water are convex, which I think would be the correct answer. But when they start saying, well, they're different here and different over there, it's neither here and then convex over there. How and why? And you heard him too when we asked him. So why would they be different? Oh, just because it's larger. No, that's no. That's not correct. So, yeah, you guys are welcome to use that. Bodies of water, convex, concave, or neither. Force them to choose. And if they, you know, if he does what the last guy did, there you go. You're already cooking. So is Raiden going to come off mute? Raiden, you're up. Raiden, you are up. Raiden, you are up.
We are live.
Guys, are we live? Oh shit, we're live. Yep. Yeah, man. I mean, he's in the chat, guy. You already know where we can take this. Like, he's in the chat saying things like, show me a satellite image of the Earth. Bro. No, we're not going to do that. In fact, the thing he's asking for can't be provided anyway. There's no such thing. Even if the Earth was a globe, there is no such thing as seeing the Earth in one shot. It cannot be done. Again, even if the Earth was a globe, I can't. Okay, just like if I look at your face, I'm not seeing your whole entire head. I'm not seeing the backside of your head. I'm looking at your face. So again, the point is, even if the Earth was a globe, you're not going to see the whole Earth in one shot. Now, this is certainly true for flat Earth, and this is a problem for people who they come in here and they're like, well, let me just see it in one shot. Go up in the sky, take a picture. You know, like that's not how this works, bro. And if they start asking you for a map, well, you guys should be able to have a perfect map. Oh, well, why? Well, just go up, take a picture, and then trace lines over the countries, and there's your map. No, it doesn't work like that. Okay? There's no such thing as seeing the whole Earth in one shot. So what he's asking for is like, just show me imagery of the Earth. No. You want to see the Earth? Open your freaking eyes. What do you mean, see the Earth? What we're not doing as flat earthers, and what I think they think we're doing, for some reason they think we're like closing our eyes and imagining how it all is. No, we're not doing that. We don't need to do that. We're never gonna do that. So, what is he saying in the chat? I'll read this out for the people who are listening. He said, he said, how big is the flat Earth? Yeah, it's pretty freaking big, dude. That's like asking, how big is the universe? Well, how would you know that? For starters, either way, very large. Then he says, what does the flat Earth sit on? Another dumb question. That's like asking, what does the universe sit on? No one even thinks of it like that. They're not thinking of the universe as an object. This is why, dude, this is why I always talk about the universe, right? Flat earther, globe earther, their worldview really isn't that far apart. It's just that, like, for example, the globe itself, that is not the boundary of their worldview. The globe is an object which is embedded in a very, very large place known as the universe, which the shape of it is not known. The boundaries of it have not been reached. And then people don't ask questions like, well, how do I jump off the universe? Or what's hanging on the bottom of the universe, right? Stuff like this. Or what does it sit on? These questions, right? But for some reason, they ask those questions about flat Earth because they're comparing some sort of flat object to this globe object. Wrong. Oh, there we go. Who is this? Swonger? Yeah, bro, I'm fucking Yappuccino right now because we got retards in the chat asking about what does the reality sit on? Like that wasn't the dumbest question you could have asked, dude. So
It's not sitting on anything.
there we go. There we go.
Yeah, well, my question to that would be, how would you find out?
There you go.
How would you find out? What would that answer be to that?
Ask, you know what? Is that Test Cloud? Is that our boy KC?
Say, go there, right? Go there.
Yeah.
That's how you'd find out.
You know how you find out? By using your noggin, son.
I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't think you can just rub your brain cells together and then now you know the shape of reality. There are some things that you cannot know, dude.
But that's
I would say that's probably one of them. That is one of them. Okay.
That's not one of them,
All
buddy.
right, then tell us the shape of reality then, dude. We'll wait. This ought to be good.
One sec.
Did you just say the shape of reality?
Yeah, the thing you said that could be known that I just said you can't know. So go ahead.
The reason is because you're on the inside looking out, not the outside looking in. And you never have that perspective.
You don't need to see it to believe it, dude.
What? We're not trying to sit here and formulate beliefs to believe in, bro. What are you talking about?
He wants to imagine it. He wants to imagine
That's
a third person.
fucking crazy.
Can you imagine 5?
That's not what we do here.
Do I need to put 5 things in front of you for you to know what 5 is?
That's not even close to what we're talking about.
Yes, it is. That's exactly what we're talking about.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Because 5 is a known thing, right?
Yes, so is the shape of the
It's
earth.
well understood. Now, the shape of reality is certainly not fucking known by anyone.
We know the
Period.
shape of the earth, bro. It's round.
No. Listen clearly, bro. Because when you said I was on my soapbox, I described very clearly something you must have missed. I said that even if the earth was a globe, that it's not the bounds or the end of your reality, is it? Because the globe is a thing within a large place called the universe, where the boundaries of that have not been reached. The shape of it is not known. And I was bringing all that up to say that people Dude, you're not about to interrupt me. You're not about to interrupt me right now because you're confused, dude. You're like, we know the shape of the earth.
We know the
shape. Well, dude. Thank you. Well, what about the shape of the universe?
We weren't talking about the shape of the universe.
Who's talking about the
That's
universe?
exactly what we're talking about.
Dude, you
That's
keep doing this where
exactly what we're
move the
talking
goalpost.
about.
You realize that you're wrong.
It's
And you move the goalpost.
No. We're not moving any goalposts. It's the exact thing we've been talking about this entire fucking
And then you're like,
time.
yeah, dude, that's exactly what we were
Can I
talking
summarize
about.
for these globers? Globers, listen. You are asking for the entire shape or size or measurement of the world, yeah, which is impossible. CB's giving you an example, an equivalent question for you and your cosmology. Tell us the shape of the whole universe, which you can't. He was hopeful that you would understand the analogy at that point, that this is something that cannot be done by an individual.
Yes, it can.
No, it cannot.
Okay, go ahead. Tell us, what's the shape of reality, the universe?
I'm talking about the shape of the earth.
Bro, we get that part. We're good. No one's questioning the shape.
We're not talking about the shape of the universe.
Relax. Yes, we are. And you don't even know why we're talking about that. But I'm trying to explain. You said I was on my soapbox. Maybe if you were listening, you would get it. Okay? No one in here is confused about the shape. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, maybe he thinks that there is a way to measure the whole Earth.
He doesn't. No, he doesn't. He doesn't think that.
Okay, because you can only measure locally.
The whole Earth?
You're so stupid.
Are you aware of that?
No, clown. You're confused, bro. You're confused. Why we're even talking about the universe is because that's what flat Earth is like. You're trying to compare this object called the globe. Relax. Why are you Yappuccino? Why are you Yappuccino?
Dude, why do
Just
you have to
relax.
dominate the whole conversation?
Because, dude, I run this panel right now, so I'm hosting. So, yeah, just gotta deal with it. But, dude, you probably don't know shit about flat Earth. We're trying to teach you. So if you're going to compare the globe, which is an object, to a flat Earth, another object, you're doing the wrong thing. Some guy in the chat was asking, well, what does the flat Earth sit on? That's a dumb question, right? That's a super dumb question because it's like asking, what does the universe sit on? I'm trying to help you understand this stuff, but it's just going way over your head, dude. Way over.
Yeah. I'm not going to lie. Right there, I tuned you out. I just wasn't listening. So
just pop him on you guys. This guy's retarded.
I mean, if I may just quickly too, right? Because
you're a flat earther.
He said we weren't talking about the universe and the shape of the universe. Well, guess what? We're not talking about the shape of the Earth. You said, we're not. You are. Yeah, we understand that, and we challenge you on that. But we're not talking about a shape. So just like you didn't claim a shape to the universe, and you weren't talking about that, well, neither were we.
Ooh, got him.
Because flat is not a shape.
Got him. Cooked. Yeah, these guys never get it, bro. They're trying to compare fucking apples to oranges. Actually, it's not even, that's not even like, I know it's a saying, but like, it's even worse than that. They're comparing like fucking, I don't know. Two random, completely different things that aren't even compatible at all. You know? So I'm just trying to help these dummies out. If someone mute them, you could probably take them off mute, dude. Like, oh my god. But that is a good point, C-Dub, bro. I don't know how you're so locked in lately. Like every point you make is just so poignant and perfect. You said we're not talking about the shape of the earth. That's so true. So true. My god. It's freaking numpties.
What did I miss in the last couple of hours?
Oh shit. We've only been live for I've only been in here half an hour. So you ain't miss too much. Is the guy still here? Or did he leave?
No, Twonga's still here. Do you want him unmuted?
Yeah, pop him off mute. Pop him off mute.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, bro. When it comes to the globe, you understand it a lot, a little, or you're still learning?
I know a lot about the globe.
Go ahead. What do you know?
Dude, I'm not gonna give a lecture at 4:30 in the morning.
We don't need a lecture. Just give us 1 or 2 points to some stuff you know. Go ahead.
What do you want to know about?
Well, you said you know, so what do you know? Just give us 1 or 2 things.
About what?
I want to know what
this
direct
fucking
evidence.
guy.
I want to know what direct evidence you know of for the globe, for the curving, spinning surface that we live on, that you claim we live on. What direct evidence do we have of that?
That it's spinning?
Anything, any direct evidence.
Yeah, well,
that backs
Coriolis
up the
effect
claim.
is evidence that the Earth is spinning.
Okay. Okay, so what evidence of Coriolis do we have in nature?
Hurricanes.
Hurricanes.
Hurricanes. Is that actually?
Who told you that? Who told you that, bro? They lied to you.
Yeah, how have you determined that is the Coriolis effect when we don't have any examples or phenomena of Coriolis? You're claiming hurricanes, but actually, if hurricanes are being caused by the Coriolis, which is 2 reference frames, then there should be other things you should reference, right?
Here I am, rocking like a hurricane. That's fucking crazy, dude. This fucking guy.
Hey, what's going on? Twonga. We're talking to Twonga at the minute. Twonga thinks that there's a Coriolis effect in the atmosphere. You've claimed that hurricanes are part of the Coriolis effect, but how can they be if nothing else is affected by the Coriolis? Or is there other things? Twonga.
Well, they are, but it happens over a vast different, a large. Again, it's about scale, brother.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It happens over a large range.
Doesn't the Earth rotate consistently, regardless of scale?
Yeah. What? Yeah.
Oh, got him.
Regardless of scale, what does it even mean?
So if something leaves the initial reference frame,
dude, it's evidence for one, not vice versa. Okay. You're using backwards logic there. It's not what
you didn't even let me say anything.
I know what you're gonna say.
What was I gonna say?
Dude, the
no, go ahead. What was I gonna say?
That the Earth is moving, not that.
That's not what I was gonna say.
Is not evidence of Coriolis.
That's not what I was gonna say.
All right, so go ahead then.
All right, so if large things like hurricanes, when they're in the non-inertial reference frame, and that's evidence of Coriolis, as you say. What about things like drones, a football, anything else in the air, hot air balloon?
What about it?
Was it also susceptible to the Coriolis effect? Or is it just hurricanes?
Just hurricanes.
That's fucking
how does he know that Earth is the cause of that?
He doesn't. He's just fucking making it up. He's just making shit up.
Yeah, and also we have the same motions, spirals, eddies, channels under the ocean. So if it's the Coriolis effect, then why do we see this same sort of behavior under the water, not caused by Coriolis? You know what's more likely for hurricanes and weather patterns being in this sort of motion is probably the weather system itself, the dynamic weather system and the hot and cold areas of the Earth creating a consistent weather patterning. That's more realistic, and we see it under the water. You don't have any evidence of Coriolis.
What?
Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson says when you kick a football in the field goal, you got to account for the Coriolis effect.
Oh,
Yeah,
so that
isn't
means
that funny how,
high-level
like, yeah,
sports players. That would mean high-level sports players should need to take the Coriolis effect. Golf, tennis, but that's not the case, is it?
Exactly.
Well, yeah,
That's
and
nonsense.
he's just saying, like, if you were to make it and it would miss by an inch, let's say, like, yeah,
That's fucking bullshit.
It bounce off.
Oh, okay then. So if a football is affected by the Coriolis, are aeroplanes affected by the Coriolis?
Got him.
Because planes shouldn't be able to travel in a straight line. They would miss their destination. Right?
Oh boy.
What about runways? They're facing any direction. Shouldn't they be moving? Shouldn't they be facing the same direction as the spin? Oh dear. We're not taking anything into account, are we, for Coriolis effect?
North-south runways would be very awkward.
Longer, your reply.
Yeah, we're waiting.
For what?
Exactly. Exactly.
Typical Glober.
Yeah.
What do you mean, dude? It's Coriolis, dude. It's what it is.
Dude, it's just all facts, bro.
There is no Coriolis. Not in planes, drones, helicopters,
dude,
but only in American footballs. Only in American footballs.
Only American
football.
Oh, jeez, dude.
Coriolis is like a virus in Glober's minds.
Facts.
So eddies and spirals and vortexes are not proof of the Coriolis effect. That's proof of a dynamic weather system.
Awesome.
All right. So L
Where's your next proof? So that was your Coriolis proof. That's done. So what else you got? Direct evidence of the globe.
Direct evidence?
Yeah, bro.
That's why you said Coriolis in the first place a few minutes ago. Keep up, bro.
Sunrise and sunset.
So the sun moving is proof of what again?
That you're a glober.
So I see the sun moving, therefore what?
It's a globe, bro.
So again, we'll say this one more time. You look up and you see the sun moving, not the earth. So the earth's not moving. And somehow what your conclusion is what?
My conclusion is I'm on a ball.
Oh.
It's just a globe, bro. It's just a globe.
That doesn't link up at all, dude.
Yeah, I watched the
sun move
over the horizon, and I'm like, yeah, it's a ball, boys.
So what is the horizon is flat, first of all, and then you see the sun moving, and you think that's not the sun moving, that something else is happening?
Everything is moving, bro. It's a ball.
Nah, bro, we're not moving, dude.
This dude's overcooked. He's been cooked too much.
You're fried, bro.
Everything is moving.
Wait,
bro. It's a
are you in a building right now?
He's in a microwave.
Are you in a building right now, sir?
Yes, sir.
So you're saying the building you're in is moving?
Yes.
Okay, you're absolutely fucking cooked.
It's everything is moving with the earth.
Yeah, no, I know. That's what I'm asking. I'm not asking if the building's like lifted up its legs and it's walking.
It's moving, brother.
But then you're crazy. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Everything is moving.
You are cooked.
It's a ball.
How do you confirm everything's moving? How do you know everything's moving?
NASA told me.
We know you believe it. We know you're a religious zealot. We know you believe it, but we don't need to hear that anymore. We need to hear why you believe it.
What? How is that a religion?
Because you can't demonstrate anything more than your belief right now.
That everything is. He just told me I see the sun move.
Right, the sky is moving, right? Yeah, the sky is like a clock above your head. How do you know the Earth is moving?
Well, it could be the Earth moving and the sun not moving, right?
How do you know that?
It could be, though. It could be either one.
No, it can't be.
How do you
No, it
know?
can't be.
You would need evidence for that. What evidence?
You would need evidence that it's the other way, too.
Okay,
You have that evidence. You have that evidence.
Go ahead, CB.
Well, that literally the evidence is the sun moves across the sky. There's your evidence. You don't have evidence of the other thing you're saying. Like, well, maybe it's not the thing we see and something else is happening.
Yeah, maybe
where do you even get that idea from?
We're moving, dude. Listen, everything is moving. It's a ball.
No, but that's where are you even getting that from?
That's what I see with my eyes.
Yeah, that's your claim. That's your claim. But how do you know
eyes?
that?
I see everything moving, and I see the balls.
You don't see balls. You don't see balls.
The sun is a ball. The moon is a ball. The planets
First of
are
all,
balls,
you don't see
dude.
that.
Everything is a listen. Planets are balls, bro, and we're moving.
Are they touching?
They're balls, homie.
It's a ball. It's a ball.
Well, what if I told you Earth isn't a planet? So we're not. There's nothing alike. We're not like any of those things. Even if we give you the fact,
dude,
which
no, it's not. It's illogical. Then you would be illogical.
Well, how? What?
And I would dismiss you.
Dude, you've got no logic, you've got no evidence, you've got no explanations, you don't know any of this. You are sitting there shitting yourself going, it's a ball.
Gaslight me, dude.
Your voice is cracking, yeah? You're panicking, you're cooked as fuck, bro. You don't have any knowledge.
I'm panicking. I don't think it's
don't have
cracked. I think you're just trying to needle
Can I just finish what I'm saying? Can I just finish what I'm saying? Bro, you don't have any logic. You're talking about logic, but you don't have any logical reasons for why you believe in your ball. You just keep saying it's a ball and NASA.
You're cooked, bro.
You're melting down, bro. You need to seriously look at yourself, put yourself on mute, go educate yourself, bro.
You're
it's ridiculous.
Mate.
The flat earthers are fucking talking shit right now.
Hold on.
No, but
if I want to educate myself, how do I educate myself?
The conversation. He's literally
we can help you with
panicking.
that. Wait, is there someone else that's trying to talk? Like, we can move on. Who's the other guy?
Well, I wanted to ask. You said educate myself. Well, how do I do that?
We can help you with that.
What? Well, he said go
Reservoir
educate
Dog.
myself. Not listen to you guys. You say
Have you never learned anything before on your own?
I have, but if I
that's
go
crazy.
research, like
That's called educating yourself. You know, you can learn stuff on your own.
You can go out into reality and experience it and observe it and go, oh, okay, that's that part done. Okay, what else do we know about it beyond our direct observation and experience? Is there anything that we can test and measure and verify for ourselves? Okay, maybe I don't know exactly how to go about that. Maybe I'll go and see if somebody else has done that. I'll go to my local library and, maybe ask them to point me in the right direction and get a book or two to read up on it. And then I might go online and have a look at some source material there and read that and see how my direct...
I don't know, T-Dub. Are you sure you can educate yourself, dude? I'm not sure.
But, that's just a suggestion. I don't know if that's of any help to you.
if I go online or the library,
self-education.
Why is this guy so condescending? No one's being condescending to you, brutes.
Here we go.
I'm just saying.
I'm trying to keep you guys on in track and on topic because you guys are all over the place and you're just going, it's a ball in an intellectual discussion. Should really keep up with the discussion, give us some direct evidence like we're asking, or pop yourself on mute, let somebody else step up. If you don't know anything, why would you argue?
Fox.
You're just showing your ignorance, and you need to be put
I don't
back
know
in your little box. That's all.
Damn, dude, the flat earthers, bro. They're talking their shit right now.
It's nothing personal. It's nothing personal, but we're all here listening, and we're all waiting for a good debate, and it's not with you guys, clearly.
Damn, the Globies, y'all gonna take this, dude? Are you Globe Earthers gonna sit there and take this shit? That's crazy.
Wait, I don't know anything about the globe. I don't know.
Step it up, Globers.
We can teach you stuff about the globe too, bro.
I cannot
Oh,
prove
bro.
it's a globe, but I will believe it's a globe.
You guys told me to
Why?
educate myself. I said how. You said go to the library, or maybe online, do some self-research.
Well, what do you
Any
wanna know,
library book
What do
is
you
going
wanna
to
know?
say Earth round. The books aren't going to say Earth flat.
What do you want to know, dude?
Yeah, why do you say the Earth is round? Tell me.
Because he's typing in.
We landed
what shape
on the
is
moon.
Earth? The extent
Here
of
we
research
looked
is
at the
googling what
Earth.
shape is the
No.
Earth. Dude, you got to go a bit deeper than that.
Why?
Pause.
Define the horizon.
Ooh. Get him.
The apparent
What's the
place where the
horizon?
sky meets
Why do
the
why do
You
land.
Googled that.
round?
No, I've Googled it in the past, and I remembered from the first time.
Okay, so an apparent junction between sky and Earth. Good.
What
So
Yeah,
it's not a
apparent
geometric location. Yeah, go ahead.
what causes that?
Ooh.
That apparent position, what's that caused by?
The Coriolis effect.
Here we go.
Hold on. Who just said that?
He's trolling, bro. He's trolling.
Is that a flat earther, guys?
Wouldn't there be? No, it wasn't. It wasn't one of us. It's the same guy we've been talking to. But no, wait. Wouldn't there be multiple variables for that? Not just one. Or what? Are you trying to get him to claim the geometric position?
Well, there's something that causes the sky to meet the ground. The globers believe it's the geometric curve of the Earth, but they need to claim what it is first, the cause of that limitation.
I think he's too slow for you. I don't think he's going to be able to get that. We got to spoon feed him that one. I'm not going to lie.
Wow.
You guys, dude, I'm out of here.
Well, all right, bro. Hold the L.
Yeah, that was like
he was about to learn something. Literally, you run away at the bit where you could actually learn something.
Grown men crying, dude. I can't.
Who's crying?
Anymore.
We just taught you about the horizon just now. No one's crying.
Trying to educate you, bro, on what the horizon is.
I don't care about any apparent observations on the Earth. All I care about is we landed on the moon. We turned around and then took pictures of the Earth.
That's cap,
and
bro.
That was it. It's not
then the Lion Witch and the Wardrobe.
When is the government?
Narnia.
Yeah, guys. When is the government what? When has the government ever lied?
When has the government ever lied?
They never do that, dude. They never do that.
No, they do lie all the time, but
wait, listen to what you said though. Even if you're joking, when you said, "I don't care about apparent observations," which is kind of like a redundant saying anyway, because for something to appear and observe, it's like that's the same thing. So that is the only thing that matters, because that's all you can do is observe the Earth. You've never seen anything about moon landing in real life. You saw it on TV, dude. You should go off of what you see, not off the TV.
I'm wondering if he's asked that question to globers that don't believe that men landed on the moon.
Mm-hmm. Because that's not exclusive to a group of flat earthers. That's true for many groups of people, not just a group of flat earthers. There's plenty of globe earth believers who don't believe in the moon landing, and that was one. That was me. I used to be one of those people.
Globe.
But I don't think, dude, I was saying there's no land in the sky. So when you look up and you see the moon or planets or whatever, that's not dirt. That's not land. That's not a place you can go to or land on. Just like you can't land on a rainbow. You're not going to land on a sun or the moon or a planet. It's not dirt, land, or rock for you to land on. So you don't have to worry about that.
How do you know it's not land?
Why would you think it is, dude? The ground, the dirt, the land that's below you. You're on it. Okay, you look up in the sky. That's not dirt and land and rocks up there. Like, just look at it. It's like light twinkling.
Just look at it. I can see like the divots in the
Okay,
thing.
let me ask you this: what is a new moon? What is a new moon?
I don't know.
You don't know? What is a full moon?
When the moon is like a circle.
So what's the opposite? The opposite of that would be the new moon, when you can't see it.
Oh. Okay.
So what's that all about?
New moon.
Yeah, what's that all about?
That's about the shadow.
No, it's a shadow.
Moon.
So from what, the Earth?
Yeah.
No, that's called an eclipse.
Is it from there? I don't know.
Yeah, I know you don't know. You don't even think about it. You just on default, automatically, you just believe that that's a rock in the sky. But you don't even think about what a new moon is, or even an eclipse. Like that. That's, to me, that's fascinating. And I surely don't think. Listen to this. What you think is that the ground below you is casting a shadow in the sky above you. That's crazy. That's crazy. The ground below you is blocking your vision of something in the sky. That doesn't make any sense. Right? There's no reason to believe that. Wait, you think that's below you?
Shining
from below you. How? The sun is above you also in the sky. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, honestly, the globe is really weird.
His brain's gonna blow up.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, to believe in the globe, you have to think that when you look out, the ground below you, the sky's above you. You have to think that there's also more sky below you, and that the sun can go down there, and more stars and stuff like that. Like, all of that is above you always. The ground's below you for all of us. If I point down and you point down, it's the same direction. But on the globe, we're all pointing in like different directions. When we both point down. So it just makes more sense. Flat Earth just makes way more sense.
Well, yeah,
logically consistent. The globe is illogical.
But what? I want to hear the but. Go on.
The but was just because it might seem the most simplistic answer doesn't mean it is.
No, but answer. It's not just more. It's not just more simple. It's just like your idea is crazy. The idea of a globe is crazy. You're a speck of dust on this giant, like on this ball floating through this giant void of nothingness, and there's black holes and crazy. Like, I used to believe that, but now that's stupid. Outer space is easily debunkable too. Go ahead.
If you think about it, right? Because at first, right, it's not going to make sense, is it? Because I'm on a ball. Hang on, wait, what? My experience tells me that objects placed on the side of things tend to fall off, right? So then they go, oh, well, that's explained because we've got this thing called gravity. Okay. Oh, okay. Now it makes sense. But intuitively, instinctively, at first glance, it doesn't make sense. You need additives to that, don't you? I don't need to add anything. I just accept my experience as it is. I don't need to add any magic to it to make it work.
Well, why do you fall back when you jump then, if gravity is...
Oh my gosh, here we go.
I'm just trying to learn, bro. Come on, man.
Listen. I have a simple explanation for that, but T-Dub or somebody wants to go.
Sorry, I just wanted to say I don't need an explanation. You do, because you think you live on the side of the...
Look, bro. Dude, you have two ideas that you don't need. I can take away these two ideas, right? One, you think that when you jump, you should be able to keep going up. Well, newsflash, that's called flying. You can't do that. You don't have those abilities. Okay, so number two, the second idea is that you think that something is preventing you from this ability where you can just like jump and keep going up. You don't need either of those ideas. You can't fly, so when you jump, it's just jumping. It's not flying. You come back down. Things are at rest on the ground. Right? So when you pick something up off the ground and drop it, it goes back to equilibrium. You're not being pulled down to the ground. And it's not like you turn this pull off and just start floating up. Like those are ideas you've seen on the TV. There's no need for you to believe that in reality, that you should be floating and then something's stopping you. Just take away both of those ideas and you're on the ground. Where else would you be?
Exactly. I mean, like, it seems like physics, right? Each reaction has an equal and opposite reaction. And, something doesn't move unless it's acted upon. And so if you jump up using force, right, you're going to keep going.
No, you're not going to keep going. You're not Superman.
You
dude.
keep going. Yeah.
That's called flying, dude. When you jump and keep going up.
No, I'm not talking
that's
about flying, bro.
Dude, I've been trying to fly ever since I saw Dragon Ball Z, bro. Like, you can't fly, dude. I'm sorry. I can't just hate to break it to you.
You're not aerodynamic. You weren't born that way, unfortunately.
Nothing can do that. When you're like, well, why when I throw a ball, why doesn't it just keep going forever? It's like, well, you're not Tom Brady with like a super awesome arm. Like, it just doesn't work like that. Things want to be at rest on the ground, and when you remove it from that equilibrium, it's just going to return back there. So, you're not being tugged down right now to the ground. There's no reason to think that. You only think that because you saw astronauts on the TV floating around. You're like, oh, well, I should be doing that too. Like, there's no reason for you to think that whatsoever. It's not real.
Higher. Oh,
Super Mario over a building, like, dude, no.
Well, and let me ask you, right? Does things falling down explain that the Earth is a ball, or does the Earth being a ball explain why things fall down?
I don't think either of them correlate.
Say again?
I don't think either of them correlate. I just think gravity could be on a flat Earth, right? But it would diverge the farther you go out, right? Like it would keep pulling back.
It would crush you all. Like, no, we've seen that video before. It's like it'll get stronger towards the edges. Like,
the Vsauce video.
Global explanation. Right? You're trying to insert the global explanation onto the flat Earth. Why?
Yeah, they don't go together, bro.
Because Creation Bear's explanation was things just want to rest on the ground and the equilibrium can't be disrupted. Like, that's not very scientific, guys. But,
I think that's the most scientific version of what's happening. So things are at rest when they're on the floor. If you lift that out of rest, you're now holding it in potential energy. Why? Because you've taken it out of equilibrium. Why? Because of density. So that was the most scientific explanation of gravity. CB, don't listen to these idiots.
I put some of my memes in the chat, by the way, if you want to check those out.
Okay,
those are CB originals.
Why do
right
Globers come in here and throw their weight around like they know something? I find it offending. Like, it's just ridiculous.
Sorry, man. We've been here. We've done this. It's not new. Not new.
To be fair, I've admitted ignorance like 10 times. I'm not gonna lie.
Besides, the type of gravity that you were describing hasn't been accepted by theoretical physicists for over 108 years. It's out of date. They don't think that's how it works anymore. Mass attracting mass, all being pulled to the center just by the mere existence of matter. Clump of matter. Doesn't work like that.
Well, Could you tell me more about, like, what do you mean by equilibrium? Equilibrium, what does that mean?
Shit, I mean, dude, that's above my pay grade.
Yeah, because that's a big word, you know. Like, I could break it down, like equal. I get that. Equilibrium, I don't know what that means.
What we're trying to explain to you is that there is no need for gravity when you explain why things go down. It's all about density. And if you take something out of its rest state, which will be where it belongs in that density, then what you're doing is you're holding it out of rest or equilibrium. So now, when you hold your phone in the air, your phone is holding potential energy caused by you lifting it out of equilibrium. Once you release that phone, it will now return to its density, its equilibrium, which is, because it's more dense than the air around it, it will go down until it hits the ground.
Okay. That makes sense.
There's no gravity needed to explain why things go up and down. We know how things go up and down, and we can explain it completely and clearly without gravity. Why? Because gravity is just a buzzword for weight. Gravity is not a force, so you don't need gravity to explain it. It's just a word for the fact that things go down. Gravitas being the origin word of gravity, which means weight or seriousness of an object or thing. So you misunderstood gravity. You probably think it's a force, but it's not. It's just a descriptive word for the fact that things, for weight.
I mean, I've like seen gravity. You know, like those videos where someone's spinning like a ball around, and then they spin like another thing around it, and then it gets pulled towards the center.
What, on like a trampoline thing, like that video?
No, I've seen that one too. I don't really get that one. I mean, I kind of get that one, but
so you didn't see gravity. You saw some balls on a trampoline. Go ahead, CB.
No, I mean, talking about that.
I mean, where did you see this? I mean, ball where? Video? Like a simulation? Oh. Wait, pause.
I couldn't find it.
I mean, you don't see it in reality. You don't see it in nature. That's kind of I feel like that's where the rubber would meet the road, you know?
But yeah, why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Of course, yeah, exactly.
No, that's a funny one. Why would they lie, man? Why would they lie?
It got so bad we literally had to make a rap song with like 4 different rappers going in on it. Like, dude. Yeah, jeez. I think we all have our own answers now. I mean, I've come up with my own, but I don't
hear it.
It involves my little brother. We're like pretty far apart in age, and when I was young, this was back when like PlayStation, like 2, Xbox 360, like games weren't out like in multiplayer. Like you couldn't play multiplayer online. Call of Duty, it was like single player online back in the day. So I was like locked in, bro. Like I wanted to play that all the time, and like the little brother would pop in, like, oh, let me get around, or you know, whatever. So I'd like grab another controller and like act like I plugged it in, plop him down in front of me, and hand him the controller and be like, all right, bud, you are up. I'd sit behind him and I would game because he was too young to understand what really was going on. So like, why would I lie? Well, I wanted to be in control, and I wanted to, you know, he was willing to think he was in control. It was a win-win. So why would I not do that? And so I think in the same way they can do this to the population. And if the population is happy with it, it's a win-win for both them and population. So that's kind of the way I see it. Why would they lie? Because you're willing to listen to the lie.
But what control do they get by like changing? Like I could see like you're a creationist. I think I'm a creationist. I get how you could say, well, if they formulate this completely natural, genesis, right? This completely, let's just say, non-theistic genesis, then we use the globe and the evolutions, and then they stop following God, and then we can control them more. I can understand that. Is that kind of where you're going with this?
I mean, I see where you're coming from for sure. I mean, it can go in a lot of different ways. I wish we could talk more deeply about the situation that happened 5 years ago, but we're not supposed to talk about it on YouTube. But I think that was a good example of how much control they had. They say jump, and people ask how high. And I think there were people like flat earthers who can kind of not necessarily go with whatever the TV or the textbook says and actually go into stuff with a fine-tooth comb to find out whether it's true or not. And I think that's what we did with the earth, and we've kind of come to a good place now. We've got pretty much got the argument down pat, I'd say. So
What do you mean? This you can't talk about an example 5 years ago. What can't you talk about?
Well, 2020, people were staying at home. They couldn't go out. Couldn't go to the grocery store for toilet paper, if you remember that whole situation.
Yeah.
And we're not supposed to talk about that whole thing, though, too much on YouTube, at least. I wish we could, because I think you can make a lot of good examples based off of why would they lie and how willing people were to go along with it, type of thing. So there's a lot of different themes you can riff off of that, but we're not. Yeah, like I said, we're not supposed to go too in depth on that whole situation.
I get it. They're gonna demonetize you. I get it.
So, but yeah, we just don't want to get anything shut down. But yeah, man. So I think there are some similarities there in terms of. I don't know what the percentage is on like how many people went with it versus didn't, and then I don't even know what the percentage is for how many people think it's a globe versus not as well. I'm sure that number has shifted quite a bit recently.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What did you first get into the topic? How many was it? Like a couple weeks ago, a couple months, couple years? How long you been getting involved in the back and forth between the flat Earth stuff?
Probably like a year ago.
Okay.
Like, this is probably the first channel I joined when I joined this server. I was like, "What? Flat Earth? There's no way!" I was like, "I want to talk to them." A lot of the same guys, like Jedi and
shout out Jedi.
Yeah, a lot of those nice guys. You guys are like probably the most patient group, except for this British guy, but very patient, understanding people in here. So that's why.
What would you say is like the most confusing part about flat Earth? Something you don't understand at all.
Probably the NASA stuff, man. Because like, I love America, and I take pride, being the only country to ever make it to the moon. And then you guys are saying, "No, we didn't make it to the moon. We lied." It's like, that's sad, man. Like you're denying the kids their dreams right now.
Santa Claus, go bye-bye. Oh,
that's not the same thing.
It is the same thing, unfortunately. I mean, there's no better way to look at it, in my opinion. They sold you a dream, bro. They sold you a dream, and you bought it.
Okay, what's your hang up on the moon landing? Is it because you said you don't think the moon is land? Which, like, I don't know how you know that.
Well, how would you know it is? I don't even doesn't even seem like it, especially with eclipses and the new moon, like things like that. I'm like, yeah, that thing's weird. It does weird stuff. It certainly doesn't even. They say it's like
It does do
the
weird stuff.
sunlight causes its light. It seems like its own light too. And then the phases are weird. Like I don't know. It's a very weird. If you actually just go out and look at it from time to time, it does weird stuff. So I don't know. And then it does appear to have like the crevices or whatever you call them. So I don't know. It is a strange thing, indeed. But the sun is weird too, and so are stars. But I don't think.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. But it's even more difficult for them when their own side is saying things like, so their own new technology that they all are praising and saying is wonderful. AI, right? Endless posted this response from Google AI. Yes, mean sea level is considered a horizontal plane representing the average level of the ocean surface over a long period, used as a reference point for measuring elevation above or below the sea surface. Essentially, it's a flat imaginary plane that cuts through the ocean at its average height between high and low tides. Key points about mean sea level. Definition. It's calculated by averaging hourly tide gauge readings taken over a long period of time, usually several years. Reference point. Used as a standard for determining elevation on land and in the atmosphere. Horizontal plane. Although the Earth is not perfectly spherical, mean sea level is conceptualized as a flat horizontal plane for the purpose of measurement.
That was beautiful. Absolutely lovely. I mean, what do we take from that? In conclusion, I mean, how the hell can you argue with that? Just think about that.
Yep, that's the way they're measuring all their elevation changes from the shoreline in towards inland, you know.
And that's where you get the opinion or the statement that all data is flat Earth data. Are you forgetting, Globers? Every measurement, every angle from a flat plane. How do we, the only way you can get around that is with the almighty big R, relativity. Better get your prayer mats out.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that's where your what do they call it? The deflection of plumb lines comes in and all that sort of weird stuff, right?
Oh God, diverging plumb lines. Yeah, right. I would like to say that all plumb lines are parallel. Prove me wrong. And if you don't want to hear it from me, I'll get the mock on you.
Get him the mock.
I love it how everybody's got a specialist topic, and you could direct people for each topic to that person. Awesome, gang.
It was funny. Was it yesterday? Today? Earlier today? Elijah was showing the and explaining how he uses National Geographic's flag demonstration, right, out on the water as a black swan, right? And he's saying, and look, here's a side view, and Demok's ears pricked up, and he's like, side view? He goes, that's my jam right there, right? It was funny.
Yeah, if you ask him, I'm sure he'd say he created the term side view.
Right, he may as well have.
Look, maybe somebody else said it in the past, but since I've been in 24/7, I heard the Mock was the first one that say something like that about the side view. So, just to be fair on that part.
Hey, this is a good question. What would you say is your strongest flat Earth subject, everybody? Which subject do you have the most arguments and the most in-depth knowledge on? Kembo, you start.
I would say, water and curvature. There's no curvature. No matter, how hard we look, there's no curvature. I would say that would be one of my strongest. Yeah.
Yeah, foundational. Yeah.
I'm gonna jump in and say mine. Level, baby, let's go.
100% agree with that, yeah. Building, anything to do with building? Gillian. What about you, T-Dub? What's your favourite flat Earth subject?
Horizontal, because I seem to be one of the few that talk about how horizontal, which is level, of course, but how and AI Overlord touches on it too a lot, but I like to point out how that if you're going to say that a tangent plane is horizontal, then it's a totally different meaning in what they want to call spherical geometry than it is how we're utilizing it in the real world, which would be where all points along that horizontal will be perpendicular to vertical. And that's the way you're going to treat it, and that's what horizontal is, right? And that's the fundamental aspect of horizontal that we learn early on in math, And on their ball, that it isn't that, because it only they say it's only horizontal at one point, which would be the tangent point. Anywhere extending out along that plane, you drop a plumb bob, and they'll say that it's no longer perpendicular to that plane. So by definition, it's not horizontal. Like that's my strongest point, but that's not how we treat horizontal in the real world. Like as has been pointed out by their own AI programs.
Yeah, that is level, Globers. That is level.
Which is perpendicular to plumb. Well done, T.
I like this. Who else? Anybody else got a favourite subject?
Come on, Roots. What's yours, brother?
I'm probably not the strongest on it, but my favourite subject is the horizon. What is the horizon? That's where I get most satisfaction defining what it is. And
Hey, man,
getting
you
the,
can't. I'll just say
getting the
real quick.
Bravest to claim a geometric horizon. I like that.
Exactly. Can't escape can't find the geometric horizon, though we cannot escape the horizon as we perceive it.
You know, 24/7, man, we got some specialists, right? Like a lot of OGs, they really good at almost anything. Like Jedi, the gas pressure, man. Every time he talks about it, I just sit here and listen. Every time he talks about it, it seems like he got a way to explain it, like nice and clear, But to Globies, it seems like they having a hard time understanding it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And you're right. When he gets a chance to, to elaborate more in depth on it, it's like his tongue is dancing with the topic in perfect harmony.
Yeah, agreed, brother. And even and also Amish. Amish has the sky on lock. We've got, as I say, experts who specialize in different sectors or sects of this entire thing. Sorry, brother. Go ahead.
No, you're not wrong. Like he's so articulate. Yeah, and
he's a beast.
Yeah, sky on lock.
Confident,
Like that.
knowledgeable. Yeah.
I think Amish got this. It was this guy came in. He claimed to be a scientist. He got a science degree, whatever. Right. Well, Amish got him to say that. Well, Amish asked him a question: "Can you sign a strip club?" And the dude was like, "Yeah." Like he was trying to tell us that. You heard that, right? And I was like, "Oh my god, that's crazy." But that dude talked about like 4 or 5 hours, man. He didn't shut up. I think he talked to like at least a few of us, Jedi, Amish. I'm pretty sure a couple other guys too. And it didn't go anywhere. It didn't go anywhere at all. I don't know why.
No. Right, and he has sympathy for us. He's a flat Earth sympathizer.
What happened with Callie just a bit ago?
Sorry, what? What happened?
I just said that Callie got banned a little bit ago.
Callie, I don't know. I didn't see that. I don't know.
Yeah, reasons in the mod chat.
Missed it.
Right, he's sitting here. He's sitting here with a name called Fake Flurf, right, in our panel.
Yeah.
Right? He brings nothing to the conversation. He's a troll. All he does is sit here and try to derail conversations.
Yeah, sorry, DJ, I missed it. I should have saw it. I clicked on the wrong spot. Okay, I didn't mean to.
Yeah, no worries.
I was just going. I just saw that the list was really long, and I wasn't sure if it was supposed to be a DC or something. But I should have taken just one more second to look at the log.
Yeah, no worries, Chris.
My
Cheers.
bad.
Yeah, that guy. I think his other account name is Jesse. He pretended to be a flat earther. He was trying to pretend.
He's got a couple different accounts, and he'll rotate them in here.
Yeah, I mean, like we dealt with him in the PNR too. Someday he just come in, he spiral, and just basically cuss us out for no reason. Call us a bunch of names, and then he got muted, and then he tried to DM some of us. Yep.
Typical Globers.
Yep. Hey, guys. I mean, if anything, I think the PNR's it been kind of quiet, due to the whatever issue there. But if you guys want, right, maybe after I get off work today, I'm probably gonna try to sit in there, maybe trying to get the room started again. You know, I'm gonna try to sit in there for the next few days, see what happens.
Yeah, it's a good idea if we want to keep it. Do need to get it going once or twice this week.
Yeah, definite.
What do they say? Use it or lose it, right? Hey, Crit DJ, what's your favorite flat Earth topic?
Nothing new under the sun. Just the obsessive, compulsive, fanboy ism freak out that globalists do every day. Day in, day out, nothing changes. They don't understand flat Earth. They also disagree with something they don't understand, highlighting the complete weaponization of pure ignorance against a topic they can't even define what it is. And then tomorrow, then today, they'll say they won the debate. They debunked flat Earth. And they'll come back tomorrow, do exactly the same thing. Every day in, day out, for years. Many of them for years, almost a decade now. And nothing changes that. A new rocket, some space news, it doesn't matter. They're from the first day they heard flat Earth, they pictured a disk in space, they triggered, and they're on the same triggering ever since.
Almost sounds like hypnosis.
It's like it's impossible to even get them back to their globe. You're like, hey, how about this rocket launch? How about this new... I mean, that's why I think the Science and Space News, the newsletter is so powerful. Because this should give them something other than flat Earth to contemplate. Or, at least if it's just infotainment, clickbait, I mean, click on it and read it and get a good chuckle. Because the two claims is like, oh, flat Earth is entertainment. Okay, haven't you seen this episode already? All right, the same exact episode that you saw before? So don't you want to see something new, some new type of entertainment? Doesn't the globe offer you endless entertainment already? Like you got Star-Lord, Star whatever, like how many Starship Captains of the Future tomorrow do you have to watch before you're like, oh, yeah. To paraphrase it, my favorite topic is almost to find out why the globalists can't use their own model to explain any level of disagreement. How do they deny their own model, then ask me why I don't accept it? You first. You accept it. Carl Sagan broke it down perfect with a poetic string of words.
Which was?
Oh, that viewing the Earth from space is a humbling and character-building experience. There's perhaps no better demonstration of the folly of human deceits than viewing our Earth from... I'm not getting every word right. But viewing our Earth from space. It demonstrates we should be more passionate and kind to one another because this is the only world you got. You're not going anywhere. It's one world and you're all interconnected. Carl Sagan leveled up the concept of the Bible. You'll treat your neighbor like you want to be treated. And he basically said, using heliocentric, you get to treat how you treat your neighbor is exactly how you're treating yourself. And that's why he's really pissed at atheists from the 1960s and 70s and called atheism the definition of stupid. So my take is my favorite topic is why. Why are they like this? What happened to them? What pipelines, what logical fallacies did they walk themselves into where they've got endless perpetual change, second by second, endless things where anything is possible. Virtually, their imagination is the only limit of what is possible, not possible. and they walk themselves into a contradiction where they can't imagine, they can't think, they can't dream, they can't even find a framework to even get there.
They're essentially a paper bag in the wind of so-called science. Wherever the wind blows, they go.
What they did was they invented an even more sad, ugly, and small world than anything I'm presenting. They're like, literally, hold my beer. I'm like, dude, the flat Earth is a sad, tribalistic world where no one's ever going to get along. It's just a petri dish where the nasty keeps growing and growing to the extinction level event. And they're like, oh, okay, well, the globe's better. You're like, why? Because we'll kill ourselves even faster on this thing. You're like, no, you misunderstood me. You know? It's quite the opposite. You're supposed to present some kind of like hope and change, like Star Trek. That's why people love Star Trek. It's a futuristic franchise where it's not a despotic nightmare. It's the only one that offers some kind of hope for humanity. That's what you should be doing. You should be advocating for that, not like exterminate or we are the Borg. Like, your idea wasn't to take Star Trek and pick the biggest adversaries in the TV show and try to level that up. You're supposed to say, live long and prosper.
It's insane. Clown world, right? The literal definition of clown world.
Yeah, and it's and then what to do too. This is the second part I want to talk about. They want to blame flat earthers for that. They act that way. They're why they're science denial too. They'll say the reason why they're so nasty, toxic, and everything is because of flat earthers. You're like, well, how do you explain that? You started off day one like this. And even if it's true, say it is flat earthers' fault, how are you an NPC in your own story? You're player one in your own story, and you can't even control yourself. You're not even the causal agent of you, inside you. So there's your science. So they're a model denialist, they're a science denialist. And why? What happened? Tell your story. How did you end up like this? And it turned out a lot of them, they don't really know. They're really kind of like vaguely conscious of anything they do or say. It's just one stimulus triggering into stimulus triggering because they're on a high caloric, low nutrient diet. Their body is moving around because they have enough calories. They chug that Mountain Dew or Gamer Fuel or whatever. So there's enough calories in their body to move it through space, but not enough nutrients for the brain to work.
I think you hit the nail on the head. It's the nutrition, it's the food, it's the entertainment, it's everything. It's literally an inverted world. You're touching on something deep there, Crit.
And then you try to talk to him about this, like why? Let's go through it. And they just give you the fluoride stare. They don't even know what you're talking about. And they're like, so wait, are you telling me the earth is flat? You're like, wow, really?
Yeah, it's really unbelievable the way you paint it. You know how that is the majority, that is the norm, and we are the the minority. And you think how dumb the average person is. They've got the numbers. Half of them are dumber than that. That's what we're dealing with. Retarded population.
Yeah, it's like another thing too. Like they'll be like, "Oh, the minority group is always wrong." You're like, "Okay, so is there anything you're in the minority with?" And they're like, "No, they're always in the majority." So popularity contest. And they're like, "Yeah." and no at the same time. You're like, huh. Because you ask them, like, so atheism is the majority. They're like, yeah. So everybody's just lying about the God. And they're like, yeah. Like, they're all in on it. And they're like, yeah. Like, NASA, the Catholic Church, all the religions, they're all in on it. This is a grand conspiracy. Like, all these religious leaders, all these, like, bishops, cardinals, George Lamontre, all the astronauts, like, the full U.S. government, executive branch, in God we trust is their motto. All of them, they're all in on this conspiracy theory to push some sort of supernatural being responsible for creation. The only one who figured it out. And they're like, yeah. And then they'll tell you, so why is Flat Earth dumb then? I thought you said minority conspiracy theories are dumb. And the Earth not flat. Okay, thank you for that. That was very helpful.
I mean, they're literally answering their own question when they say, how is this great conspiracy? How is it possible? They just have us operating at such a low level that we don't care about evidence. We don't read the books. We don't know the knowledge. So we are at the whim of whatever they say. If the stars say it's a ball, then it's a ball, dummy.
Well, they'll tell you they're globalists because flat earthers can't explain the sky. I'm like, okay, so are you? Can you explain the sky? Oh, they'll be like, oh, fuck no. I'm like, so you're a flat earther? Well, no. But yes, but no, but yes, but no. Okay, which one, dude? If a flat earther is defined as somebody who can't explain the sky, and you, in your worldview, can't explain the sky, are you a flat earther or not? Yes and no. So you've got a contradiction there. You set up a definition, a direct definition of this is this, and it's also not that at exactly the same time.
That's brilliant, Crit. That's I'm just saying.
It's always.
It's crazy.
It's all that. He could go on for fucking days.
They'd be like, yeah, flat earthers are uneducated people. You're like, are you educated? Yes and no. You're a flat earther. So we all got exactly the same, I mean, that's why I don't like talking about education. Just be like, I got the same federal education you got. So am I educated and you're not? Yes and no. Okay, the government is super positioned to explore space for the betterment of humanity so you don't have to, and they completely fail at education. Yes and no. It's like trying to cut through the layers and layers of bullshit to even figure out what they're trying to say. It's legion. And it takes so much time and energy, and it's almost worthless because they just reset tomorrow. Everything goes in one year and out the other. You're going to have to fix the underlying problem, which my take is their diet. They don't have the appropriate, their brains aren't firing on all 8 cylinders. It's kind of like, it's a little out there because we try to stay with objective reality, and not people. But I'm just like, sometimes you just gotta look like, why are you so dumb?
They don't understand anything, and then they wonder why they've been convinced of a ball. They don't understand how elevation works around the ball versus flat, like nothing. And every time you explain something about flat, they're like, well, yeah, that's the attributes of a ball. That's the way it has to be on the ball. And I'm like, what the fuck? That's the opposite. Everything you're saying is the opposite.
That's that relativity again.
Yeah, they were telling me yesterday, I don't know who it was, they were saying that elevation can be derived or experienced from any focal point, going any direction, any way you want. I said, no, it's just not true. You have to have an up and down for elevation, and then the left, right, front, and back would be directional, not elevational from that standpoint. Like a flat piece of paper, if you and I stood on the piece of paper and walked anywhere we wanted, we're still on a flat thing. We walk forward, back, left, right. We didn't change in elevation. As soon as we leave that paper up or down through that paper, then we change in elevation. Only then. Not just distance and elevation, both. Distance and elevation from a ball are supposed to be the same thing no matter where you leave this thing. In all directions, all calls out, like up and down on a ball, is the distance and elevation increasing. You know, because they say the airplane is up at 35, it goes up to 35,000 feet, and then it drops down to 35,000 feet. From 35,000 feet. How does that happen? How do you physically have a 35,000 foot marker under 35,000 foot? Where's that at? Where can you draw that on the wall?
Science.
No. But I'm saying, where can we put the physical marker on the wall? They're going to say stuff, but they haven't got the physical marker to prove 35. They can't even physically show you it. But they claim they're doing it.
Bro, I don't need any of that. I got science.
Yeah, I don't know. You ain't going to be able to science no balls.
Have you seen the pictures from space?
Pictures aren't science, my friend. Definitely
NASA
not.
disagrees.
NASA thinks that taking a picture is science.
Apparently.
NASA is science.
You'd fund that? I wouldn't stand by that. You know, like that new song, I stand on that. I don't stand on that. I don't stand on. Now, I don't think NASA's ever done one bit of science in their life, ever. Not nobody at NASA. I don't think they even know what science is. NASA knows Hollywood, right? And the only people that are doing science are probably people that don't even know they're doing science, right? And the people that think they're doing science, they're not doing science. They're doing trial and error. Trial, just like an engineer. An engineer, trial and error. Measure this, do this, weigh this. Oh, you got the wrong calculation or wrong amount or wrong advantage. Just do it over.
Which is fine until they claim it's science. Then by definition, it's called pseudoscience. So they stand on the shoulders of pseudoscience. Fact.
They stand on the cankles of midgets.
It's a pseudo piggyback.
Well, they say they have a model. Do you know a model's supposed to be testable? Supposed to go in the lab. We're supposed to be able to go in the lab and turn the light switch on and hit the switch on the little whatever, and then a ball's supposed to start spinning with a sun and a moon.
Yeah, it should be on PlayStation, available on VR by now, right?
Yeah. The cosmic lineup of all the planets at the same time. The same way.
With all the data, all the numbers. But it's not. But they don't have that.
Like I said, they can't even make a video game about a globe Earth to where you drop from 35,000 feet to 35,000 feet. It doesn't. You can't even simulate that shit. The attribute of a spherical world is not simulated on a game because you will see. They don't know how to put it on there without making you see it's a ball. And their claim about Earth is so big, it's a ball, but it's horizontal. So on this game, it's got to be so big, meaning everything. Then it's got to be horizontal everywhere. Then if you zoom up or change, like at a certain point, the reference just changes. It's not like you're just seeing live, blah, blah. Yeah. So at some elevation, they would just have to like go boom, and like some shift control would have to make it like ball under you. As soon as you hit a certain, set distance on the game. Hard to get them to understand that a V touching any sphere or a square, the two lines, no matter how you make the V or the square, they increase away from that ball in elevation and distance the same way. Any line you take from the surface of a ball in any direction, be it down, diagonal, up, over, right, horizontal, it's supposed to increase in elevation. But they don't. So in reality, if you can't increase in elevation every inch horizontally, you're not on the ball.
Right, yeah, and seeing how they can't even begin to establish, like to show us the actual tangent point. Where is your plane? Point to the part where the plane is touching your ball. Right? They can't. Yet they want to be able to use it as if it's doing that way out in the distance, like using line of sight.
The horizon is horizontal, but somewhere it's curved. The only part I want to see is where it drops from that beautiful horizontal to the curve. That's got to be a crazy sight, right? To see it the way it's supposed to be versus supposedly the horizontal that it is. Oh, well, it's so big you're going to see it horizontal as a ball. No, that's not the case. If somewhere you don't see it like that, it's not the case at all. If somewhere they say, I see the curve work, then it's not so big in horizontal football, basketball, cornbread flat piece. Like, I don't even know where to go with that. So do you see the attribute of a ball? Or is it flat everywhere because it's so big? You can't have both. These dudes have more than both. They have their cake, they eat it too, and they get silverware. And they get free silverware.
Free silverware? That's a pretty good deal.
They say, I want my cake and eat. Yeah.
You get that with your timeshares, don't you?
Yeah, so I want my cake and eat it too. Well, here's your milk, and here's your cookies, and here's some silverware, sir.
Bonus gift.
Are you a Glober? Yeah. Okay, we got dessert coming later, after you've had dessert. Do you want that dessert with 1 S or 2? The Glober. 1 S, please. You're so stupid. That's how the teacher told me to spell dessert when I was little. She's like, 1 S is for the desert you don't want 2 of. Out in the desert. And she's like, 2 S's is for the desert, the dessert that's so sweet. I said, okay. So I want 2 S's in my dessert, and I only want 1 S in the desert. Okay.
So right quick, mental exercise. What do you guys think the horizon line would look like if in fact we were dealing with a ball?
A ball?
What would you see off in your horizon line?
You'd see Mario World. They've got it. They've got Kerbal. They've got Mario World.
You gonna let me? Can I finish setting up my mental exercise before you start talking?
Well, they have the game already.
All right, you go ahead, Tamak.
Well, they have it already. You're asking what if it already exists. Not that hard to comprehend, is it?
No,
So
it actually.
which game is this? Mario Galaxy.
Yeah. Yeah, they do put balls on games. You see it as a ball. We just went over this. That's the problem. You can't see it as a flat plane ever going extending out forever, ever. That can't be a ball.
Nah, but see, that's my question: is what would the built form look like if we were actually dealing with a spheroid of a ball? Right? What would you look off in the horizon and see? Would you see converging, diverging building lines as they vanish off in the distance? What would you see?
You'd see wonky ass shit. You'd see buildings going away from each other, like as you see in your perspective, like up close, they'd be converged to you, like the streets, and then they'd have to deconverge. They'd have to bend they'd have to bend and warp on the left side, the right side, the front and back. Everything about every attribute would have to rainbow itself out. As you're up, you'd see the rainbow up and over like you're on top of the rainbow looking at it down like the arc. And then you look to the left, you see the arc this way. You look to the right, you see, and then in front of you, the ground from left to right is supposed to arc as down in front of you. So it's like a narrowing of like a bird beak, but with the sphere. It would have to narrow itself, to a focal point of the curved edge. And then you would see the curve. It would be wonky as fuck.
I also think if you got up high enough, you would be able to see diverging plumb lines in reality. So you would see a difference in angle from buildings in the distance. So your depth perception would be slanting as you increase your view.
Yeah, like the Soundly Bridge. Okay, half of it's a blurred image, right, obscured, and then it looks like the blurred, watercolored, like you spilled water on a picture, and it's faded out to a curve down the way. But in the background, if you zoom in and you look at it, there's a thing in the background that's taller than Soundly's Bridge. It's sitting up perfectly vertical. There is no tilt. Now, Soundly's Bridge is tilt until tomorrow, like a rainbow. And then right off in the distance, you have a pole that you can see that's straight up and down. That disproves the whole Soundly video. In the own video, it is in the own thing, in its own thing. See, if you have a bridge, it's supposed to be curving from you to me, and I see the bridge curving in my picture. The thing that's way beyond the bridge, standing up like a pillar, that should be tilted away from me. It shouldn't be perfectly to where I could see it eye to eye if there was a face on it. It should be tilted to where the eyeballs are away a little bit, not looking directly at me. But in the Soundly video or image, picture, whatever you want to say, it shows the little things, pylons going down, and then it shows a thing in the background that's bigger than them, almost like a windmill or something. It's like a big white thing, and you can barely see it, but it's set up straight. But that's what you'd have to see. You'd have to see the beach ball lines. You know how they go? They start at one focal point, like it's the North Pole, and they go out and away and get wider and then converge. That's what you'd have to see for streets and shit. Like some type of format would have to fit that. Buildings or something. Like one focal point you'd have to see like a road or something go from a focal point on the ball and then go out and then go away, spread, and then go back to a focal point.
Yep. Same with the clouds. Everything in the sky would be warping down into a convergence point below your feet. Eventually, be crazy.
It'd be almost like falling down a sinkhole, but it wouldn't be the same vision as the water. You know how the water like shrinks to a focal point and then goes down the hole and spins? It would look like you're getting ready to go down that whirlpool shrink hole right there, the edge of it. That's kind of how your vision would come up. Like you're getting ready to fall down that in that whirlpool because you're on the edge of like the thing going down to it, but not actually getting to it. Just that experience. That'd be crazy to see an edge of water in front of you, and that's really the edge of the existence. It's not a waterfall that goes down and gets caught and goes out more. Imagine that, a waterfall that didn't hit any dirt and water and just kept going around itself. Man.
It's absurd.
That's why I always tell them all they have to do for me to be a Glober is to go take the submarine and stick the needle out the front of the water. Stick your hand in a selfie stick out the front. Go dive underwater. Get you a 15-foot selfie stick, extend it out, pop it out the surface. Just have it horizontally stick out the water. If the water's curved, stick something out of it. If this water's curved, dive into it horizontally. Shoot something into the water hump. Shoot something out of it. Swim out of it. Dive out of it. And I never understood why no flat earther said, hey, why don't you just swim a cord under that boat? The boat that's going over the curve of water. And they say, I don't see that boat anymore. Half of it's gone. You can send your friend out there and dive underneath that boat. He's going to dive down, make a cord through the water underneath the boat, directly underneath the boat, 1 foot. So he's going to dive it in front of it about 15 foot at an angle, 33 degrees down, 45 degrees, doesn't matter to me. 33 will work. So then he goes in at 33 degrees, jumps in, and swims out to the surface. That's all I want to see. I want to see somebody shoot something that makes it pop out the surface. Drop a rock to the surface of the ocean. Just drop it on the bent part. Drop it on the curved water. You drop it on the curved water, it's going to drop down through the curved water and make a cord, and then come out the other side. It's not going to hit any dirt. There's no dirt to hit on a globe. There is no dirt under the curvy water. Dirt is not what you should hit at the bottom of water on a ball, unless you're going inward towards the center. No other direction should you drop and hit dirt. On a globe.
Don't get them started on mass attracts mass, Demarc. You might catch a fish.
Oh, mass catching mass.
Or Cavendish might show up.
Well, I might use my gravity fishing pole and catch me a globe fisher, right? With mass. I'm going to take my lead weight on my Cavendish fishing pole. I'm going to fling it out there and see what I get. Glober's going to bite, right? On the gravity fishing poles we have and the gravity magnets and the gravity crusher machines that crush all material because gravity. Where's that at? Don't you think we could use gravity at the local salvage yard where they smash all that stuff?
I think the scene's matured a bit, so as they used to bite for gravity or for curvature arguments, they don't bite for that anymore. They have an acquired taste. I think they bite for memes now. So memes represent junk food in society. So I think they're not biting. We need some memes.
I want to drop that microphone to the center of water. I want to drop it down to 35,000 feet. You wouldn't even have to drop it anywhere, just hold it in your hand. You just now dropped it down from 35,000 feet to 35,000 feet. And since when is recording an attribute an action or a reaction? Hey, you guys, we saw an action. Newton Little saw that the sky is falling, but it wasn't. And then they still came crawling back again to Einstein Little, my friend. Why? So if Newton Little's wrong, Chickenstein's going to be wrong too. So if Chicken Newton is wrong, Einstein Little is wrong. They've always been wrong. The sky is not falling, not because of relativity and not because of mass attracting fucking mass. And half of the dog shit they've written down as a law can't even be demonstrated as a law of anything. It can't even be, you can't even see the attribute of it. Like the conservation momentums and the law and the thing, like, no. Hell no. Hell no.
That's a lot of circular reasoning.
A ball time machine? Have you heard this one yet? Ever since I was a kid, they were like, well, this guy can leave Earth and be away from Earth a little bit and get older or younger. I said, well, you guys have just made a time machine. A spinning ball. He thought I was joking. I was like, no, the Earth is a time machine. All balls are time machines. We didn't know that? Nobody told us? Well, I'm telling you guys right now.
Don't know, you've lost me with this one.
No.
You're gonna have to explain that one.
No, on the ISS, one twin brother, the youngest one, now is older than the next when he comes back to Earth. Do you understand? This is This is real life.
I understand. Yeah, I understand
Kelly.
relativity again. Yeah.
Now, the ball is a time machine. Thank you, Einstein. Einstein made balls time machines. Newton made us all slower and dumb because he doesn't know what an action is. What causes action?
Wait, is the ball a time machine because time moves forward while you're on it?
Brother, time's not moving nowhere. Time doesn't go anywhere. Time's not doing shit. Time is not even a live thing that can go forward.
Yeah, time is a concept that people use to represent the passage of like.
So how can it move? How can a concept move?
But when we talk about time, we're talking about like the progression of like events. So like this happened, then this happened, then this happened, then this happened, then this happened, and we use shorthand to refer to that as time.
What's that got to do with the spinning ball in your room where the time is the same for both of them, no matter what you're talking about?
I mean, if you want to talk about something different, okay.
Yeah, time. It's not different than time, is it? Grab a spinning ball, the thing we were talking about, being a time machine that you don't comprehend, right? Spin it in your room, get a marble, get a beach ball, get another one. You show us the different time zones on each one with your globe math or somebody's globe something, because if you don't comprehend it, I can't help you. Balls are not time machines. Nothing on the outside of the ball's happening any different on the inside time or on the edge or from me to looking at it. The ball's in the same time as me. That's how I would record the attribute of any time that passed with the thing, and I would record it. That doesn't mean each ball.
Time. What does that mean? How do you pass time?
You don't.
Why'd you just say you
don't
do?
pass time? I'm saying you say it's an attribute of something to record a distance. That's it. It's not a real thing. It's not doing shit. You're doing it all. The human, the guy named Bob. Time has never done anything. Only Bob, in his imagination of what he says time is doing this stuff. Now do you understand? Time is not a sentient being. Quit saying it's doing stuff. If I write time on the board, my goofy ass did all that and wrote that and said that. I'm glad you got that now. So when you can get time and put it in a bottle, we'll take a look, I'll take a drink. Okay? You got 50 proof time? I'll take some. You got space in that bottle, I'll take a couple shots of that too.
Do you have love in that bottle? Do you have honor in that bottle?
No. Honor and love don't fit in the bottle of space-time. No room.
But they're real things, right?
No. Love and space-time are, and those are attributes of a human fucking thing, right? Real thing for who, what? Real what thing?
Real thing for humans.
Real idea?
Real for humans, yeah, real thing for humans.
Well, give me a cup of love.
So
fuck,
things
man?
that exist are only physical objects.
Things that humans make up that are mental constructs or something that they'd like to understand and develop a nature of, they put an attribute behind. Yeah, you dumb fuck. So if we need the necessity to count something, we come up with words: time, distance, space, elevation, attributes, amounts. That doesn't mean these things are all their own thing and they can live and do stuff. It means a guy's sitting there doing a lot of shit, a lot of talking, a lot of writing stuff that never existed in nature. Did any of man's words exist in nature? Did any of your laws exist written down somewhere on a tree?
Well, that's like a weird philosophy question.
No, it's not.
Does the perfect form of
Where do you find your laws out from? Who makes your law other than nature?
That's a weird question. Probably
no, it's not. Nature makes the laws.
Man makes the laws.
No, man does not make anything. Man makes lies. Every law that the man has made so far has not been a law.
Word, every sound that's uttering out of your mouth is a social
Every law a man made is not a law.
Is a social construct used to describe the natural world around them.
Social
There's no way to communicate. There's no way. There's nothing without the made up shit.
It's called schizophrenic people making stuff up. Join the club, weirdo. I know you'll have fun.
We're a part of it. We're all in it.
No, I'm not a part of it. I don't care about none of that. I don't believe in none of the laws. I don't believe hydrogen is what they say it is. I don't believe none of their dog shit. Because you got a bunch of fucking weirdos who are just selling you stories. And if you buy it or you bite, good. They get 1,000,000 years of fucking goodness and steaks every night. Wow. Cool for them. Because you bought a story. Go figure. I don't have to buy any of that shit. Ain't no law content, ain't no law, ain't no globe physics. Ain't none of that shit being demonstrated to no one. The speed of time, saying light's everything. Come on, man. Shut up with all that garbage. You really believe the fucking shit these dudes say in a science lab? They couldn't show you shit from Chinola? Do you?
Good points, bro. It is all a story. What do you think about that?
It's true. Life is a story. A series of stories, even.
Right. Well, don't try to catch me on weird shit because I use the word time in some weird way for the people who want to actually use it and say, well, time can be helpful. You know, the idea of saying, saying a concept that we make up for what we make up for, we make up when we make it up.
Yeah,
I know you have to understand this part, right? That's called not real. So without Bob, right? Without little Bobby, where's time? No fucking where.
Love may not exist.
No.
And I may not be able to give you a cup of love, but I think we all know what it is and can use that.
No, you don't.
Yeah,
No, you don't. If you can't go get me some or scrounge it up, if you don't have the ingredient of that thing, you don't know what it is. That's the problem with Globe. That's the problem with science. They don't have none of their ingredients.
I can still use it, can I?
Yeah, get a carbon cup of love. Is it made of carbon or light? Is it a nanoparticle or a matter or a mass? Get the fuck out of here with this shit, dude.
Yo.
I'm just saying there are things that exist that you cannot hold in your hand.
You're just saying, yeah, cool, Pope love. We know you love maker. Make more love. So hard. Use chocolate and vanilla.
Yo, Peter, have you already found the concave Earth?
Just because people say fucking words don't mean you're going to got me on any of that dumb shit. They're all made up fucking ideas. Love, hate, bitter. How do you know love and hate ain't the same exact thing? Fuck out of here.
I agree.
I have a question. I have a question. How do you have a horizon on a concave Earth? Please explain.
Yo, people, how are you doing? Are you ready for the AI vaccination from Trump?
He asked you a question. We're talking about artificial intelligence. And Vaseline. Nobody wants your Vaseline. Quit selling Vaseline. Nobody wants Trumped up. We're going to Trump you up. No. I get a lot of pushback with that, huh? These laws gotta be real. These man-made stupidities have to be something. Ooh. They gotta be alive. They gotta think too. What's time say when it talks to you, Cooper? What's bending and warping space say when it talks to you? What's bending? So if time and space are real, bending and warping gotta be their own things too, right? I warp you so much, I'll bend you so hard. It gotta be like love and hate, right? Bend and warp. Manipulate and mold to fashion. And every idea of everything they say is stupidly the opposite of itself. You're free falling to nowhere fast, but falling 9.8 meters a second a second. What's the rate of that? What is the actual distance of that? .8 meters squared from where to where? Horizontally, vertically, diagonally. What are they talking about? Towards what focal point? Where is the focal point that you can mark?
Center of ball.
Mark it.
Center of ball.
Mark it on the ground.
Space-time is flat.
Mark the focal point of the Earth on the ground and show us how your helicopter goes from that point and reacts to it. It's going to be real hard, Cooper nerd. Mark that gravity spot. Let's see what work it does. Right there where you marked it. Let's see it hold your plane there. Or make you do weird stuff. Mark that spot where gravity is supposed to pull every object down around the curve. And show us helium can't fly up. Or a helicopter can't hover. Can't leave the ground there. Because that's the part where the globe gets pulled down. So how could you leave that point when the airplane's pulled down at that point? How could your toy drone go up above the airplane that's being pulled down by gravity and still keep flying up? My airplane's only going to be about 10 foot, 20 foot high. I'm not doing no 35,000 foot shit. I'm doing a low flying airplane, and the curve of the Earth is going to grab that bad boy, and it's not going to be able to go horizontal. It's not. It's just not. And then we're going to let helium balloons and hot air balloons and airplanes and other things go past it, fly the other way, coming this way to it, and they're not getting pulled down. They're both not being pulled down like a vortex V, like in a whirlpool, getting smacked together, are they? How about you're coming this way and I'm going that way? What does gravity do for you and me? Pull us both down? Kamikaze? Make us follow the Earth curve? I don't think so, George. Cooper, come on, speak up. You and I, we're flying towards each other. When does gravity grab your plane and make it go down that way, and mine go down and make X's with each other's? We're going horizontally. Now gravity makes us form an X. Or an arc from each other. You understand what I'm saying? When does gravity grab us? When we're flying straight at each other and stop us from hitting?
Gravity wouldn't stop us from hitting.
Gravity is not going to grab you and make you go around the earth and miss the other person that's horizontally. Okay.
If you and I are walking on the terrain of the earth,
no, we're flying. I want to know when gravity grabs your plane. I don't want to know when your shoes get dirty. We're not walking nowhere. We're going to orbit Earth later on our shoes.
It's grabbing you right now. It's got you by the
orbit Earth. No, it doesn't. I can walk back and forth and fart. Ain't nothing got me. Stupid.
Nope, it's slowly tugging on your
testicles. It's got. Show me what it's got that ain't moving. Show me what it made stop moving. Show me where gravity grabbed something or did something, dude. Or shut up. I want to see it live. I want to see gravity act on something. You don't have that handy? So we can watch microscopic tweezers in a lab, but we can't see gravity act on anything microscopically or big. Your ball's not going to drop and just get pulled to the fucking mountain, is it? Go drop a ball out of an airplane, a lead weight. See if it just goes arced back to the mountain that's about 10, 20 foot behind you and just sticks to it. Let's see it. Let's see gravity do some work, brother, ever. Any way you can do it. Any way you can drop something or throw it horizontally and watch gravity grab that.
I think whenever I drop something out of a plane, I'm going to see that thing drop towards center of the ball.
No. No, that's not true. No, I have 100 cups.
How am I going to see it do?
No, I have 100 cups lined up on my table. I drop a rock in one at the end, and I drop a rock in one in the center and one at the end. These are not focused on a horizontal line towards the center of any fucking ball, Goop Troop.
Well, I mean, if you think the Earth is flat,
not orientated. The rocks do not fall and make a V in any of these cups. Stupid Cooper. Again, can we see the attribute of gravity actually doing something and pulling something back like a dog chain or not? Gravity nowhere. I want you to go that way and don't let gravity stop you. And then when gravity gets a hold of you and pulls you back like a dog chain, we'll just laugh. We'll see you do flips backwards and shit. We'll see gravity grab your nose.
Yeah, it's called jumping up in the air.
No, it's called dog chain gravity. When the dog tries to run too far off the tree, the chain yanks him back and he busts his fucking head on the ground and does a flip backwards.
Yeah, that can also be another great example of that is jumping up in the air.
Do you have the airplane handy that does that? That does dog
flips? No, I can just jump up in the air to demonstrate that. No. I can just jump up in the air. Oh, done.
No, retard. This is the problem. Fucking retarded people. Jumping in the air is not going to show gravity pull your plane backwards, retard Cooper. We need to see the plane go backwards. Coopener.
Yeah, I accelerate forwards, I accelerate up, and then all of a sudden I stop accelerating.
Get your airplane and let's walk
down towards Earth. Why do I need an airplane? I've got feet.
So you don't need an airplane to orbit Earth. So you don't need to go 24,000 miles an hour to orbit Earth. Thank you for disproving another NASA claim.
I don't need an airplane to demonstrate.
Thank you for disproving your tennis shoes. Thank you, rocket shoes. Thank you, rocket slippers.
I got dog chain gravity on my shoes all day. All right?
No. You have anti-gravity slippers. They can orbit the Earth really slow. On the dirt. On the dirt, you can orbit the Earth.
Look, man, if you can get an airplane to my lab, we'll try it, all right?
If you can fit a ball in your lab, we'll see how that works, too. With some air around it and a ball. And then some little airplanes. Show us how they fly horizontal, retard. Show us your horizontal ball simulator with little flights. I want to see your little ball tide simulator. I want to see your little ball temperature simulator. You can separate them all from each other. Usually I don't let that happen. We got to keep it all as one good package because the Globers want to say, drop a mic. That's how balls get formed by gravity in space-time. No, I want to see balls getting formed to believe in gravity. Not some schizophrenic guy out of the asylum dropping stuff. Cooper. Just because you got fucking butter fingers don't mean nothing. Don't mean stuff's making balls. Because you can't hold on to a mic. Just don't play football. You'll be good, Butterfingers.
Oh, I saw this nasty story. Florida man's been eating this Carnus diet for like a year, and all the fat in his blood is like leaking out of his veins and into his skin, then saturated his skin and leaked out through the skin, through the pores.
Wait, so is this someone named Florida Man, or is this just like a Florida man?
Yeah, it's if you just type in Florida Man Butterfingers, it should come up.
Oh my god. So I said it, and it triggered you, Crit. It's like, no, Butterfingers, no. This
totally
is weird, though.
Me.
So you're saying he ate like just meat?
Yeah, like meat, eggs, just added butter to everything.
Oh, like a carnivore. What'd you call it? Is that a carnivore?
I think in the story they called it Carnus.
Carnus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like they only ate animal products, like nothing else. No vegetables, no.
Correct, and he probably smelled like a dirty bag of groceries or garbage, didn't he? Sweat, maybe. Man, oh my god. Just I don't know. So he leaked out of his veins, and he leaked out of his skin. What was he leaking out? Butter?
Yeah, just fat. Just straight up.
Holy shit! I wonder if he can get. I wonder if that's like a natural. Holy shit! That's like a natural sunblock or a burner. Might be a fryer. Fry him up, man.
Yeah, this is like here's
Well, do you remember that guy, Crit, that had the blue colloidal silver?
Yeah.
He said he could never get sunburn again. He said he used to be white complected and get sunburn all the time. And ever since that colloidal silver, he does not get sunburn. He cannot get sunburn. I found that weird. So basically, this dude told you he made the all-time best motherfucking sunblock ever known to man. Colloidal silver of some sort on your skin. But it'll turn you blue like a Smurf. Go ahead, though, about the butter.
Yeah, so here, there's this Florida. So here's the headline. One man in his 40s in Florida with cholesterol coming out of his body told doctors he ate between 6 to 9 pounds of cheese, butter, and beef every day.
That is a lot of cheese, butter, and beef. I feel like do I even eat 9 pounds of anything on a given day? Like that seems like a lot.
Dude, that's the same kind of stuff that comes out of machines when you clean stuff. Like an orange-looking fucking Tang-looking shit. And it can be powdery after you dry it, or it'll be like sudsy, like sea foam, like foam. Yeah.
Yeah, look at this. So his cholesterol level, you have to be below 200. It's like when you get to 200, you got high cholesterol. Like the lower the better. This guy was at 1,000.
Oh my god, this guy's poor heart.
Yeah, anything. So here it is. The patient's level exceeded 1,000 mgs per DL. So what megagrams per deciliter? Anything over 200 is considered high.
He's pumping like 10 W30 through his veins.
So wrestling him would be hard.
Yeah, he'd be like really, like lubed up man from like the
son of a
Family Guy. I think that is right. Like
he's waterproof. Holy crap! I'm just thinking all the attributes of being smothered in grease or butter.
Yeah, it said like he claimed the Carney diet, which is only animal products, had healed a number of illnesses and hormonal issues.
Now, how is that if stuff is supposed to be held in the cells of fat? Like supposedly bad things are supposed to be held in fat cells. So he's saying he filled the stuff up with fat cells and just pushed it all out? Like, I don't know.
I'm trying to figure out. So they talk about, like, he must have read about this online, is my take, right? Like, someone online, told him to do this. So there's like that sort of disinformation. You got people out here who are like, flat earthers are disinformation. Okay, what about old boy here who read somewhere that he could eat 9 pounds of beef, butter, and cheese, and it would be okay. He'll be just fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Wonder if you can grow a cholesterol plant out of that. Like grow an olive oil tree out of grease. Would it transfer the grease out of his hands to the olive oil?
Yeah, I know. What the... Like... Yeah, like, how does that work? You know, like... If he, like, goes, like, into the sun or something, does it melt and drip off? I mean...
Can he cook with it? You got a lot of people that are weird. They'll be like, man, we like humans and be like, no, I got the next best thing. He just leaks out human butter.
I was gonna say, right? The people can't rub pans on him and shit.
Come on, man, I got a cast iron skillet. You got the best stuff. Don't be holding back. They found out it was the best thing to fry with ever, and food tasted so good. Get your donuts here, Butterfinger Donuts. World's first Butterfinger Donuts, fried in 100% Butterfinger oil. Butter hand. Handy butter. Oh no, I just had a weird thought. I'm going to shut up with that one. Hand butter. Oh my God. How good of a lubricant is it for like actual oil and shocks and brakes and like just like a lubricant? Ambiguously downward up. Tommy, I'm going to drop my microphone from where I'm at on the ball. My microphone's going to go vertically down. Bobby's microphone is going to come vertically up to me because he's on the other side of the ball. Tommy's microphone is going to come sideways to us. And Billy's microphone is going to come sideways to us too. And then we're all going to be in an outhouse at the same time. How does the plumbing work? So plumbing gets sucked into the center of the earth. That's good to know. I didn't know that. I didn't know all people's turds got sucked to the center of gravity. Who needs Cavendish when you can see toilets in Australia or things in Australia fall up? I just want to see stuff falling towards itself. Man on the left of the curve drops an object. Man on the right of the curve drops an object. They're not in center frame. This object has to fall only diagonally. Is it gonna work? Gravity, we need you now. The angle of gravity. Oh, gravity's got an arc angle, guys. Gravity pulls you down at an angle that you can't experience, just like the speed of Earth. It's so slow, but it's fast. But you'll never know. But the time machine thing, a marble being a time machine versus a beach ball, I want to put an ant on both of them and then watch the ant just like deteriorate into dust. Because I moved him away from the spinning marble. Whatever will he do? Wait a minute, he's not a larvae anymore. Now he's a full-grown ant with a beard. Or an uncle, I mean. We spun this mice so fast that he couldn't tell he was moving at such a slow rate. And then the mice that wasn't moving at the slow, fast rate at the same rate as the other mouse sitting on the outside of the container. They experience the same rate, nothing. But the mouse on the outside of the non-spinning container is going to age more. Have they done that in the lab? The older mouse experiment? I just want one of the pupils of the little mouse larvae to turn to an old mouse really fast. Within like less than half the time of a normal mouse. Like within 50 minutes, you start seeing that mouse just grow, get big, go old. From like the little bitty thing that just came out of its mama. I want to start right away. The youngest thing possible. So we want to make it older in front of our eyes. We want to make it start growing hair, talking, getting teeth. Just from being away from a ball. It's going to be great, guys. Oh, wait till they come up with the bar in space. If you're not 21 on Earth, you go here and you're automatically 21. Space time. They need to make a bar called Space Time. And when you walk in, everybody's 21. Or everybody just got older. You're just older. And NASA wouldn't, or the government wouldn't be able to do nothing because NASA would have to show them, hey, that spinning dance floor, the guys on the outside of that spinning dance floor, they're old enough. Automatically. Imagine using NASA's dog shit to actually break the law or go against the law in court. Well, Your Honor, I can do this because of this fact of NASA said. This is a fact of the matter. You think that would work?
Yeah, I had talked about that, like someone who got pulled over for not having their headlights on. You could roll out the heliocentric model and be like, yeah, see, that law for the headlights was written that at this time you have to turn your headlights on because it's dark. Well, here's the heliocentric model. Here is daylight savings. Here is the time and date group I got pulled over. There's more light in the air right now than there was when they passed that law saying you shall turn your headlights on. So effectively, using this time and date calculator, I can demonstrate I shouldn't have had my headlights on because of the reason why. It wasn't dark enough yet.
Right.
Expert in heliocentric that would be able to roll out, some kind of model and spin that motherfucker, show the cloud cover for the day. Because the whole shtick with headlights is that they, it's kind of like they pull you over because if you're driving without your headlights on, you're on drugs. Your eyes are dilated.
Has anybody from NASA ever went to prison? And not NASA just like, hey, I work for NASA. I'm talking about an astronaut. Or any astronauts in prison right now to where you can go talk to them and say, hey, did you really go to space? What did you really... You're in jail now. You're already in jail for murder. It's not like you can't lie. Right? So why haven't we interviewed any of the people that have done bad and went against the government after they were in NASA stuff? So they're not NASA good guy buddy dolls anymore because they've done something to get put in jail for life. So don't you think they would be somebody who would say, yeah, that was fake? Or would they still be scared? That's something weird to think about, right? So you're in jail for death row because of unaliving someone, but then you would still not be brave enough to tell the truth. That's crazy. Would that person be truthful? Right? They already went against the government 100%. Would that person then be truthful and say, yeah, that's all fake? That's one of the reasons I'm in here. That's one of the reasons I went off. And nobody knows. They think it's because of this, this, and this, and this is tabloids. This is what really happened. You know, where are these people that actually worked in these high spaces where their life went bad after that year? Not everybody goes great going to NASA, do they? Not everybody gets 20 million mansions and the best houses and cars, and everybody's family lives together, and Tom doesn't mess around with Sue, and Bob doesn't leave Sally for the next programmer. Like, where are these sad sob stories? Where are these stories that tell you it's not true? Exactly. Why haven't people talked to those people? Not the guys sitting there like McToon, like, yeah, we go to space, and you've never been there. Like, what? How is talking to these people that are going to tell you a lie ever going to help you? I'd rather go to the ones that lie to get the truth. That's the most effed up thing I can imagine. That you have to go to the NASA liars, the NASA bad guys, to get the truth of what NASA does. Because all the NASA good guys do nothing but actually coerce, lie, doublespeak. Do you find that weird, Crit?
Yeah. At what point, is there any government, corruption that they will be held account for? I mean, the most I ever saw that people got in trouble was when I think Columbia blew up. Some NASA employees were pocketing debris and then trying to sell it on eBay.
So they only blew up because somebody was selling plastic on eBay?
No, I guess they wanted, part of the investigation was that they wanted to reassemble as much as they could or something. But the people, like the NASA employees, are just farmers because it blew up. The debris field covered large parts of Texas and into Louisiana and whatnot. So it was quite the effort to try to get every piece back, and then put it together as well as they could. And some of the people that were helping with the recovery effort, and also farmers, whatever, they're like, hey, a piece for NASA, a piece for me, for their private collection or whatever. And then when they decided, they saw other people selling stuff on that, on eBay, which turned out that it was like some sort of honeypot. Some person just said, hey, here's a part of the space shuttle. Someone just bought it for $60,000 or something. So then other people are like, oh, damn. So this little chunk of garbage I thought would just be a talking piece, I could actually get pay my house off.
You could have sold it back to the government. You could have said, yeah, I found 2 tons, but I found it on my property, government. So what's going to have to happen here? I go viral and say it's mine and I auction it back to you, cocksuckers. Or you just give me a good amount and I give it to you and I move off this shitty farm and go somewhere else. Because I don't want to be hit by a rocket in the face tomorrow. Who wants to live right there next to it where a rocket can blow up and hit you in your face and take your house out? That's pretty weird too, isn't it? So the space debris didn't fall in space. It fell to Earth?
Yeah.
That's fucking weird that the space debris didn't fall in orbit, some of it. The trajectory, the explosion.
Yeah, it looked like it would have.
Yeah, 100%. Because that explosion would be way more speed, velocity, it's boom. No, hell no. Half of that rocket should have been in space still, pieces. Straight to 24,000 miles an hour. And then with free fall? Come on. Shot horizontally the way a rocket has to go to space? Damn. How come the nuclear bomb didn't go to space? No part of it, no debris.
There was a story years back with a volcano that erupted, and they said that part of the volcano went into space.
Well, isn't that the only way they can explain panspermia? That something has to leave another thing in a trajectory format, and then get from that thing to out there to touch another thing to panspermiate. It's got to be a meteor or something, right?
Yeah.
A liquid, magma. But I do find that weird. So an explosion just shooting up from a mountain goes to space, which is just vertical air, right? I'd agree with that. I'd agree that the volcano eruption would go to more to space than any other thing went to space. And if volcanoes can go to space, what are we using rockets for? If the Earth can already send things to space, why would we not just take a ride on that trip? And then parachute back. There's no resistance in space. You're parabolically free falling. You don't expect. In a parabolic free fall, you don't experience anything. You're not experiencing nothing. And then open parachute. So parabolic free fall till you hit Felix Baumgartner's height when it goes 81,000, 181,000 feet. Pull your parachute, and you pull your parachute and fly down like Felix. We should have people parachuting from the moon and flying wingsuits from the moon. And how do birds know where the sun's at? Birds fly north or south, right? But they can't fly. Birds fly north.
Batman.
How do birds know to fly north and south, but not east to west? How come birds are flying a different direction?
They say that they've got an inbuilt magnetic compass. Probably they don't not sure whereabouts, what part of the anatomy it is, but they suspect it's in the frontal lobe or something. And
my frontal lobe got that magnetic for the pussy, man. You know what I mean? That shit come natural, shit. You know
What if they're just flying towards sunlight? What if the electromagnetic voltage or the reading they're getting is just basically the sunlight, the warmth? Okay, no warmth in any direction other than this, like a radar for a warmth in a way. Because usually
with the magnetics, man.
Well, that's what that would be. Hot and cold. Yeah, it's magnetic. Yeah, warm is magnetic.
They say all creatures have this ability, but birds and other things seem to have a better sense of it than like us. We have it too.
Saying they can't fly no more north. Some of them are fucking up. You know what I mean?
That's not them. That's not them fucking up. It's the frequencies and shit that we put in the air. So when they fly during a certain thing and they get a cross frequency, it's going to mess them up. They're going to think dive right, go right, instead of go straight, because that frequency set them off.
Yeah, every time I see a flock of ducks in the air, I stare at them. I'm like, know which way you're going. I look at them like
Some of them don't. They switch the lead.
Yeah, they be geeking.
Some switch the lead. Whenever one gets in front of another, they all follow that one. Sometimes you'll see them veer to the right, veer to the left, veer to the right, and then they go their way. Yeah, it takes them a second to get the heading.
Yeah, but man, I think the Earth's flat. Shit, you know what I mean? My
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's measured so far that way. It's okay to think that or
my
understand that to
scripture
this point.
says it too, bro. Yeah, I know it says in the Bible. The Sikh people say it too, man.
Yeah, overall, we try to stay away from religious claims.
Yeah, you're right about that. But you know what I mean? Like, we live on a spiritual domain. So if we live on a globe, the story of Jesus, a story of Noah, the story of Muhammad, the story of Buddha, all these things don't exist.
Yeah, pay attention. Okay, that isn't the case, because the people on the globe side think they got the inside track on those claims.
Shit, only I got the crap.
Yeah, the inside track. So when you talk to people from NASA, they'll tell you that they personally speak to God, and God told them to explore space for the betterment of humanity.
They got to know everything. They got to know that spheres are the most beautiful, perfect shape, and that the sun is what they need to worship because it's the most beautiful hot ball shape. Sun, ball, sphere, worship.
Yeah, so here in the Flat Earth channel, we purposely stay away from that, because if you go into that theistic debate, they could just start rolling out all their astronauts and why would they lie type stuff. So, like, we try to stay at the really is level. Just the Earth. Just stick to observable reality.
Right. Yeah, because one
reality.
astronaut actually tours churches and gives his testimony to Christians.
Yeah, this shit's a freak show, man.
So that's the general gist for why we stay away from any theological claims. Because once you do that, the globe side's going to roll out a McDuffie. You'll be like, fuck, okay, now what? Now we got to go into his court and play mega church super pastor. Like, no.
That dude should do a Butterfinger commercial, though.
Oh, yeah, the one from earlier?
Yeah, nobody lays a finger on my Butterfingers and be like, ugh. I'm just saying, man, I wonder if the guy cooks with it. He's like, fuck it, man, I ain't got no butter. God damn it, he scrapes his hand in the pan, throws some eggs and throws some stuff in there, starts cooking it. He's like, yeah, okay. It looks like Tang. Why does it look like Tang? Take that orange shit, the orange gel, the orange sludge, the orange fluff, the foam, like when you, like at a big dish place, like they get orange foam. Take that, let it dry, add sugar, you got Tang. It's actually a fuel. Did you know that? That's actually a fuel coming out of that dude's hands. And a lot of people wouldn't understand it. But it's a fuel. He's literally leaking free energy. I bet he can burn that oil too. Candles, lanterns. So if he's out in the wilderness and he has no fuel, scrape, light her up. I wonder what the burn ratio or content is, right? The compression rate of that material of oil. Because after it came out of him, it's had to undergo processes that are crazy. So it has to be super refined, a super pure grease. Right? I'm just saying, man, I wonder what the attributes of this shit is. I mean, I'm wondering what's the good thing about it. Like, so does the guy have a lower life expectancy, Crit?
Yeah, I'm not even sure.
Because high cholesterol, correct?
Yeah, I mean that's about like about as nasty as you can get.
Yeah, and I wonder if that's not why a lot of animals don't have sweat glands. Think about that. If animals had sweat glands like dogs and cats, and if they eat other animals, well, not necessarily a dog and a dog, but a cat, because it eats mice and birds and stuff. If it had sweat glands, I'm sorry, then it would be able to secrete that and maybe that's why they have so much fur. Maybe that enables the growth of their coat of fur, that material, that cholesterol. It's weird, man. You know how they have oil on them all over, like cats and dogs, they have like the oil they have on their hair, and people can be allergic to their hairs and the oil in their hair. Because dogs and cats, I guess, don't have sweat glands, so they don't sweat. They don't pour out sweat like we do. So in order to secrete that, they wouldn't secrete that, but we would. That's crazy. I want to know about the blood in some animals that live in the cold. I want to know how you have alcohol in your veins as a blood. They're not telling you that the things in the cold have alcohol in their veins, or some type of mixture of something. It's either a sugar, a salt, a blood, alcohol. It's got to be something, right? To help you from getting cold, like an Eskimo. The content of their blood, do they have like a certain amount of alcohol? Do they have that? Is it the blubber content keeping them warm? Like the oil on a bird? How does a bird stay warm? Below, flying around. You know, if you and I get on a bicycle or move forward, the wind's going to hit us and make us so cold. How the hell does a little bitty bird that weighs 1 pound withstand all that? And your little dog can't. Little dog can't be outside for too long when it's cold, they'll freeze to death. Yeah, how do these animals like fish in the cold water? Like, are we really like the most sissiest things ever? We've been sold some sissy shit, haven't we? It's like the old saying, they paved paradise and put up a parking lot, right? So they clothe you. They put shoes on your feet in order to cripple you. So you need their shoes. It's the craziest shit if you think about it. Because if you didn't wear shoes, the bottom of your feet, the skin on the bottom of your feet, would be your fucking shoe. It would form some type of hoof material, some type of thick, dead skin, something, and it would protect you.
Like, yeah, your bottom of your feet are like so soft because of always wearing shoes.
Yep. And if you go out in the jungle and all the other places, them motherfuckers ain't got shoes on. And if they do, it's for special things. Like this pair to like make sure you can pull harder, or this pair so you can walk in the water different, or the mud, or something. There's an attribute for it, right? It's not. They're just not wearing a shoe. They're running around in this stuff like.
Hello.
What up?
Yo, what's up, Crit?
Hanging in there.
I just woke up, bro. I finished that job I was doing, so I'm out of work right now.
What do you do?
Plastering.
Huh?
Plastering.
Oh, plastering, yeah.
It was a
Do you tear out?
job. Sorry, say it again?
Do you tear it out or just re-put it in?
What do you mean tearing out plaster?
Well, some walls are like, they have the old stuff in them, the old cement stuff with the wood and the slabs.
No, I don't do cement. I mean like plaster, like taping. Drywall plastering.
Yeah. Okay, so you just finished drywall then?
Yeah.
Okay, well, when you say plaster, it just throws me off. You're talking about mudding, right? You mud the walls. Yeah, I got you. You just made it sound more sophisticated, that's all. It's okay, though. That's fine. That's, I'm a professional in my job, too, so.
What do you do?
Doesn't matter. I'm a professional in my job. You see what I'm saying? Same as you. Doesn't matter what you do. I'd like to think that you would be a professional at it, right?
Not professional, but I'm pretty
No, professional. Professional just means a professional quality of handling the customer and the material, right? It doesn't mean you're the best guy for the job. It doesn't mean you're the smartest guy at doing it. It just means you handle yourself professionally. It means you're going to try to do what needs to be done professionally.
Yeah, I guess I am.
Yeah. So I'd like to think everybody doing a job should do that. Now, whether you're the best guy or some guy can't plug the hole better or do like one little part better than you, yeah, who the fuck cares? Eventually, if you learn that part, you'll do that professionally also, right?
Yeah.
Correct. So when you say, what do you do? I can do anything. Anything you show me to do, I could probably do the same or better than you. So, I mean...
Are you like, generally, like, are you one of those guys like Kijiji who puts the ad, says, I do everything, give me a call?
I used to be a grunt. Yep. A grunt gets everything, do whatever. I did chimney with anything, man. On the top of the walls, replacing the bricks from old banks that went down in a tornado, rebuilding them from the half of the walls all the way up to the ceiling, putting the top thing on, the rafter, everything. Electric, all of it. Plumbing, I've done it all.
I do electric too. I used to work with an electric company for a few years, but I prefer just to do taping.
I feel you.
I don't like to do everything because I had this one time where I was doing the electric in a house, and the client comes to me and she says, "Can you redo my thermostat, like rerun the wire and redo the connection?" I told her I've never done this before, but yeah, sure, I'll try. So I rerun the wire,
I take a picture of the thermostat connection because I don't know how to fucking wire those. So I'm looking at my phone. I rewire it the exact same way, and I leave. And this client's she's texting me. She says everything's cold. It's not working. And she was considering calling a professional for like $200 an hour, and I'm like, please don't. Just let me come there and see if I can fix it. And I look at it, and I found out there's this metal tab that connects H and C on thermostats. I don't know what the hell that is.
Yeah.
But it fell out, and I found it and put it in, and the heat just starts going on. That's why I don't like to touch stuff that I never learned.
Right. No, that makes sense. Yeah, you got to be taught it, or else, it's going to be confusing for you. But that's how you learn stuff. Like if you own your own home or do something, you're going to do some plumbing, you're going to do some electric of some sort, you're going to do something somehow. Unless you just don't do any of it, you just pay somebody. You're going to end up.
In my own house, I do everything except touch the gas, dude. I would never fuck with the gas in my house. I've heard some bad stories of people doing the gas themselves when their house just fucking blows up.
Yeah, you got to get that shit super tight. More tight than you can imagine. Like sometimes you got to tighten it beyond fucking... And people don't understand that when you're dealing with gas. It'll seep. And same with liquid. You got to tighten that tight. Got to keep tightening it. And you'll feel coldness. You'll feel condensation. But that's the initial drip. You got to you got to wait a couple hours. And then after you come back, you put cardboard there. If there's no cardboard's not wet, your stuff's great. You just thought it was going to be dripping and leaking because the condensation when you first connect it's going to be cold as fuck. And the outside of the tube will build up liquid. It doesn't mean it's leaking. But a lot of people think that it is right away because, bathroom connections, toilet connections, shit like that.
I don't know anything about plumbing, but I do know how to do drains. I'm pretty sure everybody can, though. The client texted me yesterday, said, "Hi, you did a good job. You can tell your father that he taught you well."
That must have been an older guy, like, admiring your work. Like, he did a good... Okay, he did this part right. Yep, he didn't fuck up here either. Look.
Yeah, my dad taught me how to do taping, and this client I have that I just did the job for, he's some old Italian guy.
Yeah, it sounds like it. I got taught by some master dude, some fucking master drywaller. Got taught how to tape, drywall, all that shit. But then we had a guy that came in after we left because the dude that taught me was very old, and after we left, I guess at a certain point in time he was like, "Fuck it, he's not going to be the finisher anymore." So now, after we drywalled the big ass places like the Koch brother or whoever's thing, we'd leave and just have another guy pull up in a little S10, and he'd be the one to go in there with this little roller and his stuff, and he'd come out high as fuck, and we'd sit there and laugh. He'd come out like blinking his eyes and stuff, because he'd be painting the rooms and stuff. You could tell he was breathing it in. Probably not purposely, but just,
I don't know how you get high on fucking paint, dude. Unless you're like sitting there dipping your face in the bucket, huffing it.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's not what he was high on, bro. I just know when he came out from a job, he was like blinking his eyes and just looking around. We'd all laugh at him. His eyes was all wide, and we was sitting there like, "What the fuck? Did you get it done? Or are you done?"
I was working, and I used to work commercial mostly. And there was this Polish tile guy that I used to talk to, and he told me a story of one of his coworkers. He said one of his coworkers would bring a crack pipe to the job site when he's doing tiles, and he would leave his fucking concrete trowel, like that square, like that weird edged one for tiles, and he would leave his crack pipe next to the tile, and he would do some tiles and then smoke some crack on the job.
Yeah, people do that, man. Yeah, I mean, people drink beer.
And this Polish guy said he was a really good fucking tiler.
Well, yeah, he probably never stopped till the job was done.
Dude, tele jobs make a lot of money. I just found that out.
Yeah, it's not easy either. You have to level it out good and everything, because if you have a big open space floor and you have somebody tile it, you can see. Oh my God, I've had people do really bad where all the squares are sticking up over here, down perfect over here, sticking up over here, 1/2 inch, 1/4 of an inch. You got the black stuff everywhere that turns hard. It's like, what the fuck? Yeah, it can look nappy.
I gotta go to the bathroom and going to get some coffee.
I think every profession pays right, depending on what part you're in. Like if you do that, only that, and you're the guy with the truck and the little saw and the stuff, and you got like a grunt or a worker with you, then I mean, I think you're doing good. Stone workers, brick cutters, drywallers. If you just got your own little crew and that's all you do, yeah. Usually people that just do their one specialty things go through and just bam, knock it all out, boom. You know, electricians, they knock their thing, boom. They all get paid good. Yeah, I've had to do a little bit of every damn thing. Roofing, tear off roof, do the roof, roofing in general. I hate trying to find the studs and plaster walls. That's what I hate. Because they got the wooden slabs and the little nails every fucking where. Legman, Psyop, what up? Oh, double. That's Sueno. When does my horizontal line under my feet become your vertical line into your vision? When does this happen? When does the Leaning Tower of Pisa straighten up? When does it become perfectly vertical? How far away do you have to drive away from the Leaning Tower of Pisa before it goes upright? On a ball. Ask ChatGPT. Say, with the tilt and the angle of the Leaning Tower of Pisa, how far would I have to drive away from it on a 24,901 mile circumference sphere? It'll tell you. Drive approximately this far away from the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Now it will appear vertical in your front and side view. Thank you. Yeah, the Leaning Tower of Pisa has always been a reference for the globe not existing. That's why they made it. They made it purposely to show you that a tilted thing and what it looks like compared to not tilted things, right? So a plumb line is supposed to do the same thing as a Leaning Tower of Pisa. Somewhere. And the Leaning Tower of Pisa is supposed to become vertical on a sphere if you drive away from it. To your vision. In all those diagrams, they have the guy looking straight down at his feet, basically, or the water surface, to see the other person. But then they draw a line of sight from them to the other person. It's kind of weird how that line of sight always makes it around the hump.
Hello.
Hello.
What's up?
The sky.
Only vertical from horizontal.
Not left, not right, not looking around in odd directions.
No, looking around in all directions is not increasing elevation.
Hey, bro, the guy who has a master's degree in physics, Funakwa, is here.
Oh, is he?
Oh yeah.
We'll ask him how he can master degree of physical attribute of going horizontal and increasing your elevation to prove a ball. Or how can we stick our hand in the Kirby water or stick our hand out of it?
Okay, you need to repeat that one again for me, mate.
Demok, it's your time to shine. Start debating.
Yeah, we need to have the physical attribute of spherical water, right? And if I have a horizontal object,
okay, what is spherical? What is spherical water? First,
like okay, have you ever seen a cue ball?
Sure.
Cue ball from a pool table.
Yeah.
A beach ball.
Yeah.
Okay, now imagine a ball of Jello. The ball of Jello is going to represent our water. Inside the ball of Jello, 8 miles down in certain parts, is going to be like a solid lead ball. That's going to represent earth dirt, right?
Yeah,
so earth dirt's going to be surrounded by a layer of Jello ball. And if this Jello ball is curving, us as a horizontal object like a submarine or a human swimming horizontally, our head or our hand should pop out the curved water before the rest of our body, going in a horizontal line.
No, it shouldn't. But I see your point. I know where you're coming from, of course.
What do you mean? I just gave you the mental image of the Jello wrapped around the ball. Now put a little stick on it. Now put no stop. No, there's no but. Put a little.
Of course, there's a.
No, there's not a but. Put a toothpick in there.
The butt is gravity. The butt is gravity.
Show me yours. Show me yours.
The butt is
I'm showing you how mine works. Brother, I'm giving you the physical attribute of the real things you can use to prove this.
Yeah. And the problem is the moment.
No, there's no problem. There's no problem with us swimming through water.
The problem is as soon as I start. Yes, I can.
You can swim. You can dive through water. You can make a cord through the water. You can dive, right? At a 45-degree angle. Now dive to the surface, and we'll be on a sphere. Do you understand?
Mate, if the sphere is large, then gravity.
Yeah, no. If the sphere is large, your little microscopic ass should be diving through that large water. The surface, little guy, big water, 8 miles worth. Dive. I implore you. So dive down to the surface or drop a rock to the surface. That's the physics of your fucking curved water. Curved on top, curved on bottom. No dirt on top holding it, no dirt on bottom. Drop your rock. It should go straight down through the water.
Look, dude,
what would stop it? What's stopping the rock from dropping in water? And show us. Show us how a rock is stopped from dropping horizontally, vertically down in water. Show us how you can stop a rock from dropping vertically down in water.
What does that even mean? Like you just have a surface underneath.
Brother, stop asking me what stuff means if you know physics. Drop a rock. A rock is a rock. You know what that means. Water is water. When do I drop a rock in water and it doesn't cut straight through down all the way through it? When does that happen?
But it does, right? But
now we're going to prove curved water by dropping it not into horizontal flat dirt or flat earth.
Relax,
we're going to drop it.
Relax.
No, you got to relax. I didn't finish my sentence. We're going to drop it through the curve of the curved water, like the orange peel. The peel on the orange, like taking a toothpick and stabbing it through. Our rock is just going to fall through from the surface to the surface.
Are you suggesting that if there was a globe, if the planet is not flat, if the Earth is not flat, then I should be able to drop a rock and it would quote unquote shoot straight through, which is to say, I would find the rock on the other side. On the other side.
Out of curved water, down curved water, out of curved water. It drops into the curved water, has no problem getting through the surface and breaking through to go down, and it's not going to have any problem popping out the surface. Why would
it? Because there would be a core. There's a solid core to the.
No, there's not a core on curved water.
Okay, so it's just water to you. You even
8 miles of water is what? What's that mean?
Do you think down? Wait. Do you think you go down the ocean?
8 mile curved water.
What do you
curved
think?
On top, curved on bottom. 8 miles worth.
Okay, like
8 miles of curved water, top and bottom. I'm gonna drop my little rock that's not anywhere near a mile. It's not even a cup. It's only a couple inches thick through the surface of the water. So it's only gonna cover from the surface a couple inches deep. And it's going to drop down vertically out the next surface, the same depth. It's only going to be so far from that surface point. It's going to increase as it vertically drops. The water hump is going to increase in size that way, right? So as I drop my vertical rock through the curved water, my vertical rock is going to start at the surface. It's going to start at the surface and make a cord through the curved water, right? And then the attribute of the curve is going to be deeper and then less deep until it hits the surface. It's going to be a straight line through the edge of the surface of the water, the surface of the ocean.
Mate, can I talk now for like 2 minutes, if you don't mind?
Yeah. Tell us how rocks don't drop in water.
But no, they do, right?
They do. So what would stop you from doing this?
But even in a flat Earth model,
flat Earth has dirt under the water. Globe don't.
Well, globe Earth.
Flat Earth is going to hit dirt.
Wait, but no, globe
flat
Earth
proof is dropping to dirt
under the water.
No, listen. No, this is my flat Earth proof to you. If Earth's flat, you're only going to hit dirt.
Why do you even do this? What is this argument?
Why don't you understand the physics of a ball versus a horizontal plane? Why do you do that? Don't try to confuse them. Don't act like they're anything like each other at all.
Wait.
We don't have a center focal point on flat Earth for anything to focal down to, moron. It drops straight.
Yeah, but the globe Earth model.
So can you demonstrate your model? Demonstrate what you're saying with a rock. We're all waiting for you. Go demonstrate. You drop it down and it goes that way to something. What are you laughing about?
What do you mean?
We're waiting for the physical attribute of dropping a rock to the same altitude.
Relax.
Brother, an airplane is supposed to fly 35,000 feet down below itself to 35,000. Everything is supposed to drop from 1 inch high to 1 inch high.
Earth model does not prevent
it does not exist.
The notion of
demonstrate the elevation
of dirt under the water, so it still wouldn't pop out the other side.
So you can't prove your globe then. All you could prove is flat Earth. So swim horizontally through the flat Earth horizontal water, and all you're going to do is hit the dirt that's holding the water. Welcome to flat Earth, goofy. What you need is curved water. You need to swim out of the curved water. You're telling all globers they can't swim anymore. Now they can't dive and pop out of water because water's going to stop them.
Man, I really want to tell you,
small.
Look, I was here yesterday, and I was able. It was laborious, but I was able to have a conversation.
Can you jump off of buildings?
We understood. We understood each other on a
what
basic
happens
level.
When you jump
with everybody? With everybody from the room,
fall vertically down.
But I can barely understand what you're saying. It's very difficult. You are,
brother.
I get
the mental image.
You're saying
a jello ball.
You're saying 20 different things that are completely unrelated at the same time.
Brother, there's nothing to imagine. I gave you the physical attribute of the item. A lead ball surrounded by 8 miles worth of jello, which would be 8 millimeters in your fucking model. So you have 8 millimeters of jello. Now put a little bit of you on there. Go find a material that's a little bit of you, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Only what I'm talking about.
What does that mean? Go find a material that's a little bit of me. What, I need to shit out a ball or what?
Brother,
do I need to make it from my body or something?
How did you get out of kindergarten? Brother, you're supposed to demonstrate a little human. You pick an object that's the size of the little human, swimming diagonally through the water, or a boat, or a submarine. You get an airplane. You get a little helicopter. You get a little hot air balloon. You show us how they traverse around that ball horizontally without dipping or tilting. You also show us how you can't cut through water all of a sudden. That's 8 miles thick, and your little bitty ass is only 1 inch or 2 or 6 inches thick.
Well, I mean, actually, you can do that.
You can swim through the water.
No, wait.
Through the ocean.
If I were
we need
to
20 foot, brother. We need a 20
Let me talk.
Why? You don't understand anything. Why would you talk about something that you don't know anything about? I'm trying to explain it to you.
I can
still
comment.
Not getting it.
I can comment on.
Can you swim in a diagonal line for 15 feet?
Sure.
Now swim down through the surface, dive at 45 to 33 degrees, and pop out the fucking surface of that 8 mile deep water. You're only on the surface, little guy. You're only going to go a couple feet down, and you're going to swim diagonally and pop out the surface.
To do it, to literally go to the ocean and do it?
Yeah, I want you literally to swim diagonally. Yes, that would prove a globe to me.
That's
all it would take. That's all it would take, and I'd be a flat earther.
I go on Discord to be told by some random guy that I should
that you're an idiot and you don't know how diagonal works. Yeah. You don't know what a chord is. You don't know how to slide through water.
I can't dive right now in the ocean. I don't know what a diagonal is.
And do you know anybody who's ever dove down to the surface of water?
Yeah, kind of. I guess not the.
You do?
Not the deepest.
All we want to do is brother. We're not talking about deep. We want them to dive to the surface. The surface is the top of the water. It's not deep. You fucking.
I see. Okay.
Where did you get your brain at?
I get what you mean, but
we're doing something free and easy to prove a globe.
Hey. Since I assume there is a core to the Earth, even in a globe Earth model, I don't
give a fuck what you're assuming. We're just through the surface of water, retard.
I don't necessarily.
Gravity didn't stop you from swimming.
The other side.
You're buoyant in water. Gravity's not pulling you to a core in water. It's not pulling a beach ball to the core in water. Not God, stupid motherfucker. Real physics, a demonstration, a cord through water, diagonal line, dive to the surface. I'll be a glober. Everyone in here will have to be. There's no other choice from this.
I'm not sure people in this room understand you, my man. Like, I don't think they understand.
No, everybody understands what a diagonal line water is.
I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. I've heard
low IQ pea brain in here.
Can I ask him one question?
You can ask him everything. He's not going to understand.
Yeah, Afanakwa. So the Earth is a globe, yeah? The Earth is a globe.
Sure.
Correct.
Yeah.
How do you have the horizon on a globe? Please explain. How do you have an horizon on a globe?
Well, that's pretty easy, right? You just
go on.
You stand on the globe, and then you look in the distance, right? And since the globe is well, it's the geometry of the globe is that it's they're gonna be how's it called? Like the object that you're gonna see in the distance, there's gonna be a drop off behind a certain line, and that's your horizon of your globe. There you go.
A drop off behind a line, so something you can't see.
So you're looking in the distance, right?
No,
you see
not
a
on the
big
globe.
fucking boat.
Not on the globe. You're not looking in the distance. You can't see in the distance on a globe horizontally. Your vision increases in elevation horizontally. Dumb fuck. Away from the ball.
Yes, you can.
How did you make it in school, dude?
By understanding what horizontal
put a ruler on a ball.
As opposed to you.
Is going to be put a ruler on top of a ball. That's going to represent your line of sight looking horizontal, motherfucker. You tell me when that lines up with the ball. Are you ignorant?
I think I'm not. I think you are.
I think you are.
Ignorant.
Brother, I'm trying to help you with the physical attributes that prove my point every day, all day. You're afraid of reality, right? You got to imagine it. You got to imagine magic versus the mock reality. You're going to do so great. Prove your imagination to us. Prove your imagination.
Man. Let's move away. You don't know exactly who I am, right? Like we can.
I don't know what you're imagining either, unless you can draw it out.
Well, I'm gonna.
Can you draw the Earth curve on the wall, physics guy?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, do that. Do that, and then we'll run an out elevation machine by it. We'll run an altimeter down it.
At scale,
brother, it's your imagination. Run free, retard. Prove your imagination, by the way, whatever scale you need.
Your cue ball example can actually be proven to work in the globe kind of way. It's you just have to have
the horizontal part.
sufficiently small.
Show us the horizontal part.
Object that you can track that is a representation of the U on the globe, right?
The horizontal part of it. Circle the horizontal part of the moon, circle the horizontal part of the sun, because that's really, really, really big, and it should be flat like our horizon. It's flat like flat Earth, right? Because we're on a globe that's so big, it should be flat. So
well, if I go on the surface,
1,800,000 times bigger than Earth, you clearly should be able to find the flat spots on it.
If I go on the surface of the sun, I will certainly be able to draw the horizontal.
No, you're going to do it from here, idiot.
On the sun. Well, I can't do that because I can only see it.
So you can't trace the horizontal sections of the sun.
Not if I'm away from the sun, but
so
if I'm
sphere
on the
doesn't have any horizontal sections, no matter how big it is.
I'm on the surface of the sun. Yes, I can draw an horizontal
So if
line.
You're on the surface of the sun,
mostly horizontal. Yeah, that would be the horizon.
You're on the big
sun, right?
Dude, stop fucking talking for a second. So if you're on the big ass sun, you're telling me it's going to be horizontal, but now that you're looking at it from here, you can't find the horizontal parts.
Well, if I'm on the surface of the sun, then
you're microscopic.
What I would be looking at
aren't you zooming in at a microscopic part of a ball?
Would look pretty horizontal. Yes, indeed.
You're supposed to be pointing that out to us, fucking idiot, from here. You're supposed to zoom in the big ass sun. The sun is 1,800,000 times bigger than the Earth. Where are you going to find a ball bigger than that to test? Retard.
Well, I can't.
You can't? Okay, so let's use the sun and draw us that horizontal.
All right,
do the moon. Use the moon. How about the moon?
I could do that. I could actually do it. I could actually
draw the horizontal section of the moon.
It would not look horizontal, but it would be.
So it's not going to be horizontal. So no matter how big the ball is, it can be 1,800,000 times bigger than the Earth, and it's still not going to be horizontal anywhere. Thank you, Professor.
Well, if it's on a sphere, no. Obviously, that's the definition.
Welcome to Flat Earth with our horizontal horizon that's always horizontally flat and perfectly horizontal. and follows the elevation, follows voltage increase only one way, vertical, not horizontal, which it would have to.
Voltage increase?
Voltage increase, elevation increase, and pressure decrease. All at the same rate, only going one way. Hora motherfucking zonal, not diagonal and not, vertical, I'm sorry. Not horizontal and not diagonal. They all only work, listen, distance only works horizontally. So if you and I walk forward and backward to each other, we're not walking up and down.
Distance only works horizontally?
Because a piece of paper is flat. If we are walking forward and backward on that piece of paper anyway, north, south, east, or west, we did not change elevation on that flat piece of paper, you fucktard. The only way we can change elevation from that flat piece of paper is going up vertical. The only way we can increase in voltage from that piece of paper is going up vertical. That reference to the littlest focal point of your pin dot would be you on that piece of paper. That piece of paper would be your Earth. Now, welcome to Flat Earth. Make that piece of paper your Earth. Put some dirt, some hills, some sand, some valleys, some oceans and lakes and ponds on that bitch and have a blast. Your elevation works that way. Your gradients work that way. What?
So if you're saying that if I accept Flat Earth, I will now be the master at understanding voltage differential and pressure differential and distance.
It doesn't make us fear. Yeah, because apparently you're going to understand it way more correct than any other fucking retard that thinks it's a ball. Yeah, you don't have a ball of voltage.
I'm delusional in the sense that I
don't have a ball of gas.
Can be measured vertically. I'm sorry. Are you a lobbyist for big horizontal or something? Like, you're not even talking about Flat Earth. It sounds like you have hatred in any direction. It sounds like you have hatred for any directionality that's not horizontal. That you love the world.
Forward horizontal, backward horizontal, left, right, horizontal.
And that's the premise of your vitriol.
East, west, north, south, and horizontal. That's the vitriol of this world that we live on. That's the only attribute you'll ever fucking experience. Go grab a map. Look at the key legend. Look at those lines down there for distance. Those are straight lines, horizontal, perfect straight lines that represent miles, meters, inches. Right, retard? They're not, none of them curve. Go find me the fucking curve distances for the curve map one day, pal.
I mean, it's possible.
What? The Flat Earth physics guy. Don't act like you can't read or understand or comprehend anything. Now that you know Earth is flat, and now you know how the gradients work, they don't increase voltage going right. You don't increase voltage going left, only every 3 feet going up. And you decrease every 3 feet going down. The horizontal reference is the smallest reference you can imagine. It's the mean line of reality that sets the base and format for your reference. Your reference point is only a horizontal line.
Yeah, totally.
I know. Because your horizontal doesn't become my vertical, and your diagonal lines aren't vertical. You think diagonals are vertical?
No, certainly I do not.
No, they're not. Okay, there's only one vertical on a ball. How many verticals can we put on a ball, the top of a ball, when I draw a line?
Just
only one. Yeah. Just one. That's right, You're the only vertical. Now, show us all the tilted shit.
What?
Now show it. You're the only vertical line. You got your equilibrium. You're standing up vertical. Doesn't your brain make you fucking stand up straight? Now you're going to stand up straight. You're not going to lean around like you're drunk and falling off a cliff, are you? Are you leaning anywhere, Gravity Guru? Are you leaning around anywhere but stuck to a hill? No? Huh.
This is
you don't even know how to experience the globe.
Does this have to do with like the fact that
you are the only vertical?
Human beings can walk on two legs, and that's
we can orbit the Earth on two legs going slow. No speeds needed. No crazy dumb liars.
You know that there are other. Like, you're not. Every human is a vertical.
Vertical line. And horizontal, brother. It's what it's about.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what you're talking about. Your opinion doesn't.
You can stand up. That's vertical. 90 degrees to horizontal. You have to.
Yeah, I mean, I can stand up and I'm vertically standing up. Sure.
So if you're on a sphere.
But
You're the only vertical. If you're on the top of that sphere, you are the only vertical thing on that sphere. Now, how the fuck is everything else vertical around you? Perfectly up from a horizontal line.
Oh, I see.
Now do you understand? This is only physics. It's not an argument. This is not me making stuff up. It's not a guess.
If the sphere is large enough, then you
No.
There you go.
No, there's only one. Listen.
Yes.
What do all spheres have in common, no matter what size they are, and all circles? What do they all have in common?
They have a shit ton of things in common.
They have one thing in common. All of them. They are one thing. They are all one thing.
They have a million things in common. They have a million things in common.
No, they have one. I thought you were a physics dude. You don't know the answer?
Yeah. That's why I understand that.
The answer is a number. The answer is a number. I'm going to help you. I'm going to give you the fucking answer. 360. No matter how big the circle or how little the circle or how big or little the sphere is, they all are 360. That is the same attribute across the board.
I'm going to give you a number. I'm going to give you another number that is in common for any sphere. Pi. There you go. Boom. Shut the fuck up.
Does that come from 360?
No,
shut the fuck up.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't come from 360. Pi
no,
doesn't?
it doesn't.
It doesn't have
Not
360?
necessarily. Hold on, gentlemen. Not necessarily.
Two seconds. 2 seconds. Demok, it seems like we have to start a little bit further backwards with this guy. He doesn't understand. Do you know what type of line a circle has, my friend? Could you describe that line to him? You know what a line is, right?
What type of line a circle has? It has a million fucking lines. What is even this fucking question?
Okay. See, Demok, we've got to do it. Do you know what a line is?
Yeah, I know what a line is.
Good.
I have a degree in physics.
Okay.
My understanding of all of this is far better than yours.
We know. But we're trying to get you to understand so that we understand, that we all understand and get on the same page, that we all know what... good. That we all know what a line is. You know what a line is, right? Good.
Do you know what a line is?
Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Define it for me then.
So, for example...
No. Define a line for me.
I'm actually starting to...
Define a line for me. Define a line for me. Go ahead.
Okay. We're talking...
What's a line?
Right, I'm going to have to mute you if you keep talking through me. I've only slightly interjected into yours and Demok's conversation. I don't want to take over. I'm just trying to point out that at the moment, mate, we're just talking about a line. Demok is talking about a 360, a circle. He's pointing out that all circles have something in common. That's the line. The line is curved. There are many types of line, aren't there? This one's a curved line. It would be different to a straight line, wouldn't it?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, totally. Absolutely right. So we're talking about straight lines and curved lines. You understand that? Good.
Yeah.
There we go, Demok. Now he knows what a fucking line is. You can carry on.
Yeah, that was super useful, your interjection. So dense in information.
Point out.
My God.
In a circle.
Oh my God.
You have a degree, college degree in physics?
I do, yes.
Why don't I believe you?
I mean, believe what you want. I don't really give a shit. I don't think.
So you studied physics for 4 years?
Let's not confuse him. All right, he thinks we all understand now. Please stop talking for everyone. It's getting fucking intolerable. We all understand now that all circles, no matter the radius, they rotate 360 degrees around a central point. That line is described as a curved one, which would be different to a straight line, the shortest line between 2 points that you can draw. Good and stuff.
The point was that I was pointing out that every sphere has many common.
Many.
Pi is another one.
Good. That's lovely. But that's off point. You keep wanting to take us into fucking fairyland and irrelevant shit.
Could you stop doing that, please?
So you accept 360, but you don't accept
No,
pi?
I want you. Yes, 360 pi, a circle. Good. Do you understand what a circle is? You now understand.
Pi is a much greater notion than just for a circle in mathematics. If you want to know, it's used everywhere. It's seen everywhere. I mean, but fine.
Yeah, you just keep talking through me. It's becoming intolerable. Like I said, dude, could you stop doing it? Trying to bring you to a point. You see, the things we've used, we don't get to points because you keep jumping off into airy-fairy fucking world and pointing out irrelevant shit. Taking Demok, of course, and he's trying to explain something to you really simply, but you're not understanding what he's trying to put down. Everybody fucking else is, just not you. So I'm going to unmute you. There you go, back in the conversation, but please don't talk through me. We're trying to help you understand this very simple thing about geometry.
Mm-hmm.
When a straight line meets a curved line, like for example, if you were to draw a circle, then at the top of the circle, draw a vertical line from the circle away from the circle. We will call this line vertical. Now, the ground below it, is there an angle between the two? Straight line and curve.
Well, yes, 180.
No, straight away, no. So when a straight line,
there is an angle, right?
Why are you talking? When a curved and a straight line meet and they separate from what's called a vertex, that's the point that they meet at. One of them's straight, one of them's curved. It's not an angle. You know this, right?
Well, there is an angle there that you can draw, yes, absolutely.
So excuse me, that you can draw. That's kind of conceding that this wasn't good enough. You had to do something else. Usually people like to bring up tangents and shit. Yeah, nice one, well done. That's you
exactly, tangents.
So excuse me, that's you conceding that the curved line wasn't the one that you were going to measure from. It was curved. You had to make a straight one and then measure the separation between the two straight lines. Good.
Okay. Are you familiar with what the term differential geometry means?
Yeah, but we're not doing differential geometry.
Well, you kind of are, actually.
No, what we're doing is we're just using very simple triangles and angles.
Do you know the word differential geometry?
Yes, I know the word, but it's, again, irrelevant.
You know what it is? Do you know what it is?
Again, I answered you twice, yes, but it's irrelevant. Not to the point that dude, seriously, again, do I have to push the mute button? Stop taking us off into things that are irrelevant to the point. It's like you're a fucking fish salesman and you're overcome with red herring. Calm down. So, Demok's talking about an orientation on a curve, on a ball, vertical and horizontal, but the horizontal not being the surface of the earth. He's talking about a lot of things that are very, very simple, but you seem to understand the very base premises of it. Yet we've been talking to you about it for the last 24 hours, 36.
24 hours?
I don't know whether you're taking any of the information in. But before I chastise you anymore, I'm just going to pass it back to Demok and the rest of me. I'm just surprised you're still here.
I mean, I like you guys. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, everybody likes us. That's the thing. We get lots of people that like to join the conversation and like to be.
But I genuinely like you guys. I'm not here to mock you.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, liking us is feelings, right? We're here to talk about truth, which is based on facts, and we're asking you what kind of evidence you have so that we can prop up whatever it is you think it is.
Well, I can do that. I can do that if you want, or I can try to do that.
Let's be honest, brother. I've listened to you talking yesterday morning and today, and you've done nothing but interrupt people and try to put your points in when observations are being drawn out very, very patiently with you, as you can see in the side chat.
Well, I mean, I think maybe I interrupted to some extent. That's true. I tend to do that. I'm autistic, by the way. That maybe is related. But never mind that. I think I've I've made cogent points the whole time, and whether you accept that or not, that's your business. But really, it's not my concern.
Your points don't agree with reality.
That's exactly it, right? Like, Demok and now Jedi have been patient with you immediately, like this morning with your discussions of what you believe it to be. But the idea is that throughout the progress of this relationship with us that you seem to like, we are looking for you to be actively onboarding what we're telling you versus trying to hand wave it every single time a point is brought up with some counterpoint that you seem to be lily padding and jumping to.
I mean, you seem to be confused about the why and how of my presence here. I'm not here to be convinced. I'm here to talk to you guys. But I'm not gonna accept. Probably, I'm not gonna accept your conclusions. Yes.
Well,
you have to do a lot of work. You have to do a lot of work to convince me. Let me just say that.
That's weird.
Here's a point that was brought up by Demok earlier, right? Is the point that he drew out the aspect of horizontal. Then you accused him of bringing vitriol to the discussion with his observation of horizontal, which again, that's something that you cannot escape no matter where you go, is an observation of horizontal and plumb, which happens to be not perpendicular to horizontal.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, but like again, I'm gonna have to talk about. If I want to explain this to you in an honest way about how it truly works, I have to talk about differential geometry, which apparently I'm not allowed to do.
Why?
Because when you assess the geometry of objects at a very small scale, you have to do something called differential geometry. That's how mathematics at this level is expressed. And a circle
is the Earth.
A sphere, a circle. These are differential geometric objects, really.
Lovely. Is the Earth small?
Mm-hmm.
Is the Earth small?
No, it's not small. I mean, not relatively. Not small.
I mean, okay, good. So that's interesting and all, but it's not going to be relevant to what we're going to be discussing. We're just going to be talking about angle measurements, horizontal and vertical, understanding that the lines are straight, juxtaposed to a condition where a line is not straight, and how that's going to bugger up our measurements of the Earth later on. Because the methodology of measuring the Earth is going to be relying on horizontal and vertical and angle measurements and ascertain of distances and heights.
It all works the same as well in differential geometry.
It's all going to be angles. It's all going to be angles.
But you can construct a differential version of an angle. It's not difficult.
Yeah, that's lovely.
All these concepts that you just pointed out, they exist in differential geometry. They just
that's lovely. I'm not surprised, but again, that's lovely.
Okay, but it works. Then it works on a sphere. It works on a circle.
But we're not on a sphere. Because
we're not on a sphere.
Differential geometry when we're measuring.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Let me just ask a quick question for clarification purposes. Maybe we can get a solid foundation here. What is your understanding of a triangle, which would be a form?
Yes. It's a shape with three sides.
Yeah, wait, brother, please don't, like, straight up, what is a triangle defined as?
I just told you, a shape with three sides.
Right, and what do those three sides have to be?
Connected?
By what?
By an angle?
No. 3 straight lines.
By points?
Right? 3 straight lines. Do we agree with that?
You just... Yeah, fine. Oh my God,
No. Don't be dramatic about this, right? Don't be demonstrative about the point that I'm walking out with you right now, because I'm testing not your intellectual honesty, but I'm actually testing your intellectual foundation to see if you understand what geometry would be and how it associates with a triangle. So again, for the sake of a triangle, what is a triangle? 3 straight lines, correct?
Yes, intersecting.
Right. Oh, well, yeah, fair enough. Now, those 3 interior angles, what those three interior angles add up to?
180, I guess. That's how
Very good. So my question to you then becomes, with the observation of 180 degrees within the interior angles of a triangle, 3 straight lines dictates, again, a triangle. Where do you introduce a curve into that?
You can introduce curves everywhere you want, really. What do you mean?
No, see, you can't just choose something because you feel like it, right? You have to honor the laws of the triangle in order to make the triangle work for your observation. So my question again to you is, how do you introduce a curved baseline into something that we know is 3 straight lines with 3 interior angles adding up to 180 degrees? Go ahead.
Look, mate.
See, perfect example of you not being able to wait long enough for the person to finish talking so that you could provide a formal rebuttal to their point that they're making.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. But I have to say that yes, it's possible to play the game that you're saying, which is I'm not allowing myself to introduce any curves because I'm only interested in the very geometry of a triangle. I guess you can do that. That sometimes is done, but the game of mathematics is precisely to set yourself rules and then to respect them. But you have some freedom as to the type of rules you give yourself. If I want to introduce a curve in a triangle, I can do that. Mathematically, I can do that. The point is to be able to track in a sufficiently detailed and formal way the quantities you're talking about. But in principle, in mathematics, you can introduce anything you want. You just have to be good at tracking that stuff. So yeah,
So let's
I'm not sure what.
This will be my last question for you. I'll withdraw after this. I hear Democ wanting to get in. So let me ask you this quantitatively, since you mentioned the word quantitative. Could we examine a 100-mile spread of your claimed globe and see if the drop over distance is actually there, which would require the curved baseline?
With the right instrumentation, I suppose we could. With a superb telescope, yeah. A land telescope, yeah, sure, I guess. Or on the surface of the ocean, whatever. Yes. Okay, I guess that was the last question. So have I been proven flat Earth yet? Should I be convinced already by you guys? Is that?
Oh, just.
Sorry, I got a phone call. I apologize. So yeah, that 100-mile sample set. I apologize if I interrupted anything. Do you have an examination of that we could go over?
Like, what do you mean an examination of that? Like, what does that mean exactly?
Okay, so
I have an examination of a 100-mile spread over the surface of the globe. Like right now in my hand, I don't know. No, what do you mean?
You should, right? Isn't this the model that you're standing upon?
Sort of, yeah.
Right. So don't you think that you should, in fact, test it to see if it actually is showing?
So should I every day wake up and test using my model that is so perfect that it reproduces the mechanisms of the Earth? I should have that in my room and check it every day.
Well, brother,
to make absolutely sure that the Earth is not flat or flat.
Check it once every day.
And I should have
check it once.
I should have in my 1-room apartment. That's what I should have, right?
Yeah, brother. We'll see. Oh well, see, you're in an apartment. Let me ask you, what floor of your building are you on, brother?
6th floor.
So you're approximately 60 to 70 feet up above the ground. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would say so.
Perfect. So your testable, repeatable, direct evidence that you have available to you directly in your room, do you have the advantage of a window in your room?
Well, I do have a window, yeah.
Perfect. Now you have a windowsill that's available to you on that window, the windowsill being the bottom portion of that window?
Yes.
Perfect. Now, could you do me a favor? Do you have the advantage of seeing the horizon within your eye shot? Of that?
Actually, no.
You don't? What's it blocked by?
Me.
I'm sorry?
Buildings.
It's blocked by buildings, so you can't see the horizon off in front of you where the floor meets the sky. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'll withdraw. Thank you. No, it's not a laughing matter. See, if you weren't,
well, it is a laughing matter. Actually.
No, it's not. Right? Because here's the thing. If you had the advantage of having a horizon in front of you, what you can do is, because it's great that you're 60 feet above the ground, what you could do is take that windowsill, right, and drop down to its level, matching your eye line, and then you would actually see that that horizon line matches the windowsill perfectly. Right? So that's where I ask you. That happens.
Yeah, but I live in a city.
Hold on a minute. See, this is what I was talking about earlier about you fundy muting people, right? And what I'm saying to you is that your direct evidence would be, and anybody can do this, anybody listening on this call, even somebody over at the CN Tower sitting up having dinner at the CN Towers restaurant, which they look out on that horizon line, they see the windowsill, the ledge, right? And that matches the horizon line perfectly, no matter how high up we go. So the question from me to you, and this is where you get to talk, where does your curve show up if it is in fact the higher up we go, the further we see when our built form matches that horizon line perfectly every single time? You can talk now.
Well, I'm not sure what you're asking me because, like, I don't have access to, like, being able to perform that experiment. Like, yeah, you demonstrated that I can't see the horizon because I live in a city. Congratulations, that's a fantastic.
No. See, what I did was, right, I just gave everybody, I used you as a punching bag, and I gave everybody that's listening to this, including the people on YouTube, right, direct evidence that they can use to test this place to see if in fact what we see is in fact true. The issue is, again, the drop over distance that has to be there in order for your spheroid claim to be true doesn't show up when we look at it. Go ahead.
Well, I think it does show up, right? Like, in my understanding, as far I have seen the horizon, from high places before. There is a drop off, right? Like, yeah, I think yesterday when I was here last time, someone showed a video and there was clearly a drop off in that video, and then they claimed it was like just an optical effect, which is what I bet you would do probably.
Not talking about drop off.
No, he just said drop off. Yes, he just said drop off.
Yeah, but not in that direction. We're talking about horizontal. You know,
yeah, there would be a horizontal drop.
Sorry, there is no drop off.
Yeah.
You talked about.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, okay, fine.
Dude, all horizontals. Excuse me. All horizontals are parallel to the horizon. Your windowsill that he's trying to fucking point out, for example, if you were to remove the landscape in front of the fucking buildings, it would be parallel to the plane of the horizon. If you were in an airplane and you had a glass of Coca-Cola, for example, the liquid on the top would be parallel with the plane of the horizon. Understand what parallel means, right?
Well, it's interesting that
you understand what parallel means, don't you?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, but it's interesting that you mentioned.
Here we go, endless fucking nonsense when someone's clearly trying to drag you, it seems, to a fucking conclusion.
I think you guys enjoy.
That was not your invitation to talk.
Kind of the point of this.
Your invitation to talk. Why are you talking?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm going to give it back to you. Shut up.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck me. He's trying to get you to the understanding that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Do you understand this?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, what you don't. What? No, yeah, whatever. No, you do understand this, right, child? Yeah. So all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, like all verticals are perpendicular at 90 degrees to the plane of the horizon. Understanding, we have to point this out as well, right? That the horizon is all around you because it's based on your eye when you turn around and observe the landscape going off into the fucking distance and the limitation of the eye's ability to see at distance the entirety of the earth. Can't do that, can only see a small section of it. So, understanding what the horizon is, a circle of equal altitude, the plane, a circle of equal altitude around the observer. Everything within that circle is horizontal because you can keep walking towards the horizon and it will keep being horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
Good. So you understand that the Earth is horizontal, then, don't you?
Yeah, but like obviously, I'm gonna. Sorry. I'm gonna.
No. This is where we're all trying to get you. So you understand that the Earth is horizontal, then, don't you?
Well, no. No,
it's not.
Mm-hmm. No, it's not. It's a sphere.
No. It's sphere. Oh, we don't see that. We don't measure that. We don't observe that. We don't practically use that.
I measure that.
Sorry,
I see that. I measure that.
No, we've done none of using curves when we've been talking about horizons and levels and verticals and horizontals and angles. No curvature here.
Mm-hmm.
None of what we've been talking about has been talking about curvature. We've been talking about the practical applications of the world around us when we want to use it.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about reality, and it's horizontal, isn't it?
So do you think your eyes and your body is do you think your eyes and your body is equipped to truly
measure
ascertain the shape of the universe?
You know what standing up is?
Is that what you think?
Do you know what standing up is?
Yes, I know what standing up is.
And you understand that if you were to put your arms out like Jesus on the cross, your arms would be hopefully level with the world around you. You're vertical. The ground beneath you is level. You know what level means, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah, good. Horizontals being parallel. Level. Good. So the world's horizontal and level then, isn't it?
No, it's not. It's just big.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. You give us some measurement of curvature, and we'll listen to it.
Can I jump in, Jedi?
Yeah, of course.
Thanks, brother. So, what should we call you? Is that Afunakwa? Is that right?
Yes. All
right.
That is right.
So, a funny guy. Let me ask you a question. Do you know what the radius claim is of this Earth?
Are you asking me for the number that is the radius of the Earth? No, I don't actually.
Or do you want me to steel man your position for you?
12,000 kilometers or some shit. Isn't that it?
Well, I mean, I think we should be professional in our approach. We should be, right? So let's get the exact dimension.
If you think, I just embarrass my mind.
Think out loud. Yeah.
Fundimuter.
Professional.
I think we should change your name to Fundimuter. I think that would be better.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
All right, bet. So the claimed radius is 3,959 miles, approximately 6,000 kilometers from the magical epicenter out to the crust. Have you heard this?
I mean, I believe you. Sure, I guess. Whatever.
Well, it's not a question of belief, right? I'm actually coming to your side. I'm attempting to steel man it so you can understand it better, and then we can proceed through a litmus test to see if it's actually true or not. But if you don't want to actually actively participate in that, then I'll shut up and withdraw. So
I'm fine participating. It's just that I don't spend my time remembering the exact dimensions of the Earth. I have a broad notion, and that's it. There you go. Because I don't
see the idea here is right. I'm trying to attempt to break through to your mental set
I believe
in order for you to actually understand what it is we're doing.
If you give me figures, I'll just believe you.
He's just trying to see if you can carry forward with simple things that Globers believe. Like if you believe it, he's not trying to. That's your belief. Just say yes.
Well, my belief as to why the Earth is not flat has nothing to do.
No, he just asked you a technical question. Dude, he just asked you about the radius of Earth, the globe Earth, from the.
Yeah, but I don't know it precisely. I don't know.
That wasn't his point. So he says, "Hey, you need the number." Yeah, he gives it to you. Yeah, it sounds about right.
Well, then I believe him.
All right, let's go forward.
I said.
Right. So, okay, thank you for the clarification on that. Now, again, from the standpoint of you being a willing participant in this, I think you should, right? Because if you're here for the second morning in a row, hand-waving everything that's being presented to you, I think you should be honest, right? Genuine about your seeking of this question. And this is the thing. My question to you then becomes, what if we were to take 100 miles as a sample set, as I was discussing earlier, the drop over that distance, do you think that there should be a drop over distance that should be showing itself up over that distance, being 100 miles?
Well, horizontal. I mean, yeah, there's some measure of drop off, but it depends on how much of it you could even perceive with your human eyes.
Yeah, and that's exactly it, and that's what I'm attempting, because you keep saying the Earth is so big, and I just gave you the number as to how big it is, right? And see, that's the problem.
It's still pretty big.
Because when we take the macrocosm, the overall number claim of 3,959 mile radius, and then we examine it on a microcosm scale, which would be a 100-mile sample set, there needs to be, right? If P then Q, i.e., if there is a drop over distance of 6,600 feet over that 100-mile drop, then your globe claim is true. But if we don't see a 100-mile drop over distance, a 6,600-foot drop over that 100-mile distance, then your globe claim is false. And you should be intellectually going back to the fallback position, which is we observe level locally everywhere we go, which matches with the horizon line. This is what is the litmus test, again, of your globe, which, again, doesn't show up. You understand all that?
I mean, I understood what you said, yes, but I have to say that if you're going to observe a drop-off of however many feet...
6,600 feet, over 100 miles, go ahead.
Yeah, but if you're gonna observe it from a standpoint on which it would even show up on a geometrical horizon that is 100 miles away, that means you're observing it from a perspective of 100 miles. So you're looking at these. No. You're looking at these 6,600 feet from a point of view that you are 100 miles away from that verticality. So yeah, you're going to see it as a tiny. You're not even potentially even going to perceive it with your eyes.
Well, here's the problem, right? Is that when I'm sitting in my room, sitting in my apartment, and I'm looking at the TV hanging on my wall, I know that TV was hung observing level because it confirmed it with the level when the TV was mounted to that wall, right? Now, I call up my friend who is 100 miles away from me downtown, let's say east of Toronto, and he's also observing level locally. So I'm going to ask you, Mr. Globe Proponent, is that if we're both observing level locally and we're 100 miles apart, how do you ascertain that we have level in common, although there's a curve, being the ball, showing up between us?
I mean, you would have to use instruments, right? Like at this distance to really check, right? No? Some laser technology, I guess, maybe, whatever.
Well, no, because again, over 100 miles, that's a 6,600 foot drop. And just to be clear about it, that's a 600-story building that would literally be dropping hidden within that horizon, that geometric edge. Do you see that anywhere we go?
You're actually wrong in your calculations here, I think.
Oh, tell me how I'm wrong, please.
Well, the distance from which you would evaluate the 6,600 feet drop off would actually be far larger than 100 miles. Actually, it would be 100 miles squared. I think no. It would be squared. It would be the Pythagorean theorem, basically, on that 100-mile distance.
Whoa! Pump the brakes.
With one
delta, dude.
No.
Pump the brakes for a quick second.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. Clearly,
you're losing yourself in your own thoughts. Is what I'm.
No, I think I'm losing you.
No, because you just brought in Pythagorean theorem, brother, and Pythagorean theorem is a study of triangles, and triangles, again, as per our discussion 10 minutes ago, require 3 straight lines and 3 interior angles adding up to 180 degrees.
I'll give you homework this time. Okay? Take a piece of paper. What
coordinate system would you use?
No, wait.
Globe.
Wait. Listen. Take a piece of paper, draw a line on it, then draw a point away from that line. Okay. Then imagine the straightest line from the point to the line that gives a 90 degree angle between the.
Are you doing the line? Math for kids?
Okay, just shut the fuck up. Okay, that's the point. Is you the horizontal, the line you draw, that's the horizontal, the geometrical horizon. Now, if you're going to look at a drop-off, you're going to look on the side, right? You're not going to look right in front of you. You would have to look on the side to see the horizontal drop-off, right? So you have to draw another line.
What, turn around and see it?
Yes, exactly. Yes. And you draw that line, and what's the distance there? What's the distance there? How is it given? Pythagorean theorem, bitch. There you go. So which means that 100 miles. 100 miles is one of the sides of that triangle.
Your topology is spherical. Now apply this.
I posted a test for you. Can you tell me which one of those? Read that question at 26 after the hour on triangles, and then answer it for Jedi.
We've been in. Again, we started off earlier, Radwin, with having to define what a fucking line was. So we've gone further back to that. Yep.
So you need a line and a curve, a straight line and a curved line. He needs to figure out what those are still. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, no, we went through this. Yeah. We're not onto triangles just yet. It's too hard for him.
Yeah, sure it is. Man,
I thought I walked this route. Damn.
You're the one that's an expert.
Let's drop off.
Okay. I made my point.
See, brother, at any point in time, right, we can appeal to the audience on this. Go ahead.
Well, there's no audience. It's like 10 people. Okay.
There's a lot of audience, trust me.
Yeah, sure, man. See, yeah, you're such a big YouTube channel, right? Like,
yes.
That's a huge audience.
Stop it.
Okay. Yes. So point is, I've made my point clear. You would have to assess this horizontal drop-off from the vantage point of someone who's 100 miles away from the nearest point of intersection between your line of sight
away
and the line which represents the horizontal. The geometrical horizon, which means that you're looking at this drop-off from a distance of far more than 100 miles, right? So the 6,600 feet drop-off, you would evaluate from, I don't know, large-ass distance, like something like, I don't know, 200, 300, 400 miles, potentially, maybe 500 miles. That would be much further. So how do you assess? What does a 6,600 feet look like from 500 miles away? You tell me. How does it look like on the human eye?
What it looks like when we're flying across the Earth is two airplanes that are 100 miles apart that are on the same horizontal line. Now, they're also the same altitude above the surface of the Earth. When they're horizontal and parallel to each other, they're both the same altitude. But if the surface of the Earth was curved, there'd be a 1 mile in height difference. It's not what we measure.
Yeah, because we measure from the surface of the Earth, which is curved.
We've got aircraft, we've got ground radar, we've got radar within the aircraft itself, we've got radar stations on the way. We've got
they all measure.
Hold on, shut up. We've got things called air traffic control. Yeah, everybody wants to know heights of aircrafts relative to themselves. This aircraft is 100 miles away from me, on the same horizontal as me, right in front of me, is also the same height above mean sea level as me. See, if the surface of the Earth was curved and the aircraft was on the same horizontal of you and 100 miles away, it would be 1 mile higher above the surface of the Earth.
Again, if you measure from an horizontal line, yes. But if you measure from the surface of the Earth and that surface is curved, then no.
But yeah, see, the thing is, we get the magical mystery tour of if the Earth was curved, but what we're pointing out is it's not what we measure. We don't measure curvature, so we get your imaginations and beliefs. But practically, that's not how we use the world. That's not what we measure. It keeps aircraft safe when they're flying above the Earth. There's thousands of them. Thousands and thousands.
May I ask you a question, Jedi, in line with this?
Yeah, sure.
what do you think is going on with the air flights in terms of claimed distance, fuel usage? What do you think about? What do you guys believe about that?
Don't really.
When a flight goes from like Florida to California, for instance, the spherical belief comes into that. I'm thinking, how do you guys explain? I'm not saying it's true.
Flying corridors. Aircraft just flying corridors. You know what aircraft corridor is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. So they just follow corridors. They don't fly from point A to point B directly. They change their course a little bit along the way. Sometimes they might fly, as directly as they can. But okay, an aircraft flies from one location to another, from Florida to California, across America. Okay.
You're saying you don't actually get distance from their flight because they take flight paths that aren't their corridors.
Yeah, so we've got curved paths, haven't we? We've also got wind turbulence, airspeed's different to ground speed. We've got bumping motion going up and going down, dropping and rising. Lots of stuff going on.
So to give you, genuinely, I'm assuming you guys have had very technical discussions about this with people concerning it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if you want the technical discussion breakdown, aircraft is maintaining horizontal by pitching its nose 1 to 2, 3 degrees above horizontal to maintain parallel altitude with the surface below, which will be mean sea level. Obviously, the rises and falls of the topography of the land, but they will still be at elevation from mean sea level. So it's flying parallel with the horizontal floor below. It flies horizontal, parallel to the ground. That's how the mechanics of the aircraft works.
Right, I'll try to integrate some understanding. Do you guys have any material on this, like infographics?
Yeah, so it's just been posted in the side chat. This would be what the information data that's recorded within the aircraft, the black box material. It was recovered from an authority who deals with crash investigations. This is the recorded data of things like pitch, speed, altitude. There's a few other graphs along the way. So over a period of, I think it's about 2 hours, traveling at approximately 500 miles an hour. So we've got a good 1,000-mile distance. We're noticing the pitch angle of the aircraft in comparison to its altitude. Now, we understand that if the surface of the Earth that it was negotiating was curved, for example, then the aircraft would be fundamentally rotating around a sphere. That means its pitch would be changing from horizontal because its horizontal would always be changing. So that would be recorded within the pitch data, the aircraft having to correct. Never does. No aircraft is pitching downwards to negotiate a curvature down and away from them. It's horizontal, fly all the way.
So I asked some questions about this.
Perfect. Thank you.
If you notice where it's perfectly flat in altitude, besides where the engine gave out and the plane started losing control, people did not die in this crash. Nobody died. Anyway, they did crash. But if you notice in the highlighted blue part, they're flying over the Pacific Ocean and it's flat.
Okay. I'm going to make a note. Okay. Oh, sorry for the hot mic.
Good morning. Good morning. It's been a long time.
What's up, my friend? Good to see you.
Good to see you. First of all, I just want to say thank you to Mr. Crit. Critical brother. Thank you, brother. Because I enjoy these conversations. So he said, let me make sure that this fella gets his enjoyment, and I appreciate that, brother. No, I have to make sure that Alpha is not here. He does not like me very much at all, I should say. So, I've been scanning the interwebs and I still don't see a viable model for the 24-hour sun if the Earth is flattened. So, what is the community doing? Just ignoring that, or what? What's the deal?
What community?
The flat Earth community.
Me and Jedi and Crit.
Well, I'm sure many more people in here are flat earthers.
Oh, I'm coding right now. That's what I'm doing about it.
Yeah, the 24-hour sun has presented quite a dagger to the heart of the flat Earth.
Oh no,
not really.
Yeah. So it goes like this: Earth is flat, and I go outside and I see the sun. I go to Antarctica and I see the sun for 24 hours. Earth is still flat. Now what?
Yeah, but we predicted it because it works for the globe. So
you can't even give me a hypothesis and the variables that you need for your experiment.
Of course, we already did that. We've been through this. Well, I mean, the thing is, again, it was predicted. People said it didn't exist. Brother Jaren, he was there.
Sorry, we're not Jaren. We're also.
I know.
We're also. Hold on. To say, welcome back. Stop talking through people. We're not these people. Right? Don't associate us with anybody that had anything to do with the final experiment. We are not them. We did not make the claims they did.
I understand, but he was a major voice in the community.
That's nice. He was also informed a long time ago that the AE Azimuth or equidistant map is a globe projection, not a flat Earth.
Then I have a question for you. Okay. How do you explain that it worked exactly as they predicted it?
How do I explain that it worked exactly as they predicted?
Who predicted it?
The people who went and did the Antarctica thing.
All of the folks that speak,
they didn't do
with
shit.
That debate
Out. They didn't do shit but put cameras out. They didn't make predictions on where the sun.
They did. They made a prediction that it would circle around Antarctica.
So
how do you explain that they predicted that?
I don't explain how other people predicted things.
I see the sun and the Earth is flat. I see the sun for 24 hours and the Earth is still flat. There's your prediction.
No. We see the sun 24 hours in Antarctica. That matches the globe. Matches the sun.
If they have something as big as the shape of the Earth incorrect, how would they be able to predict that?
That's lovely.
It's very lovely. It's part. We said it.
You don't know where the size of your Earth comes from.
Well, they don't even know the shape of the Earth according to you.
Exactly.
So how would they be able to predict something like that?
Yeah. You think that the Earth is measured to be a ball because you see the sun.
You didn't answer my question.
Observe to be a ball. Observe to be a ball.
See again. Keep trying to answer.
You didn't answer my question.
Again, you don't need you to repeat 3 times that I haven't answered your question when I might not have heard it. I'm asking you to repeat it.
So I can repeat the question.
Thank you.
Okay, so if they have something as big as the shape of the Earth incorrect, how did the people who went to Antarctica, how did they predict that the sun would circle them?
Because the size of the Earth is based on the circles of the sun.
I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense to me.
That's a big claim.
Well, it's to do with the things in the sky and how they move and where they're going to be at different points and locations. The radius diameter of the circumference, flat Earth straight from points, your globe is a terrestrial sphere projected into the celestial sphere where the observer sees above.
Those are some big, huge claims.
Yeah, do you want me to show you?
So you're just saying that they happen to be right.
No, it's the model.
They just made a guess and they happen to be right.
It's a model that's based on what the stars do above. But the measurements of this are taken from a flat plane because they're angle measurements. This is invoking the celestial sphere. You're talking about predictions based on a sphere and what the sun's going to do? Yeah, that's that then.
I don't understand.
That's got the radius of the Earth baked into it because that's how you gather that information. Eratosthenes and all that shit.
Eratosthenes thought the Earth was a sphere.
Yeah, he assumed it was a sphere, but measured a flat Earth.
No, he measured a sphere. Circumference is a sphere, brother. Come on.
No.
Yes.
He measured it. No. Again, I'm going to try and explain. He measured a flat Earth because he measured angles. 3 points on the triangle, the well, the stick, and the sun. Three straight lines. Shut up. 3 straight lines between the 3. Now, that's a flat Earth measurement. He assumed, though, that the Earth was a sphere. And he assumed, though, that the light rays were coming in parallel. He took a flat Earth measurement and assumed another geometry.
Light rays do come in parallel. What are you talking about?
God's sake.
Light travels in a straight line, so boom.
Sorry.
That's science. That's a law.
Sorry.
That's a law in science.
From a point source.
That's a law.
Sorry, from a point source.
That's a law.
Sorry,
light travels in a straight line.
Is?
Does light travel in a straight line? Yes or no, sir? Be careful.
Sorry.
Be careful.
Excuse me. We're talking about not it going in straight lines. We're talking it relative to other paths of light.
No. It has to travel in a straight line.
Parallel.
Straight line.
Dickhead.
That light.
Robert.
Why are you disrespecting people, brother?
Because you keep talking through me. She's showing disrespect. You started this by talking through me. Now I'm pissy with you.
No, you talk through me first.
Shut up, Robert. So, the assumption is light rays are parallel. I know that you're going to say that light travels in straight lines, but I'm talking about it from a point of light. Like a light bulb, the sun, these will diverge away. It won't be parallel. They'll be almost parallel.
I'm not sure your point. Your point doesn't make sense.
Not
You're
parallel.
telling you.
Not parallel.
It travels in a straight line. That's a law in physics.
I know they travel in a straight line, you plumb, but I'm talking about what it does when it leaves the light source.
When it leaves the light source, it travels in a straight line. What are you talking about?
So when other light rays diverge at other angles away from the point source, are they parallel or diverging?
They don't interact with each other. What are you talking about?
Are they parallel or
electromagnetic
diverging?
waves?
I think I can explain. I think I can explain the question that he's asking.
Electromagnetic waves pass straight through each other. Come on, now. There's all three.
No. So like imagine a light bulb. Okay, if you take an individual ray of light that comes out of the light bulb, right? It's going to be traveling in a straight line. But if you look at a different point of the light bulb, a different light ray that's coming out of the same light bulb, right? It's also going to be traveling in a straight line. And since it's a point source, right? These two different rays of light, they're going to be diverging from each other. They're going to be moving away from each other as time passes. Is that not correct?
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's what he was asking. Is that right?
Yep.
No, that's not. That's irrelevant to the point.
Hold on.
Light travels in a straight line. No. Why are you bringing in those concepts? They're electromagnetic waves. They pass through each other. Light travels in a straight line straight from the sun.
You're not talking about that.
The light is traveling in a straight line directly from the sun.
Sorry.
That is the fact of the matter, brother. You can't change that.
Excuse me. Aristophanes said the light rays were parallel. You understand?
Parallel, straight line. That's right.
Yeah, so straight lines. So what? Relative to each other, they're all parallel, are they?
Listen, you have a perpendicular stick in the ground.
I can't.
So when the stick is perpendicular to the light rays, you got a shadow. Thank you.
I think that this is a fine thing to admit. They're not perfectly parallel. They're just really, really close to being parallel because the sun's so far away.
Prove it.
Okay, so again,
I'm just giving the rounder position.
I know.
No, we proved it. We proved it because of the 24-hour sun.
Robert.
The 24-hour sun says the sun is far away.
Shut up. I'd rather talk to the other guy. He seems perfectly more reasonable than you. So again, with Aristophanes, right? The distance to the sun within his mind really didn't matter as long as it was far enough away and causing the light rays to be parallel because of his assumptions. You have to remember the measurements that he took. It was like he stood there with his friends and go, okay, well, we've measured all these angles. Tell you what, crazy idea. Let's imagine the sun's like really far away and causing the light rays to be parallel. And the thing that we're actually on is a sphere. So when the sun is above the well, we can imagine the light ray from the sun going to the center of the earth. When we walk away from that and put a stick in the ground, we can imagine the stick is going to go all the way to the center of the earth and meet the rages with the light ray from the sun. Awesome stuff. Then we can measure the shadow and say it's on a sphere. The measurements were of a flat earth, though.
No. Use angles, alternate angles. That's the
all of that only worked if the sun is far away. If the sun is really close, then like the reason that the shadows are doing what they're doing could be like it's just because the sun is so close.
It's an elevation angle based on the observer's point of view with regards to where the sun is in the sky at this particular piece of time. Two observers, one underneath the sun, one not underneath the sun. It's like me pointing up to a light and going, I'm underneath this light, and you over there, you're not underneath this light, but you can point at that light and measure the elevation angle to that light.
So my question for you, I guess, would be on a flat Earth, and if the sun is far away, how do you explain the shadows being at different angles?
Because underneath the light source, there's no shadow. All right? It's like you standing under a light and then lifting your feet up and going, oh, there the shadow is. And then you walk away from being underneath that light. And as you walk away, you watch the shadow increase in front of you. What more do I have to explain?
That's only when the light source is close.
What do you mean close? So, for example, I can be underneath Polaris. It could be 90 degrees above my head. I'll walk away from it. It will start to go downwards towards the horizon. I can measure this downwards motion in angles. So, for example, if I move, it's, say, 45 degrees above the horizon, then I'm not underneath it. I've moved away from being underneath it, and it's gone downwards towards the horizon, because this is how the human eye works.
Why would that cast a different shadow, though?
What do you mean, why would it cast a different shadow? I'm the thing that would be casting the shadow underneath the thing, and then not underneath the thing. The sun, the star, let's call it the sun is Polaris. I'm directly underneath it, and then I walk away from it, and I'm not directly underneath it, and look in front of me, and there's the fucking shadow. Look back behind me, there's the fucking Polaris or the star, the sun, whatever. I'm not underneath it anymore.
I'm not following the logic.
What, not being underneath something? What? Something that's really far away, like Polaris. I'm trying to tell you how you measure an angle to get latitude that's based on Polaris on this very simple principle of not being at its ground position, being at 45 degrees where it's 45 degrees above the horizon, like the sun that we're measuring an angle to. Like we're just measuring things to things in the sky at the moment.
Sorry, I was distracted by something else. It probably would be better to talk to somebody else for right now, just because I'm doing something in my real life.
No worries.
Bye bye, Robert.
Robert left?
Yeah, sorry, Radwin.
Brother.
I didn't know if he took a triangle test yet or not.
Well, he's been away for a few days. Maybe he hasn't done the triangle test yet. There's a clown car pulled up outside recently. We seem to be getting a few new characters in over the last month or so. Robert, Basil King. There's a few.
I see Brother Plegman in the chat. Haven't seen him in a while. Hope all is well, Brother Plegs. Hey, Jedi, if you're available, checking in on an explanation. If light travels from the sun and shadows are produced from that, then how are we able to get light behind a building on a sunny day in the shadows of that building? So from, let's say, out in the sun, seaside, getting a tan, decide, man, it's too hot. I need to seek the shadow. So I see a building, I go hide in its shadow. I get shelter from the direct light. However, light is still present when I go into the shadow of that building. So if light is traveling from a light source, then how is it light is still getting behind that shadow?
Reflection.
Off of what?
Every other surface that's around you. The sky. It's blue.
Thank you.
No worries.
Called ambient light.
These people are really starting to struggle with some basic shit. Today we've had people not understanding the difference between standing underneath an object and not standing underneath an object. For some people, they think if the earth is flat, then they can only ever be standing underneath one thing. Ever. No matter where they go. It's weird. People struggling with what fucking up and down is. So yeah. About to start with simple stuff like, what's a fucking line? Do you know what a line is? Do you know there are different types of lines? Curved ones, straight ones. But I digress. Is there anybody else in the channel that has a problem with standing underneath things and not standing underneath things?
Or anybody that doesn't understand what a straight line is. I mean, we're here to help you guys.
Once you get the straight line idea, maybe we can jump onto what a triangle is. Oh my.
Ooh. 3 lines. Let's just start with 1. And then we can move to 2 lines. 1 straight one and 1 curved one. Good. So do you know what a line is? You understand there are different types of line? If you put lines together, you can make shapes. What's the minimum amount of lines that you can put together to make a shape? That's right. Triangle. Good. Now we can continue.
No, you're going to have somebody say 1. You can have a shape of a line.
I mean, okay.
What if I have the shape of a dot?
Oh, man. Don't get on points because people don't understand what tangent points are.
People don't understand the difference between points and lines.
Nope. We went from astrophysicists in 2015 down to people don't know what a straight line and a curved line is 10 years later. We've completely ruined their minds.
It's kind of funny.
People afraid to answer. Is this a triangle? I don't know. Okay. That's your answer. You don't know. I don't know. Mark's a Glober. Wonder if he knows what triangles are. Got one in his profile pic. Oh, Jedi, I have to add the circle with the 3 dots on the edge of it. That's a triangle with it equals a total of how many degrees is that? 180 plus 180 plus 180.
I can't do that quick math.
You got to do that. We got to add that to the test. So you got a triangle, 2 lines in a curved triangle, whatever you want, what they call it. And a 90-degree triangle, then an incomplete triangle, and then we'll put a circle with 3 dots and say, is this also a triangle? Because they claim that that's a triangle on a globe.
Crazy. I see Jar's back. Jar's just the Jar. There's no brain in this Jar. He's just the Jar. What's up, Jar? He was in yesterday. I think we broke him, if I remember correctly. But this is Jar. No brain inside.
Good day, Brother Jar.
I went ahead and posted that triangle for you, Jedi.
Thanks, mate.
Now, if we can get people to admit that that's a triangle, our viewer ratings are gonna go sky high. We're gonna get so many new subscribers.
Just think of the change in the educational field.
Doesn't the triangle have to have straight lines?
Yes, sir. That's the point of the lesson at hand.
Who was that? Who wants to take the triangle test?
I mean, it doesn't look like a triangle to me.
Let's try something here. I'm going to post something for you. Read that question and answer it.
All of them. Wait, A and C are triangles.
You failed because which of the figures below are not triangles? But anyway, A and C are triangles. Okay.
If I say A and C are triangles, that means that the other ones, they're not triangles.
I know, but if you circled A and C and wrote are not triangles on the test, they'd cross it off and say, no, you failed because it's an IQ test.
That's not what I would have put, though. I would have circled B and D.
Those are not triangles. Okay, now I'm going to post something for you. You tell me if this is a triangle. Is that a triangle? Are those triangles? Mind melt.
Sorry, I was just ordering food. I don't think that's a triangle, no.
You can't have triangles on a sphere.
Well, it depends, like, if you're talking non-Euclidean geometry or not.
Well, the word is triangle. You can't have curved angles.
Right. You can have straight angles on a sphere.
No, you can't have any kind of an angle from a sphere on a sphere.
Why not?
Is the black thing a 90-degree triangle?
No.
Not a triangle.
That doesn't mean that you can't have any angles on a sphere.
Sure it does.
That just means that that's not a triangle.
So if that was a basketball and I had a 12-inch ruler and I laid it on top of the basketball, would I be able to make an angle from the sphere, between the sphere and the basketball?
I don't understand the question.
So looking at that picture with the sphere in it, if we drew a line across the top, would we have an angle between the line and the sphere on both sides?
I'm not getting it. I'm sorry.
All right, let me help you out here. So does this hypothetically create a triangle?
I mean, if you drew a line between, like, the line of sight and the horizon, yeah.
You are a flat earther.
I wouldn't consider myself one, no.
We do.
You just don't know it yet.
I mean, technically, it's not really like if the Earth was a sphere, because there would be a slight curve if it was a sphere. But for the purposes of this conversation, it's a very small difference. It basically doesn't matter.
You have a horizontal line on a ball.
Not really, but like you can have a practically horizontal line.
The horizontal is either horizontal or it's curved. Or
that's
true.
That's true.
Angled or curvy or wavy. If it's not a horizontal line, which is left to right, level, no curve.
That's true, but if the curve is so slight, you can have a practically horizontal line.
Well, I guess we got to measure the Earth and figure out how big it is to make sure of that, huh?
I guess.
Well, lucky for you, we've done that. We found out the Earth doesn't have any curve to it, so celestial navigation works.
I don't know about that.
I'm posting an example. This is by a Glober. This is how celestial navigation works. Does that look right to you? You're trying to get to the point where the line coming from the star down to the ground, you're trying to get to that intersection. That's why you use celestial navigation. So, does that look normal? Does that look like what celestial navigation should look like?
I don't know what celestial navigation should look like. I'm not a celestial navigator.
Does that one look right? Flat horizontal going from your feet, just like in the other picture you said, yeah, if you drew a line straight out there, that would be a triangle. So, one before I posted, not the protractor, is that a triangle with the curved baseline on the bottom?
No.
But the one after that is a triangle with the black and blue line, right? Right. You extend out that star to his eyes to the ground behind him, that would form a triangle, right?
I'm not sure what you're asking. Which lines are you talking about? I'm not clear on that.
So, line from the star to the guy.
Okay.
If you took that line and extended it to the ground behind him, and you touched the black line on the bottom picture, would that be a triangle? Black line to star, blue line down to the ground, and black line back to the other black line. Is that a triangle?
So you're talking about the line from the star to the guy, if you extended that to the ground, plus the horizontal line that would touch, and then the blue line that
the vertical line, yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's a triangle.
You are a flat earther, I'm telling you. You just don't know it yet.
I don't agree with you.
Well, I know you don't agree. You don't have a choice to agree or not agree on that one. So when you hear Globers come in and they're going to say that the second picture from the bottom, that's a triangle. And then you're going to say, I don't want to be associated with those people.
What I would say, like, if the Earth is a sphere, right, and then if you take a short distance, like let's say from me to a ship, like out to sea or whatever, and it's not like disappearing bottom up. It's just out to that distance, right? And then you took my line of sight to that ship, and then you brought that line of sight, like the horizontal line, the practically horizontal line on a spherical Earth, if the Earth is a sphere, then and then you took my height as well. It's not technically like, if you really wanted to boil it down to what it actually is, that bottom line would be curved, so it couldn't be a real triangle, but it's practically a triangle. Like for most purposes, it's a triangle.
Perfect. So this is a page from a celestial navigation book. You're in the middle of those three triangles on the bottom. You take a shot at one star to the right, one star to the left, and one star in front of you. And you draw the three circles of their ground position, and that'll tell you where you're located. You just put those coordinates in. You do it on a chart. You'll know exactly, well, within, who knows, a couple miles of where you're at. When you're on an ocean, that's not even a big deal. You want to be within 50 miles, really. And that'll get you to where you're going. So if you look at the top ones where we have the guy with the looking through the sextant, right? That's not 20 miles. That's like 3,000 miles of horizontal plane from his feet to the ground position of the star.
Right. It's neither practically nor like actually a triangle.
So if it's 3,000 miles, does that mean that the picture above that one with the curved Earth underneath it, that's 3,000 miles around the ball?
Say it one more time.
The picture above that one with the blue and black lines, one that has the curve, I didn't draw the blue and black lines on it, it's above it, and the ball Earth is on the bottom. Is that that's 3,000 miles away. So that 3,000 mile ground position is down around the ball somewhere?
I don't understand your question.
I don't know how to rephrase it. You in your car?
Yes.
Are you turning?
I'm about to be.
I'm psychic.
I was just doing a lane change.
I'm psychic.
Dancing to that indicator sound. Let's go.
I can mute. Sorry about that.
You're fine, brother. I
was going to tell you what color shoes you had on today. White.
Red and all over it.
It's gray. They're gray and red.
I have bad eyesight. Yeah, flat man, you can just tell people when those water drops do that, that's air pressure pressing on it from all sides except for where it's setting. That's what causes that bubble, air pressure.
Well, it's like hydrostatic. No, not hydrostatic pressure, actually. Disregard that. Apologies.
No, it's air pressure. It's not water. It's attracted to water in certain conditions. It's just air pressure causing that. If I remove the air pressure, that drop's going to go away.
Sorry about that, Radwin. I was just messing with my pup for a minute. It's also surface tension as well. Pressure, or strictly the air pressure?
Hey, I got a question about stars. Do they move?
Yeah, we see the stars move.
So how do they move?
We see them move from east to west.
Yeah,
rising the east and in the west. That's what we all see.
How? Who's moving? The planet or the universe?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how they're moving. I'm not sure exactly what they are, right? Because we can't check.
Okay.
Right? So that would be just speculation.
Okay.
Okay. What were you going to say then about the Earth?
Okay. Is the Earth moving or is the universe moving?
We see the stars moving, and it doesn't feel like we can that we're moving, right? We're not moving. The objects in the
So that must mean the stars are moving.
Yeah, just as they appear. I mean, that would be the the common sense perspective of it, right?
Exactly.
Exactly. Yep.
Can I ask a potentially unrelated question, like kind of a tangent?
Can you just go ahead and ask it? Why do you need permission?
I mean,
empower yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, go for it, bro.
So, like, what's the difference, like, in feeling when you're sitting in a car going 65 miles an hour versus, like, sitting in a chair in your room?
It's completely different, to be honest. I mean, you can tell you're in a car, but if you're talking about why don't we feel the Earth moving, if the Earth is moving, right, we can detect, right, we know that we moved from point A to point B. We can easily prove that the car moved, right? So if you want to try to suggest that the Earth also moves, then you would have to be able to validate that, right? We can test other things moving.
My question, like, if you closed your eyes and like for whatever reason you couldn't feel the engine like vibrating under you or whatever it is, you closed your eyes, you couldn't hear, like, most of that sensory information just is gone. And the same, and in the same situation in your room, right? Do you feel like you're moving at 65 miles an hour in either of those situations?
Look, if you want to do a better comparison, right? Just say you were in a hypothetical closed container that was moving with no vibration or anything like that, no sensory input, right? Just like in something that was moving and you couldn't feel it moving or anything like that. Yeah, sure. You wouldn't be able to feel it moving. You wouldn't know you were moving. But that's a false comparison.
What about if you were moving at like 3,000 miles in this container?
Yeah, I don't think you would feel it moving.
You also wouldn't feel it, right? But you would still be moving, though.
Correct.
Okay. That was my only question.
That's cool. Yeah, so they say that the Earth, right, is spinning at 1,040 miles per hour and then also orbiting the sun at 66,000 miles per hour. And then you're also moving in another direction, chasing the sun, right, at like 500,000 miles per hour. And then that whole system's moving sideways at over 1,000,000 miles per hour. And that's in an uncontained, you're not in a container or anything like that. So comparing like moving in a straight direction in an enclosed container or whatnot, I mean, it's not a fair comparison. But even if you couldn't feel the Earth moving and it was moving, right, you would still have to validate it was moving, right, if you wanted to claim it. Just like the base axiom is that it's not moving, that we don't see any curvature, we don't experience the Earth as a globe, right? They tell us that, the only reason that it looks like the sun sets, right, because they tell us from our perspective the sun's stationary, right, and we're just looks like it sets because we're spinning backwards on the Earth, right? But what we experience in reality is the sun moving across the sky.
And why the fact that we can't physically touch the sun if it's in the sky?
We don't know exactly what the sun is or how far away it is. It's too far away to touch.
It's in our atmosphere.
Is it?
That's what you say.
No, I never said that. I definitely
that's
didn't
what they say. It's in our atmosphere.
That. No, I don't think any flat earthers are saying that.
Yeah, that's what it is. Then where is it? Then where is it?
We're not sure.
I'll correct you. No flat earther says the sun is in the atmosphere. There. Now you have the official story.
Okay, what about if we were on an Earth, like hypothetically, if the Earth was it didn't have an atmosphere, like there's no air or anything like that. Okay, and I like put myself into a cannon that was big enough to support me, and like I launched myself out of this cannon.
You would blow up and turn into Jello as soon as you leave the cannon.
Okay, well let's just assume that doesn't happen for whatever reason. This is a special cannon that can launch people and keep them intact. Okay. My understanding of this series of events would be that I would experience an initial acceleration. I would feel like my stomach moving back in my body. I would feel it moving around for a little bit. But once I had fully accelerated from the cannon, I would, for the entire course of my flight, I would feel like I'm floating. I wouldn't really feel like I'm accelerating. I would feel just as though I were like, I don't know, maybe I wouldn't feel like I was in my room because I would be feeling the effects of gravity at that point, but I wouldn't feel like I was moving. Like if I closed my eyes and all of that.
No, you have a vestibular system. Firstly, you'd probably be boiling, right? Because you'd be in a vacuum. You'd be boiling and you'd probably be dead, like, instantly. But then you'd just splatter down to Earth, right? Because there's hardly any, you're just going to go up until the trajectory force runs out.
Your organs inside would, the water would want to leave as fast as possible, and that would be through your skin, so you would just explode.
That's not like the point that I'm trying to get at. Let's just say that I can live through the whole experience. Okay, I can stay intact. We're not talking like my blood would boil or anything like that. Fine, I understand in reality that's what would happen. But like, let's just say that I'm a ball that is conscious for whatever reason. Okay, and I have sensory information. I can feel whenever I accelerate and stuff like that. So let's compare, like, let's say if we dropped this ball out of a plane, right? This conscious ball out of a plane, would it feel any different than the ball getting launched out of a cannonball after it accelerates? Would it feel any, like, after the ball accelerates, would it feel any sort of like oh, I'm moving type of sensation differently between those two situations? Does my question make sense, or am I just babbling? Hello? Can you guys hear me? What's going on?
Yeah, can hear you, dude.
Did you hear my question?
I'm in and out because I'm working, that's all.
Yeah, I've just come back. What was your question?
So, like, let's imagine two different situations, okay? Let's imagine that there's a ball that's conscious, that has all the different sensory information that we have as humans, somehow, okay? And we take this ball, and we put it into a cannon, and we launch this ball on an Earth with no atmosphere, okay?
Okay.
And we take this same ball, and we drop it from a really tall building, like the Burj Khalifa, let's say.
Okay.
And it also has no atmosphere. Okay. Would this ball, like let's say it doesn't have sight either. It can only hear, touch, taste, and smell. Okay. Would this ball experience anything different besides the initial acceleration from the cannon? Would it experience any different?
Not with the sensory information you've allowed it to have. You've just got touch, feeling, you've taken sight away from it, you could just hear. So it might be able to hear its way there. It might hear how does it hear this imaginary sensory sphere?
Okay. So
has it got some kind of inertial reference? Has it got the ability to understand what horizontal is? I mean, what? Has it got gyroscopes? What's going on?
No, I guess so. I guess I'm just kind of trying to get across the idea of inertia.
Oh, okay.
Right? Like the ball would only it wouldn't feel anything different through the course of its flight in the sky besides the initial acceleration.
Oh, and orientation. If it's been shot in two different trajectories, right, in reference to something that it's going to eventually end up on. All right, so down from the Burj Khalifa and shot out of a cannon, let's say 45 degrees, and you're asking, is this conscious thing going to feel any different? Yeah. In one instance, it's going to go up. I mean, it's going to feel some kind of acceleration, but it's going to understand its orientation somehow. I would have presumed. When you're dropping it,
I guess it could like somehow feel like if it's spinning or something like that.
Dude, you said it can hear. You would know if you're flipping around in, like a bowling ball.
I mean, it's still just a guess. Like, I'm guessing that's how that it would be able to experience itself spinning or something like that. But if we assume that both balls are somehow spinning at the same rate and in the same direction, and we're taking out the initial acceleration and we're taking out the landing after the fall, and the flight is the same period of time, would either ball experience anything different?
If it can experience orientation, yeah.
But they're spinning at the same rate.
You're dropping one, and you're shooting one out of a cannon. I mean, you're talking about a sphere, but does it know which way's up and which way's down?
Oh, I see what you're asking. No.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
Oh, now that we have two spheres that don't know anything about anything, and if you shoot it, it doesn't know anything, and if you drop it, it doesn't know anything. We don't know anything.
It can still feel like if it was accelerating or not, or it would still be able to feel like.
Feel that then. If you were allowed it to feel, it would feel acceleration. If you're talking about putting something into acceleration, but
right. But
you've obviously set up the situation where there should be, if it was allowed to orient, but it can feel, but it can't feel. And in this situation where I've juxtaposed these two things, then there's going to be, well, yeah. Why wouldn't you be talking about the things that make it different in this hypothetical situation?
Well, I mean, if we were shooting out of a ball and we didn't have our eyes open or anything like that, right? We wouldn't be able to experience our orientation if we couldn't see.
All right, I know if I'm upside down because all the blood rushes to my fucking head. What you're talking about?
Not if you were falling.
So how am I suspended? Am I standing? I know
you're not. You're not.
I've got my eyes closed now. Right?
You're not suspended by anything.
No. You said I could feel. Do I feel around me? Do I feel sick?
Yeah, you can feel, but right now you're not falling.
Okay.
And you're not being shot out of a cannon.
Falling straight down. In another instance, I'm going to be feeling a direction of motion, not down. Not until I've completed, and I can start falling down. So I'm going up and then down, not just down.
Well,
asked about up and down. How does it know up and down? When you're dropping, when you're kicking off into the atmosphere and then letting it drop.
How do we know up or down? If we were falling, if we were falling,
right? Have you've suffered turbulence, right? You've taken off.
If we were falling and there was no like atmosphere to tell us which direction that we were going in, and we had our eyes closed, so we couldn't see, how would we be able to tell our orientation?
I don't know.
Hi, Jedi. May I say something?
Yeah,
May I say something? This guy is so desperate. His model is not working. He has recognized that. And he's gone into the mode of, let me falsify reality. What if you don't feel when you drive a car? There will never be a car produced where when you drive, you will not feel it. And then
I'm
he
not
goes,
saying you
what
can't
the
feel.
fuck is with a ball who doesn't know? Since when a ball knows that it's falling? I mean, look, what you're doing is, my model doesn't work. Let me falsify reality.
No, I'm just imagining a
Confirm it.
hypothetical.
Okay, I will mute myself. This is very, very, very frustrating.
I admit that it's a weird example.
When you shoot the thing out the cannon, are you shooting a cannon downwards from the Burj Khalifa, or are you just dropping it?
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
Sorry,
we're
Jedi.
taking
What about the other one? If we shoot him out of the cannon, and if reality is falsified, so that he will not die, because Radwin, or I don't know, or you maybe told him you will turn into a jelly. I will mute myself again. I cannot.
Dude, you really got to control.
Wait,
calm down, because you're losing your mind when you listen to these guys and they get under your skin. You don't realize we're making fools of them for content for YouTube.
Can I answer the question?
Yeah, I know, but they are sometimes they are how do you say it? Sorry, I will mute myself. When I remember the word, I will.
Right, so we've got these two situations. One in reality where this is the best I can do. One in reality where we would feel something, but we wouldn't. And then another reality where we shouldn't, because we're talking about just a three-dimensional space without any directional observed bias by the thing that's taking the reading. Am I following you so far?
I don't think so.
Okay. Right.
I'm just talking. Okay, so we can take out the whole acceleration thing. All right. Let's imagine instead that you have a cannon that's on the ground, pointed straight up.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Versus a cannon that's on on Burj Khalifa that's pointed straight down.
Gotcha.
Okay. And the force that the cannon applies, like both cannons provide the same acceleration force.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the ball, like just like us humans, if it has its eyes closed, it wouldn't be able to experience the orientation. It wouldn't be able to be like, okay, that's down and that's up.
Gotcha.
Okay. Would either ball experience, if it was shot out of the cannon, would it experience anything different before we're talking about like it hitting the ground or anything like that? Well, so we're cutting off the experiment right before it hits the ground.
Okay, so in one example, right, just because of the physics, right, if we're talking about here on Earth, the one that you shoot downwards, right, that's going to experience just acceleration, constant acceleration. The one that you shoot upwards, right, is going to run out of that force. It's going to accelerate, and then it's going to start slowing down.
Sure.
And it's going to want it to come back down. So this is what I'm talking about, the orientation of it, knowing like it's at an apex and then starts coming down. But you're talking about before it reaches that. Yeah, there'll be a de-acceleration of that one. You're asking if it could feel the difference of the acceleration.
Would it be able to feel itself moving? I guess is kind of what I'm asking.
Yeah, it's your hypothetical. It's you keep taking powers away from it, comparing us to what we would feel. This sphere that's conscious but can't see.
I think that both spheres would experience their initial acceleration, but after that, they would essentially have the same experience if their eyes were closed.
Okay.
Do you disagree with that?
I don't know.
Okay.
Why is it relevant?
Well, I just it's about inertia, right? So the point is that it doesn't have to be in a container, because the ball, it's not in a container as it's being shot up or shot down.
Why? Okay.
Because I don't know if it was you or what, but I had to talk to somebody that said it's an entirely different situation with like the Earth and all that, because the Earth and stuff, they're not in a container, whereas if you're in a car, you are in a container.
Okay, but we're talking about gas when we talk about a container, right? Not why are we shooting physical, like matter, solid state, like a sphere, and then trying to figure out the difference of how it experiences inertia.
I don't understand. Could you say that again?
We're talking about gas behavior, right? Gas, it's got kinetic straight line motion. It's going to go that way until something physically impedes it and changes its path. I don't understand why. I know the question. I don't understand how you in your inertia experiment is kind of relevant.
It's relevant because we're also we're on a spinning, like if the spherical model is correct, right? Then we're on a spinning ball, and the only reason we don't feel our movement is because we wouldn't feel it anyways, just like the spherical balls.
Sorry, what? We wouldn't feel it anyways.
Yeah, just like the spherical balls wouldn't. They don't feel. They only feel their acceleration. They don't feel any difference between, just because their direction is different. They don't feel any difference.
Okay, but we're on the outside of this object that's spinning, right? I think it's that orientation is in a constant circular accelerational motion. So if you were to stand on the equator 90 degrees to both poles, for example, then you're going around in a circle but accelerating. If you were to move north or south away from this equator, you understand that the surface is completing the rotation in the same amount of time, but the distance of is decreased. So you've slowed down. So the Earth is slowing down as you move away from the equator. When you stand orientated differently to the rotation at the north, and now you're just standing on a sixpence spinning around in a circle. So the orientation is different. The physics is different.
I think that change in acceleration is actually it's.
I'm talking about the difference.
You do experience that.
What are you talking about?
I think. So I don't think any of us have ever taken a flight from the equator to the North Pole or to the South Pole.
No, but we travel north and south.
Sure, but that
means that the Earth beneath you is moving at different speeds, and the orientation of you is different as you move north and south. So when you get north,
that's fine.
Yeah, okay.
But if that change in acceleration is so gradual and is minor, then you wouldn't feel it, would you?
I wouldn't feel it, would you, if you create the conditions where you wouldn't feel it?
Well, like if I was going maybe like 1,000 miles per hour, I would probably feel some sort of difference. But I'm only going 60 miles an hour most of the time. I'm traveling north to south.
Okay.
So I mean,
but you're gonna notice the difference when, mate. If you don't understand the difference in orientational physics on a rotating body, then
No, I understand. I understand that you're changing your inertial reference frame.
I could.
I'm just saying that
You're talking about a measurement of that, an orientation to that. Whilst it's whilst it's not just rotating on its axis, but going in a direction also. Different physics applies depending where you are on this object. For example, at one stage, let's call it, it'll have to be in the morning. So yeah, on the terminator line, going in a direction. So the Earth is going up underneath your feet, going in that direction, and you pointing in that direction. 180 degrees antipodal to that direction on the other side of the Earth, away from its direction of travel. That's the way that you're pointing, with the Earth going away from you. So in one instance, it's pushing up under you, and in the other instance, it's going away from you. You know the difference between you know the difference between something going up and something going down relative to your position, like being in an elevator.
Sure.
Good. So this is a condition that you're putting us in. A ball going in a direction whilst rotating. At every point on this ball, for an observer like me and you, the orientation of physics, the forces that are applied, they're different. They're constantly changing. You don't measure that change.
I guess I don't understand your argument. But I got food to eat that's getting cold. So
Okay.
Argrunt, you're up. You ready to take a triangle test?
The word I was looking for is exploit. They exploit your kindness and patience, but I get what you're saying, making content of.
We're not exploiting us. We are exploiting them.
Yeah. I saw that after I muted myself, and 10 seconds later, I calmed myself and I started laughing, and it's really, yeah. I see it's entertaining. I'm taking them too serious. When I stop taking them too serious, I start laughing at the things they say.
You get mad at them.
I got it.
You get mad at them, and there's no reason to get mad at them.
Yeah, I told you. 10 seconds later, I calmed and I started laughing, and I started enjoying it.
That's what keeps the people coming back. That's what makes flat earthers. If it wasn't for people like that, we wouldn't have flat earthers.
You're right. You're right, mate. What's up, Praised? Hey, Ghost, how you there? Okay, I will go to the kitchen to smoke a cigarette.
Well, we got a. I don't know what you call it. We got a Glober that quit reality. Embo quit reality. He came in to announce that he quits. It's pointless now worrying about it.
Which one? Which one do you mean?
He's Embo. He came in the other day and said he's not doing this anymore. He's a Glober. He gave up. He quit.
So you mean he's a Glober?
He's a Glober, and he gave up trying to disprove what we're saying.
Okay. That means that he's a flat earther now?
No, he wouldn't admit to it. He just said he's done. He can't do this anymore because he's not going to convince us. Quote.
Yeah, I heard him when he said that, but I don't remember who he was. Can you remind me who what his name was?
EMBO or something like that. Embo. EMBO. Yeah.
No, I never saw him. Okay.
Yeah, he was
Okay, I didn't
he was
know that.
active here like every day, but then I think you came after he went away.
Yeah.
Okay. Some time out. He took some time out. When he turned up, he said, "I've been away for a while." I was like, really didn't notice, mate, to be honest with you. But yeah, he came back and said he'd been away. Then he broke up with us, like some kind of really weird relationship thing, where we weren't good enough, we hadn't grown. He was disgusted with our blah 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 blah. But yeah, that's the only guy we're talking about. His name was Embo. He had a really bad
And then
mic.
Yeah, and then he
kind of
stayed
glad
in the
that
room.
he's gone, to be honest.
Remember, he stayed in the room for like an hour after that.
Yeah, yeah. Just for one last time. Just one last time.
Wow. That's
Hard to let go. Hard to let go. It's always difficult to let go.
I remember Brenda said.
About
Brenda
12
said-
hours before that, he was in the room arguing with Quantum Eraser, doing the same thing he always does. And then he came back the next morning and said, "I'm breaking up with you guys."
Funny.
What did Brenda say?
Oh, she said after the final experiment that she would find a new hobby. She wasn't going to be coming here anymore or debating flat Earth anymore. It would be over. I think she lasted 2 days or something, and comes back all the time.
Yeah, I guess because you're not from the United States, you don't have to use pronouns like that anymore. Not illegal in the United States. It's not illegal to walk up to their face and say, "Hi, man, how are you doing?"
Good.
Yeah, that's great.
That's awesome.
You're lucky.
That is awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Just so everyone knows as well, I put a link in the chat. Right, they're doing a poll in questions of the day. It's a flat versus globe poll. I think it's on about 33 flat and about 175 globe or something. If anyone wants to go chuck a vote in, links in the side chat there.
I just voted and it was 60% flat, I think.
No.
But there were very few. Maybe it was at the beginning. There were very few.
Maybe.
Anyhow, okay, guys. I just told you I have to go to the kitchen to smoke a cigarette. I'll be back within 5-10 minutes. Okay.
See you in a bit.
I didn't realize that was a link before when you posted it. I thought you were trying to get our attention for something.
Yeah, what's up, people? Come back, you know. Who was talking about Eratosthenes and all these things, you know? One and all.
Which one, Robert?
Yeah, let's get to it. I'm gonna check to make sure that Alpha is not here because Alpha will kick me out. Sure. So yeah, we were talking about Eratosthenes earlier.
Okay. What about it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Have you guys ever heard of circular triangles?
Yeah.
Right. So I mean, circular triangles, they have angles. So
Okay.
So it's like you can a circle. A circle is made up of like infinite triangles.
Yeah.
That's really what a circle is made of. So when you have a circumference of a sphere, right? You can divvy that up with equal triangles. We all know we all know spherical objects exist. All of us. You can pick up a rock.
Yeah.
It's spherical, right?
That's lovely.
Right. Anything. So this pushback against how you guys characterizing spheres, like, oh, spheres are impossible, right? It's kind of strange.
Do you want to know why? No, it's not that we say they're impossible.
But a rock,
Do you want to?
a rock, a big boulder is spherical. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, we get that. Now we understand that spherical triangles exist, and yes, you can pick up a rock, and it can be spherical. We understand this. What we're telling you is we don't measure this.
Yeah.
Because we understand that we're going to have to invoke. We're going to have to invoke. So we're going to have to invoke different geometries. Right now, one geometry we measure, the other geometry you assume. Don't measure.
No.
Yeah.
No, both of them can be assumed. Both of them can be measured.
No.
But,
of course, you can assume one. Obviously, the assumption can be correct. It's still based on an assumption. So we'll talk about Eratosthenes, right? So he measured 3 points on a triangle: the declination, elevation, angle of the sun from 2 different points. One 90 degrees above his head, the well, and then 500 stadia away, some not directly above him, close to the horizon, causing a shadow because of the light is differently orientated to this position. He has formed a triangle and measured the angle at the top of the stick where the hypotenuse is imagined to join the shadow length. Awesome stuff. Now that's what he measured. What he then did is say, hey guys, wouldn't it be cool if we assumed that what we were doing was standing or going on the outside of the well. So if we were back to the centre of the ball, if we went and put a stick in the ground 500 stades away, there'd be a shadow. But the stick, if we could imagine, would meet at the centre of the ball the light ray, if we imagine that we were on a sphere. And if we imagine that the light ray is coming in from the sun, if it was really far away, really big, that those light rays were coming in parallel, this is what we could assume would be happening. We could take the flat Earth measurement, measure the flat Earth, the triangle, and then we can imagine another geometry. We understand that you want to always invoke another geometry that's got curves in it. We don't measure those curves.
Yeah,
You just assume them and say the geometry exists.
You don't need them, but you do have that. I'm just letting you know.
All right.
So stop. So I've heard Tucker say triangle.
Maybe to make it more simple for maybe we should make it more simple for you. We give you your spherical triangles if you can measure those spherical triangles on the surface of the Earth using the tools that we have available. Do you know what a water level is?
Yeah.
Good. Posted an image of it at 11 minutes past the hour in the side chat. Would you mind having a look at it, please? Some people think that they know, but there are different types of level. This is the device I'm talking about. Do you see it? Looking for affirmation. You see it, don't you, Robert? If you don't see it, then I'm not going to take part in the conversation.
No. I mean, I see that is what we're talking about. But that again, that's irrelevant.
Yeah, so that's a water level. That's a tool that we use for leveling. All right. Now you see the other image that I posted. Now, you understand, right, that there are a few assumptions in this image. But what I want to talk about is what the image doesn't necessarily show. The gentleman on the right-hand side of the picture.
All right, go ahead, finish. But I see you have a problem right there already.
Yeah, go on. Tell me what the problem is.
Yeah, the problem is the water will fill the basin until it's level. So if you have if you have a basin with uneven bottom, right? The water will still get to a level where you can measure. You can get the level. So, but guess what? But guess what? This is what you're missing. Water on Earth is always moving. Always. This is what. The reason why it's always moving is because we are on a sphere, and gravity is always trying to balance out the water around the globe. This is what you're missing.
Okay, Robert, I'm trying to make this as simple as I can because I'm trying to help you understand what I'm going to
It's not even true at 1 meter because of surface tension. At no distance is it true.
It's just
because of curvature and surface tension, the distance 1 meter, 5 meters, 1,000 never works. It's always wrong.
That's lovely. So, Robert, do you want to carry on, or are you just going to talk through me?
No. What I'm trying to say to you is that water is always in the sphere because of evaporation, because of fissure, there are changes in elevation. Water is always moving on the planet, and it's because of gravity. Because gravity
that's not true either.
Water is following where the force is bringing it to all the time. Water is always moving on the Earth. Look it up. Everybody, look it up, right? And it makes sense because of gravity. There are changes that are happening in the water, and as water tries to fill that gap, it has to move because of gravity.
Just shut up. Seriously, dude, when people are trying to speak to you, don't just carry on talking. Just shut up.
I mean, you're carrying on as well. You do that, mate.
Dude, you're waffling on about something that I'm not even fucking talking about now.
Yeah, I'm talking about facts.
You're just waffling on about stuff that's not really relevant. It's not relevant to the point. Not relevant to the point. Why do you think that the two gentlemen are in the image? Why do you think that the two gentlemen using the tool are in the image, on the image that's curving? Why do you think they're there? I'll tell you why they're there, because they're measuring, dude. It's a level, is what they're doing.
Yeah, but
so we're trying. Yeah. You can talk about these things.
What they are, but you're gonna have to go 500 miles. Let's go 500 miles with you there. He got you there. No. You go 500 miles with your level. Go 500 miles. Why don't you?
Dude,
and if you go on 500 miles with your leveling, you will see.
For fuck's sake, dude.
Big man, you can't measure 10 feet. and say, "Oh, look, water is level." You can't do that, brother. You need the Earth is very large, very big. The curvature is very small. 8 inches per mile
10 feet.
looks parallel.
What are you
Looks
talking
horizontal.
about?
8 inches per mile per mile.
Not per mile. Fucking hell. When I'm talking, dude, you don't need to waffle on.
Talking, bro.
You need to. What you need to be doing is responding to me. What you firstly need to do is listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah,
and
but you
respond to what I'm saying.
Wait
And that involves you not talking through what I'm saying. Do I have to put you on mute to do that? You're capable of doing that yourself. Well done. You've done that. Good. Just don't unmute and start talking through me. So we understand the two gentlemen are in the depiction because they're measuring. That's why they're there. Yes. We understand that really, if we're going to take your position, which I'm going to do so, you don't need to start pointing things out to me, that the gentleman on the right-hand side is going to rotate. If he gets to, say, the equator, he's going to have rotated 90 degrees. Right? They're not going to be looking at each other anymore, are they? Understand this. So this is where we talk about the measurements. Now, we don't measure the rotation.
We don't need
from one level to another.
You don't need to.
You don't need to.
Because
we practically don't.
You don't need.
What we measure is all horizontal to parallel. There's no rotation measured.
We
Water
don't
doesn't
need.
actually. Yeah. Go on.
You don't need to. You look at the base. Look at the base, right? That would be curved. That is what you measure that curve. If you measure 10 miles with a straight line, a straight flat line, 10 miles, right? If the Earth is curved, it would be a little bit more. You understand me? It will be a little bit more, and you will pick it up in these kind of measurements, right? The thing is, you're bringing in concepts that are irrelevant. You're trying to be on the ground measuring a sphere that is that you are 2.1 times 10 to the minus 11 in comparison to. That is boom.
No, that's just incorrect, dude. So what I'm trying to point out to you, if you have any fucking intelligence about you, is the measurement from a separation of one horizontal plane to two tangential planes. If you're going to separate the measurement from one separating to another that's rotated at 90 degrees, we don't measure that separation. Don't measure it in water. The thing that we use is a horizontal, which would give us where horizontal would be. The horizontals on your sphere, well, they wouldn't be parallel. They couldn't be. At this point, they would have diverged. At every point, they would continue to diverge until, for example, that guy on the right got to the equator. If the two gentlemen had horizontal planes extending out from them that were tangential to the sphere, then you would be able to measure the separation. We don't. Welcome to Flat Earth. You understand what a tangential plane is, right, Robert?
A tangential plane? Is that what I heard you say?
Yeah. Asking Robert if he understands what one is.
You cannot. You see, 8 inches per mile will show up level on traditional measuring devices. It will show up level.
You're not understanding what I'm telling you.
No. You're
not
not
understanding what I'm telling you.
What I'm saying to you is, what's your distance?
That's why I asked you what a tangent is. What's a tangent?
What distance? Hold on. Why are you cutting me? Why are you cutting in me again?
Because I'm trying to help you understand and stop you from waffling on about something that's fucking irrelevant.
Hold
Do you
on,
know
hold
what
on.
a tangent is?
You are waffling about something that's irrelevant. I'm letting you know that.
It's my fucking question. How can it be irrelevant? It's my fucking question. It's not irrelevant to my fucking question. It's my question. Now I've got to ask you, do you know what a tangent is?
It's leading you down the wrong place that we're trying to put.
It's my argument. Tangent. You're going to need to.
He knows what a tangent is, Jedi. He probably doesn't know what a triangle is.
You want to bet? You want to bet that I don't know what a tangent is? You guys always do.
Oh, he even admits it. He doesn't know what a tangent is. He said it. Nope, you said it.
You want to bet on that?
Yeah, I bet you don't know what to say right now.
All right, how much money you want? Let's put some money on that.
3. Wow, this guy's dumb. He's gonna look it up. He's about to look it up.
Touches a curve. That's it. A straight line that touches a curve. That's it. You understand me? That's what a tangent line is.
Good.
So the deal is this. The deal is
we can continue then.
Hold on, brother. You guys are criticizing. You are criticizing something you don't understand. I told you
I'm the one that's talking about it, so you haven't heard what I'm talking about yet. You seem to completely not respond to what I'm talking about, telling me that it's irrelevant to my point.
Irrelevant. Your question is irrelevant.
How can my question be irrelevant? I'm talking about a measurement of the surface of the earth.
No. You can't do. You cannot measure that in that traditional way. That's why they have theodolites.
And so we don't.
That's why they have theodolites and geodesics.
Dude, I'm talking about level and horizontal.
Do you know how geodesics work? I bet you don't.
Excuse me.
You don't know how geodesics work.
Excuse me. It's not relevant to this
level to do it. That is the point.
Robert, why just continually talking through me? Just asking if you know what a tangent is. You understand? Okay.
Straight line that touches a curve. Straight line.
Good. So you understand. So I can continue knowing that you understand. Is it okay if I do so? Thanks. Good. You muted yourself.
This is stuff that we do in maths class in the 9th grade.
Yeah, good stuff. Well done. So you should understand
what you need to do. But what you do.
Okay.
Oh.
So you understand what 2 tangent planes are, right? You understand if I have, let's say, 1 tangent plane on the top of a ball, and I can then rotate the orientation of that tangent plane to, say, 90 degrees, I would have 2 tangent planes. If I was using a leveling device from one place to another with water, like the 2 guys that are depicted, and the guy that was depicted on the right-hand side started to rotate like the hand on a clock to meet the 3 o'clock position on the equator at 90 degrees relative to the first tangent plane that he was measuring from, where his first guy was, you'd understand that you would measure the separation of the 2 tangents.
And do you know how far they have to go to do that?
We don't.
Do you know how far they have to go to do that?
Excuse me. We don't.
Old school method.
Yeah, old school. We're talking about water level.
You need to
come to the 21st
century. Come to the
talking through me. We're talking about water level, and every tangent plane that you decide to put along that water level.
You need lasers. Come to the 21st century.
Let's start talking. We're talking about your tangent planes. I'm giving you a model and trying to find out if you measure it. No, we don't measure these degrees in separation from one tangent plane to another with distance from the plane of a horizontal water source. Ever. We don't treat water like this. It has to be level or pressurized, but level to flow. We measure using water as a horizontal, because all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. It will be parallel here and parallel over there, and every distance that we fucking measure using the water that gave us the horizontal reference in the same first place. If you're on a ball, I'll give you a separation of tangents as your mate fucked off over there with his water leveling device, and you could measure the separation of the two tangents. We don't. The water's flat and horizontal, dude.
No, it's not. And this is the problem with you. You're trying to measure 10 feet or 2 inches. I need you to do the same experiment over 100 miles. This is what you need to do. This is what you need to do. This is what you need to do. 8 inches per mile looks parallel, looks flat and horizontal, right? If you're only measuring 10 feet, because you're tiny. You're little.
You're not, listen, real quick, Robert, just so you know, a water level is not a distance measuring tool at all.
And I posted it for you.
No. We're not talking about distance. What we're trying to say is you need more distance in order for your water level to be accurate.
Can you hear me?
And he can't do 10 feet.
You have me muted.
Big man, why are you interrupting me, brother? Let me finish what I'm saying.
You asked for 100 miles. I gave you 255 miles.
Okay, no problem. Let's look at the 255 miles with your water level. None of you guys know how theodolites work. None of you know how geodesics work. So you're using old school rudimentary
I've used
first century water level.
I've also used transit level.
You can never get a first century water level to work over 250 miles.
Well, there's a couple benefits I'll give you.
Break. Please.
Listen, I mean, the theodolites are very good. Yeah, they're good. The theodolites are good. You're right. There's a couple benefits to a water level. They have much longer ones, like 1,000 feet water levels. But the benefits of it is that you don't need any kind of optics. You don't need to sight a water level, right? And you don't need to worry about distance because it works everywhere that you place the other end.
1,000 feet is flat.
I'm just telling you, yeah. There's a couple benefits.
Nothing. The Earth is 24,000 miles in circumference.
Yeah, it's 360 degrees of rotation.
You're the size of a bacteria.
360 degrees potential measurement of rotation of tangent
You're the size of a bacteria.
I don't understand why you don't get this.
Tell me, why is it 3 miles to the horizon if you're 6 feet? Why?
It depends on the optical device that you use.
No, lies. Absolute lies. Why is the horizon starting at 3 miles?
I'll tell you why.
Why is your horizon starting at 3 miles?
Why do you need to keep repeating the question? I hear the question. One, because it's based on the size of the aperture of the human eye.
Lies. Because you can put binoculars on it.
It's not.
Binocular has bigger aperture. Lies. It's still 3 miles.
Sorry, dude.
It's still 3 miles.
No, you're just going to keep talking. Change the aperture. You can change the distance to the horizon.
3 miles, no matter how big the aperture is.
Why do you keep continually shouting through me?
Yeah, because it's binoculars. It's still 3 miles.
It's
Robert, when you're speaking, everyone else stays quiet. When someone else is speaking, could you please do the same? Thank you.
Big man, I'm telling him, no matter what size aperture.
Listen, I'm asking you to stay quiet while he is speaking or anyone else is speaking. I'm asking you to show the same respect people show you. We listened to you. We heard you. He was responding. You interrupted him.
So the distance to the horizon is always 3 miles for the 6-foot observer. Okay, no problem. Here's an observation from an 8-foot observer, where according to your math, the distance should be 3.46 miles away. The furthest distance to the furthest oil rig is 10.1 miles away. So the horizon is obviously clearly observable beyond the oil rig at a further distance. Therefore, directly debunking the assertion that you just claimed. We're talking about no matter how much you zoom in. Shut the fuck up.
That's not true. And you know it. You have a horizon at 3 miles if you're 6 foot tall. If you put a binocular.
Robert, why are you interrupting people? I have to mute you because you won't let anybody finish. Here, now I'm going to unmute you.
I'm worried if 1099 didn't print. I also think I need to delete a few ones to later to answer a few questions.
It's like I need to say it again for some fucking reason. I'm giving you that. I'm giving you your claim that no, for a 6 foot observer, 3 miles away, only 3 miles away, you're never going to see further than that. So I'm giving you your mathematical claim of geometry of a geometric horizon that is stopping you from seeing further.
No.
Good.
It
So
doesn't.
you see in the observation 8 foot based on the calculation 1.225 because of the radius of your sphere multiplied by the eye height of the observer. Yeah. If you zoom in with the camera, you said that we couldn't fucking use for some bloody reason. Horizon beyond 10 miles, not at the 3.46 miles you said.
Yes. It is between 3
I can't see it there.
It's between
Sorry,
3.
the apparent juncture between the surface and the sky is not in front of the oil rigs, you liar.
It is between 3
I can't see that.
3.5 miles. Given
see that?
if you have a degree of refraction.
Can you see it? A degree of refraction. Can you see a horizon there?
Your horizon will always be between 3 to 3.5 miles.
Always, I don't see that. What are you talking about?
No matter what, if you have some greater atmospheric going on where greater refraction is happening, then you will see further. But I'm trying to tell you, it is 3. You cannot ignore this fact. It is between 3 to 3.5 miles to a 6 foot observer. Why is it not further for a 6 foot observer? Why? Why is it not up further?
Dude, for an 8 foot observer.
What is in your eyes? What did
Robert,
the optometrist?
Fuck's sake. Yeah. Now you're just starting to fucking annoy me.
Dude, Jedi, he's sitting there telling you that all you'd have to do is show him a horizon that's further for a 6 foot or maybe let's say an 8 foot tall observer, and he would throw it all away. Just show it to him, so.
No.
Yeah,
he claims that that's fake, Jedi. He claims we CGI'd it. Every single one, every single one. I've showed him all of them. They're all fake. He says. That's why I banned him.
Oh right. Well, if he's just going to deny this, then he can't. He doesn't deserve to be here. If you're just going to deny it, wow. Wow.
Yeah, the proof that that's fake is that it's not possible, right? So showing it shows that that it's fake because it's impossible. Like that sounds like that would be his reasoning.
This is how dishonesty is, No Tanks, right? He said that these observations would be impossible on a globe, right? That's why he said these have to be faked, right? So then I said, okay, if they happened to have not been faked, would this be a problem for the globe? And he said, no, it wouldn't. That's how dishonest this guy is.
Yeah. No, listen, I asked a friend of mine, it was yesterday or the day before, he's standing right in front of me. And I was giving him the geometric, because he kept saying science, etc. I was giving him the geometric qualifications, and I asked him, I said outright, I said, can I falsify this then? I was giving him, obviously I could falsify this with just one observation, sunsets, boats over the horizon, all these things. They the sun has to be setting for a 6 foot tall observer at 3 miles as well. So all these, I said, can I falsify it? He just said to me straight out, I just don't want you to. I don't want to see it. I don't want to know. So then why does Robert come around? If you don't want to know, you don't want to know. Just run away. And I respect my friend. I'm just not going to. I say, listen, I can do it for you. You know that, right? No, I don't want to know. He says. I said, all right. You'll have to say it's fake. It's weird. Yeah. Well, it's not weird. I understand the it's heavy. It's like a heavy implication, but he'll still come back.
How come a horizontal line and a chord are just so hard?
The chord is the horizontal line.
No, it's not. Don't be so funny. It's a diagonal line from a horizontal.
if you can come up with like an exclusive, like early, anything.
All I know is that Jesus died on the cross and rose again on the third day.
Oh shoot! Hey, guess what, man?
No, he
didn't. You got to go back to Genesis, man. Go to the beginning and go read Genesis again, man.
Genesis does.
Hey,
what
look, listen, Castle King.
What
This
is
is not the place to talk about the Bible because there's a lot of people here that
Go
don't,
back and read
don't want to hear it. Okay, but because the mocking and the arguing, But we're just trying to point out that book is a flat Earth book. You got to consider, okay, that the fact, the possibility that you've been lied to, that we've all been lied to. You have to at least think about it. We're giving you the information. All you got to do is process it.
The Bible's a flat Earth book. Did you say Genesis? Oh yeah, go read that again and get back to us, man. Go check that out. Let me know what globe Earth does, all that shit. Let me know.
So God gave us eyes, right, and gave us a mind, right, to process information that comes in the eyes, right. And we go look at the water. We go to the beach. We look at the horizon. Our eyes see that the water is flat and level, right?
Level?
Right? Yeah. Is there any reason that we should not believe what we are seeing, right? Is there any reason to think that that horizon is anything but what it appears to be, flat and level? You see, God gave us these eyes to do that with, right? Right?
No, I refuse. You know that the ocean moves around. It's not always flat, man.
Oh, we got waves. Oh my God.
Yeah. You ever seen those tsunamis?
Oh, okay.
What happened to your what happened to your flat Earth when the tsunami shows up?
Come on. Okay, what topography?
Tsunamis can only happen on a flat Earth, man.
How deep is the Mariana Trench and from what? How high is the Mount Everest and from what?
Sea level.
I don't know.
Sea level.
Sea level.
Everything, yeah.
Sea level.
Everything is measured, bro. Yeah, from sea level, right?
Everything.
Right? Above sea level.
You see when you walk outside your house? You talk about that sea level?
They take the average, my friend. They take the average. They know, we know that there is a waves, but there is an average. So you take the average. Okay, they call it the mean sea level. Doesn't change. When you are on a boat, if you are measuring your crow house 35 feet, and you are in England, if you go to Australia, it's still 35 feet from the water.
That's correct. 100% correct. What you said, Kembo.
Therefore, the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Guaranteed, without
Exactly.
a doubt, 100% measurable, navigatable.
Still on the pond. You build
Or
on
you
it
say,
on flat.
it's not a ball, or you could say therefore it's not a ball like they claimed. Right?
It's flat.
Yeah, you can say, yeah. So I guess it's not a ball like they claimed it to be, right?
Correct.
Because the default is flat and level. That's the default, right?
That's the water. That's the water's flat and level.
Why does the sun and the moon appear to be round?
Why you have to go up and don't stay on the ground?
Good question. We've never heard that one before. That was really a great question. So I'll address roundness. Is like a penny, or is it round
Penny
like
for your
a ball?
thoughts?
Did you say round like a ball? Like a ball? How do you know those things are balls, man? How do you know that?
I'm saying they appear to be round.
They
I don't know if they're balls.
Round like what?
Yeah,
like a ball or?
But also, you know what else appears to be like round like balls at night? Airplanes. You know, when you look up and you see a light move. Yeah, when you see a light moving in the sky, right? You're like, hey, it's a star, not an airplane, dude. Right?
No,
so what? So is it a ball, or is it a ball, or is it an airplane? Right?
It's an airplane, man. Obviously, you know you need to get some glasses if you can't see that. That's an airplane.
Castle, check
What
it
is
out.
it, man?
When you've got headlights on a car that are a long way away and they are square-shaped headlights, you know they look round from long distance.
Yeah, I get that.
Something to think about.
When this guy yells, it sounds kind of like Kevin
but
Hart.
you know I'm standing. I can see the plane from here, man. I can see the shape of the plane.
Yeah, we get that.
Shape of the plane? What shape? What is the shape of the plane that we live on?
It looks like a cross from down here.
Oh, that different plane. Never mind. That was a different plane.
At nighttime, you see the light, okay, of the plane. All right, it looks like a ball, but it's a plane. You know it's a plane, right? But it looks like a ball.
Why is it called an airplane?
Because it flies through the air.
On what? On the plane?
Why is it called airplane? Plane.
What is a plane? What is a plane, man? Huh?
A plane?
Planar. What's planar?
It's an aircraft.
You're an artist, right?
No. Yeah, it was crafted by smart engineers.
Does anybody live
on this machine that can fly through the air?
Dude,
no.
The freaking plane, like planar, man, like the ground, flatness.
Plane. Oh, excuse me.
So,
yeah,
Castle,
excuse you.
Know who invented the airplane?
Some smart guy from back in the days.
No. So the Wright
might have
brothers.
been Leonardo da Vinci with one of his drawings and one of his contraptions.
Okay,
I don't know.
So it was the Wright brothers. They were two bicycle mechanics that didn't want to know what science said at the time. That it was impossible.
They did. They said it was impossible.
It's impossible. I get it.
And they high school dropouts. People. They only graduated high school.
Wait, do you have to go to school to be smart?
No, you don't.
Exactly. Thank you.
So why don't you
I didn't
listen
say
to
they went
us?
to school. I said they were smart.
Okay, they're a very smart bicycle mechanics. Smarter than everybody else.
You know, some of the smartest guys don't even go to college. Some of them don't even finish high school.
You should really be listening to that, because what did the scientific community say to the Wright brothers again, Indio?
It's impossible.
Oh, it's impossible. So just like you're saying that the Earth can't be flat, it's impossible, right? And all these scientific experts are saying it's not, right?
Oh, are you guys trying to put your flat Earth guys into this category of guys that were shunned and mocked for what they believe?
Maybe.
You're trying to do that with your flat Earth guys?
Yeah. We're allowed to.
Hey, hold up. Where's your flat Earth scientists at conducting your test to prove that this place is flat?
Hey, man. Hey, Tully. Hey,
I got one right here.
You're starting to troll, man. You're gonna get muted.
Hey, man, no, I'm not trolling. I'm telling you the truth. Where's your scientists at?
I was just talking to you, man.
Nah, man.
Okay, so I'm gonna post some experiments in the chat done by scientists. Are you gonna accept them or not?
Wait,
no, you're gonna say.
What kind of scientists are these, man? Are these reputable are these people that we can trust?
What has trust got to do with
Or
it?
are these Discord scientists, flat Earth guys out here?
Hey, man,
Well, I'm talking about. I want the real deal, Holyfield scientists, man.
No, we're asking you to use your own brain, and if you can't do that, we're sorry.
This ain't going well.
You just went from it doesn't matter. Now they need to be reputable.
Come on.
You're all over the place, dude. You need no.
There's a lot of quacks out there that claim that they're scientists and they're not.
Okay, were the Wright brothers scientists when they invented the airplane?
Yes.
Yeah. They're engineers.
They were bicycle mechanics.
Bicycle mechanics. Damn it. I was close, right?
They fixed the bikes for a living.
I'm saying they're engineers. They create stuff. They make stuff.
How about you wait until were they reputable before they invented the airplane?
I don't know, man. I didn't know those guys.
Yeah, so you don't you're trying to apply principles that you don't even believe in, dude. You're just playing games.
What I'm saying is, where's your guys that can prove that the place is flat? Why don't they take this all the way to the top of the education so that our kids can be taught the truth?
You really think that that's that simple?
No, it's that important.
You sound really naive. You know what you just said is either really ignorant, either because you're real ignorant of the way things are. You're just naive. You know, you don't know what the fuck is going on, right?
No, you know science. It can change
why you do that?
If
Because you don't
if you
think, man.
conduct an experiment and prove that the thing was wrong before, did you know that? That's why science is an open book.
Why don't you do it yourself? Because
No, you do it. You're the one that believes this place is flat.
We have already done it. We're asking you to fucking do it yourself.
Holy fuck! Calm down. Hey, Linda, calm down.
we gotta pull this shit in right now. Come on, boys.
This guy, man. Hey, calm down, man. Stop yelling.
Hey, I am calm. I'm a Samoan. This is how we talk.
Oh,
Okay.
so that makes it. Oh, okay, whatever.
That makes it all right.
I'm not buying that bullshit.
Oh yeah.
You're not buying it? He got super fucking agitated. I'll say that.
I thought Samoans had patience, bro.
Oh, we do.
Kevin Hart.
When it runs out after a while.
Well, I thought you were one of the most tempered people on earth, to be honest.
We are.
But
Just because you're Samoan.
You seem to be very short on temper, and you get very het up. And what you don't understand is there's actually people trying to link you information here. We're not just making claims and saying stuff, bro.
Yeah. You're about to be. You're a troll. You're a troll. To me, you're a troll, man. That's what I think. So I don't give a shit what they do to you, what India does to you, bro. I can't help you, man. I'm asking you to fucking, be a fucking Samoan and be respectful and hear us out, but you want to act like these fucking trolls, right? These degenerates who are not even thinking. Sorry, you know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Like, swim.
I've been nothing but respectful. I've never called one of you guys out of your name. Never.
I appreciate
you
that,
guys like to say I'm the idiot and all this other stuff, these ad hominem attacks that you guys throw at me. You are. Me.
You are freaking out.
Freaking out?
Yes,
I'm just
you are.
expressive.
You're spiraling. You're spiraling.
I'm simply expressive.
You're talking over other people. Like, Jesus Christ, man.
Do you even believe in that name?
Dude,
Don't go there, man. Don't fucking go there. Are you going to try to say your faith is stronger than mine or something?
Look at how you guys blatantly disrespect me. You guys completely disregard what I believe.
Didn't I just say you talk over other people? I was answering you and you started yapping over me.
We tolerate you like for 3-4 days now.
Listen, we accept that it's a belief. Listen, we accept that you have a belief. You don't. You don't accept that you have a belief. You think you know something.
I think we can end it there, Indio. What do you think?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
We accept your belief. What you're trying to point out to you is that you have a belief. That you don't actually know the Earth's a globe. You believe it's a globe. And that's all there is.
Oh, we can end it there, man. We're done. Class
I would
over.
like to. I would like to add something, if I can.
Yep.
Can I add something real quick?
Yes. Go ahead, Flatsy.
So I would like to add that all of us that are flat earthers in here, We took the time and effort, and a lot of us took a lot of time and effort to learn even more than others in here that are flat earthers, to analyze all of the claims from the globe side and the flat earth side, and came to this conclusion. You've only looked at one side, and you haven't even looked at our side of it that well. You're just coming in here listening to us talk about it. You're not actually being objective. You're being very biased, and you should look up what cognitive biases are, and you'll see that you carry those traits a bit. So I would implore you to at least look into both sides of the argument before you come in here arguing for either side.
Yep, study.
You know what I did last night?
Your side, mate.
No, do you know what I did?
Study
I
your
watched
globe,
that.
and you will realize.
I watched on YouTube these guys going at it, flat earthers and globers. You know, there's this guy. He's a rapper, Jamal or something. I forget his name. He was on this other guy's podcast, Godfrey's podcast, and they invited this guy, Professor something. He was a glober, and this guy completely annihilated that Jamal dude.
Oh, come on, man.
He couldn't stand toe to toe with that dude for nothing.
He was only swearing, man. He didn't say anything. He was only swearing, that professor guy. Come on.
Yeah, he does. He's new. He's using it to promote his thing, right? We're here, man. We're here. That guy is just a fucking TV face, right? We're the ones that trying to talk to you. That guy doesn't know anything.
Let that professor come
Dave.
Yeah, he's not a professor. Stuff you guys say.
So he's not a professor. He's not a professor. You think he's not? I saw I saw like 30 seconds of that quote unquote debate, whatever the hell that was. Do you think what Dave said was factual?
Listen,
I'm asking you, Dave, the Goldberg guy, Professor Dave. Do you think what he said in that debate was factual?
It made sense.
That he was saying, okay, that's not. Lots of things make sense, dude.
I'm saying I'm not a scientist. I'm not going to go out there and do the same kind of tests as the guy did. I'm just going to sit back and absorb all the information.
Dave hasn't done any tests, man.
Come on, man.
Dave isn't a scientist, bro.
He's not even a professor,
not a scientist. Look, I could literally post in chat where he said, like, the dude's an actor. You can go on Internet Movie Database and look up his shit. He's an actor. There's video of him saying, I don't even have my own material. I just read a script. Dude, are you serious?
Yep.
That's what we're trying to tell you, dude. Like, you're putting your eggs in the wrong baskets, bro.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I'm 100% positive, man. We're well aware of who Professor Dave is.
What about when Neil deGrasse Tyson says the place is a globe? Do you believe that?
He says it's flat.
You don't need to be a scientist.
Wait. Neil deGrasse Tyson said it's flat.
Wait, what? Where?
To be more specific, he says it looks flat.
Wait, what?
It's flat.
That stuff is flat.
I don't think he believes that.
Let me ask you, if all the so-called scientists that you thought were credible and trusted, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, all came out and said, the Earth is flat, would you believe them?
I would take, it would be a lot more influence on me.
Oh, shoot. No, would you switch sides? Would you just go, fuck, you're just flat Earth?
You know, all the scientists, all the reputable ones would have to say, yeah, we discovered yesterday that this place is actually flat. Then I'll be like, you know what? Oos, I'll be like, hey, you know what, Oos? My bad. I didn't know. All right, now I'm going to have to look deeper into this flat Earth, okay?
What if it was all of them but one? What if there was one holdout?
Like who? Bill Nye the Science Guy?
I don't know, dude. There's one holdout. Like, it's all of them but one. There's one left.
They got to be reputable. They got to be OGs in the science game for me to take it into consideration.
Yeah, so look, yesterday, you got tricked, my friend. You got tricked when you were watching Professor Dave's video. Okay, you got tricked by Professor Dave because he admits on video, we can share the video. He says, I'm not a professor, right? He thought it would be fun to use that name for his YouTube channel. He said he dropped out of college to pursue a music career, right? And what happened was he did some debates, and there's a guy named Shock, right? And he is a bit of an expert in logical, like formal logic. Okay, so he goes through and he analyzes these debates, and Professor Dave actually scored the record for the most fallacies in a debate, right? So what he does is he uses fallacious logic to trick people that aren't well versed in the arguments, right? They watch it, they think he's a professor, they think he's making good points, but really he's being dishonest. He also admitted that he reads off scripts, right, in his videos. But yeah, you're being tricked, you're being duped by someone.
A lot of content creators read off a script, man. They can't freestyle out there.
Well, they don't commit to. Neither can he. Hold on 1 second, Flash. You go. Neither can he, because I don't know if you're just listening. He had a debate, and they counted the number of logical fallacies he used in a 1 hour debate, and it was 250. 250. So basically, every single sentence that he uttered was logically fallacious. You don't do that by accident. It's almost impossible to do, even on purpose.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Me not even having any kind of when I was new to the topic and I saw Dave Farina and Dave Weiss together having their little spat, even me not having any background in or even looking into what logic is, I could tell that everything that Dave Farina said, without me even being a flat earther, I wasn't a flat earther at this point. I was looking into it. And I could tell that everything that he said was wrong. The way that he went about his arguments were not valid. I could tell without even having any kind of background in studying logic. Now I can point out all of his logical fallacies and all that stuff. But I would like to highlight something. I don't know if you know what cognitive dissonance is, but it's when you hold two contradictory beliefs at the same time. So that you see the earth as flat and stationary, but you hold the contradictory belief that it's not that, it's actually a ball and moving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you think I'm supposed to pick one or the other?
Absolutely. Hopefully it's supported by your observations, though. So your observations only support a flat, stationary earth. You're going to have to believe that it's a ball moving. You're not going to ever know that.
The only reason why I believe that it's moving and we're not flying off the surface is because of gravity.
Yeah, but
a lot of flat earthers don't believe in gravity.
But that's like your Band-Aid. You don't understand what gravity is. You don't know the claims about gravity. You don't even know that it is some sort of scientific theory at all. You actually just believe that because you've associated a ball Earth or ball planets or ball suns. All of these things are balls as a consequence to gravity and everything being inward. But in reality, all we see is up and down, left and right.
Hey Castle, what could you ever be shown that would falsify the globe for you, prove wrong the globe for you?
I have to go into outer space and look for myself down upon the earth.
So
I see that it's
to a place can you go to a place that doesn't exist? Yes or no?
Yeah.
You can. Are you saying now that you can go to a place that doesn't exist?
Yeah, it's called the future.
Whoa, man! This is.
I mean, in three-dimensional space. In regards to three-dimensional space, can you go to a place that doesn't exist?
Let me ask. Hold on. Let me ask him like this: can you go to Narnia?
Well, the only way I can do it is if I pop in that DVD and check it out for myself.
Nah, I'm talking about you, your physical self.
Oh, me, my physical self, go to this imaginary place that someone created out of the brain? No.
Exactly. That's what he's asking you.
Exactly.
Your standard of evidence for falsifying the globe involves going to a place that doesn't exist. So there is no falsifying it for you. It's an immovable belief because your standard of evidence can't be met.
Yes, it can. I just need to take that rocket ship up to outer space and look down upon the Earth.
This has got to be DeMarc just messing with us, right? Come on.
Someone give Elon Musk $50.
This has got to be. You sound like DeMarc.
No, because DeMock would say that the radius is one oil change, which I love that, by the way.
Who can make that stuff up, right? Come on, Flatsy. That's hilarious. Only DeMarc.
Hey, man. Hey, Castle. Hey, Flatsy, how you doing? Go ahead.
No, I'm good. I'm done.
I just want to ask Castle, you know how you said if only if all the scientists said it, right? But you know those are priests. Like, how is that not a religion? How is it that you have to trust all these people to go do something? Right? How is that not faith? How is that not a religion? This is what I was talking about. This is scientism. So why won't you figure it out for it? Why won't you know it? Why won't you tell me the radius? Why won't you help us look for the curvature, the radius? You know what I'm saying? Like,
I can't create a rocket ship in my backyard, man.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, like, do you agree you have a religion, you have a faith, you believe priests, right, of the Baal, of the Baal, right?
When they tell you these scientists are atheists.
Really? What does that mean? Does that mean
they don't believe in God or the devil?
Yeah, and that means they don't have an agenda,
the ones you're appealing to.
Right? That means they're not going to lie to you, right?
They're supposed to be objective about what they believe. They do the science test. That's how they figure out what's true and false.
This guy's got to be trolling, man. Come on.
So you're basically
they must know there's no God
religious. Yeah, so your belief in the ball is a religion, then, right? It's not real. That's what you're saying. It's your belief.
No, it's based on the observations of the scientists who study this stuff.
I'm asking you how water can be curving at the surface, and you don't want to talk about that. You want to tell me to go listen to your priest.
Or
I've already destroyed.
I already said it's gravity. That's why I say we're to stake to the globe, even though it's curving.
You don't even know what you're talking about. This is what your priest told you, right? And now you're going to tell us. All I'm saying is, can you acknowledge that you're in the religion, the ball?
It's not a religion.
Well, that's what it sounds like. Because you don't know any.
Okay, then. So you can. Okay, if you're not in a religion, then you can go ahead and detail all the operations and workings of gravity. Go.
Go.
Go
where?
Go, gravity, go.
Tell us all about gravity, the inner workings, all the in-depth details.
Oh, gravity. That's all I know about gravity, man. And I know it makes everything stick to the ground.
So
you believe it like a religion, right?
Then you agree is a belief, then, right?
I just wanted to add one thing, right? He was talking about, right, he did admit that he trusts the scientists, right? He appeals to the authority, right, which is fallacious. But don't worry about that. Okay, so even Neil deGrasse Tyson, they asked him on his show Star Talk, what is gravity? He put his hands up in the air. He said, next question. He said, we don't know what gravity is. We don't know where gravity comes from, right? And basically, to have this model, right, it has to be there. But they don't know what it is. They don't know where it comes from. Right? That's why it's called the theory. So even you're at the top level, they admit they don't know much about it. Right? You just have to have it basically to have a globe. Right? In reality, right, in a flat stationary contained system, things will rise or sink to their density in relation to the density of the medium that's surrounding them. Right? So if you have something that's more dense than the air, right, and you lift it up, right, and drop it, it's going to sink through the air, right? Or if you have something that's less dense than the air, like a helium balloon, and you release it, it's going to rise up through the air because it's less dense. And most objects are more dense than the air. But if you change the medium, right, if say, like, you look at liquid mercury, right? Even steel floats in liquid mercury. You release steel, like a steel anvil or something, in a tub of mercury, it will rise up to the top, right? Because it's less dense than the medium. So it's very simple the way it works in reality, and you can test it yourself, anywhere, anytime.
You can test this stuff yourself at home.
Yeah.
Be careful.
I can drop my phone and it'll drop to the ground.
Don't injure yourself, man. But let me ask you, man. So your phone was what, on the table?
You
picked it up. You picked it up. You gave it energy, and then you let the energy go. What's the problem?
There's no problem. Gravity's working just fine.
It's working.
Oh, brother, the phone is more dense than the air. Right?
You know what's strange is if I let go of my phone and it floated to the sun. That would be strange.
Yeah, brother, if your phone was less dense than the air, it would rise, right? If you drop a helium balloon, it goes up because it's less dense than the air. If it's more dense than the air, it's going to sink.
Then why does it eventually come back down, though?
Yeah, because you gave it potential energy, right? You lifted it up from its state of rest. Right, here's an example, right? Say you have a fish tank and it's filled with water and you have a tennis ball sitting on top of the water. Okay? It's not going to go down. If you force it down, right, you've had to exchange some of your energy, right? And you have given that tennis ball potential energy, right? So if you push it down under the water, right? And even if you push it under a ledge, it's going to stay under the water, under the ledge, and it's still going to retain that potential energy that you gave it, right? And when it comes out from under that ledge eventually, it's still going to have that potential energy, right? And it's going to rise back up because it's less dense than the water.
Right.
Same with your phone, right? It wasn't going to fall by itself. You had to lift it up. You had to use some of your energy, force it out of its state of rest, right? And then it's just simply going to sink back to its state of rest again. Don't need gravity. Right? You only need gravity. You only need gravity for the globe, right? Because you have a ball, and they have to explain the ocean sticking to the outside of a ball, right? All that sort of thing, right? Why you would float off into space, all of that sort of stuff. That's only needed in the globe model, right? In reality, the density thing that I was talking about, right? Relative density, that explains why things rise or why things sink. And nothing just falls by itself, right? It has to be displaced by an outside source of energy. Think about it, man. It makes a lot of sense. It's much more simple, right, than what you have on the globe side.
That's pretty simple. I mean, putting energy into something, like taking a tennis ball to the bottom of the pool and then letting it go, and it goes straight up. But if you pick it up from the table and drop it, does the same thing, right?
That's because the air inside the ball is lighter than the water.
Welcome to Flat Earth, man. Welcome to Flat Earth, bro. Yeah, welcome.
Glad
to be here. Welcome, brother.
What are you talking about? Welcome.
Well, you just
I'm not on this Flat Earth train. You guys are.
You haven't been listening. That's why.
I'm listening intently.
No, you haven't been
listening to respond. That's all. Not listening to understand.
I was using my imagination to think about these balls in this water.
Yeah, you weren't
your imagination when you should have been listening to what these nice people have been telling you.
You were doing what with your imagination?
You guys are.
It's actually Castle King. It's like a natural mechanism of the human brain to protect deeply ingrained belief systems. Right, so it's kind of like what your brain's doing is like someone putting their fingers in their ears, right? Because it's trying to protect your deeply ingrained belief system of the globe, which you were taught from a young age. It's deeply ingrained into your brain, and what you're going through now is cognitive dissonance. It's a real thing. We all went through it, my friend.
You think I'm Neo when Morpheus had to break it down to him that the Matrix is fake?
Exactly. Yes, that's you.
Red pill, man. You gotta take a red pill.
Take the blue pill. Don't take the blue pill, Castle King.
Pill. Get the fuck out of here, or take the red pill and hang out for a minute.
He's not even listening.
Hey, wait, hold on. While he's bringing this movie up, hey buddy, do you remember the part of the movie The Matrix where Morpheus says to Neo, "We don't normally let people out of the Matrix, when they get past a certain age, because it's hard for their mind to accept it once they're older as opposed to younger." So this is kind of the same thing with flat Earth. Like, it's hard to teach an old dog new tricks. If you're older, you're less likely to accept the truth. It's less likely to accept that you've been lied to your whole life.
Yeah, you're gonna have
like
to
right now.
wake me up on that Nebuchadnezzar little ship that they had out there. You're gonna have to you have to show me the plugs in the back of my head. You're gonna have to do all that.
Yeah.
But what about the NASA fakery? Would that function as the plugs in the back of your head metaphor?
If we can prove that NASA faked the whole thing, then I might take into consideration what you're selling here.
All right, cool, man. I appreciate the honesty, man. We'll take you up on that. If you guys got some links, I got a couple.
I'd like to show him. I have one really good one, right, where it shows blatant fakery.
Blatant fakery. We're talking blatant fakery. Okay.
I've heard about the flag, the fake moon landing thing. I've heard about that.
This is something different.
This is from the ISS. Yeah, this is from the ISS. Okay, so
what is that? International Space Station? What does that stand for?
Yes, that's
yeah. You're right.
How did I guess that?
Have a look, my friend. You got it, bro. You're on the ball. Not literally.
All right, here we go. Right there in the chat.
Have a look in the side chat. This is Chris Hadfield, the astronaut. Okay, so what they're doing in this clip, right? He's showing people this is how we brush our teeth. ISS. Okay. So what happens in this one is every time he puts his toothbrush in his mouth and starts brushing, what they do is fast forward the clip, right? I want you to have to watch him brushing his teeth the whole. Every time he takes the toothbrush out of his mouth to talk, they go back to normal speed, and then he puts it back in, he keeps brushing, they fast forward it. Okay, so what they forgot to do is speed up the background layer as well. So you'll see that there's an object floating in the background of the clip. Okay, so when they speed him up, the object doesn't speed up that's floating in the background. It just keeps moving along at the same slow speed. They forgot to speed up both the layers, right? This is an indication they're using layering. They're probably using a green screen. Right, have a look at the clip. This is just one of countless amounts of evidence of fakery.
I like that one. That's not bad.
Good one.
How does that disprove the 1969 thing?
Oh, you want to talk about the 1969 moon landing?
That's what he asked. He said, "Can you show me how they faked the moon landing?" That's what he said.
Oh, shoot. Okay, give me a minute. I'll give him some.
And what's to say that if
the person that wants
can't use
to know,
CGI?
Hello, this person that wants to know about the fake moon landing, do they know the month and day that they landed on the moon?
No, I don't know that.
I do.
Yeah,
I know.
but you know when Christmas is, right? But you believe they landed on the moon. July 20th for future reference, eh?
Yeah, they didn't have any meetings with Stanley Kubrick and Isaac Asimov, right? They didn't have those meetings before the moon landing, right?
Oh,
science fiction writer, science fiction filmmaker. Yeah, you need to consult them, don't you?
Well, the story goes.
Let me ask you a question. Who touched the moon first? Was it Neil Armstrong?
Nobody. Nobody.
No, according to what y'all see in the video.
Nobody touched the moon.
Hold on, dude.
Hold on.
I'm asking the Glover. Who touched
according to the lie? Okay, yeah.
Who touched the moon first? The Neil Armstrong or the camera guy?
Well, it had to be the camera guy, man. Come on, everybody knows.
No, you're both wrong. It was the AT&T guy that installed the phone to call Nixon.
He's still there too.
You're right.
I want the globe earthers to address that.
Oh man, there's so many things
The
about the moon.
dog.
I mean, if you really want to go into the moon thing, man, we could do it.
What about the space station before the ISS? There was that other weird one.
Space Lab or Skylab.
Yeah.
Skylab.
That one's even better.
Dude,
There
that
was
one,
Mir,
that
the Soviet
that
one.
was ridiculous. The Mir space station.
Oh, Mir. Yeah, Mir happens to be on a list that what was it? What was his name? What QE used to do work with? Yeah, he found a list of
Robert Bassano.
Yeah.
Bassano,
He found a
yeah,
list of repair operations or resupply or something, right? For all the balloon satellites that are up there, and Mir was amongst them.
Oh shit, I forgot about that. Damn, you're right. Yeah. Damn. Yeah, that's a good one. Mir was part of the repair missions, right? Yes. Damn. It's been a long time.
So if you spend a few days looking at all the documentaries, right, that show all the inconsistencies and fakery behind the moon landings, there's no way that you will continue just blindly trusting NASA, right? And then we've literally got a 6-hour compilation video showing all of the ridiculous bloopers from NASA on the ISS getting caught using green screens, using zero-G flights, using hairspray, using harnesses, using augmented reality, CGI. Right? The list goes on, and it's just blatant fakery. It's really laughable once you look into it.
He's gotten very quiet.
I'm looking at the stuff.
He's checking out the stuff, man.
I don't know.
What about the
Good,
gift
man.
that I
That's
posted?
really
Do you think that's real?
Yo, can you send me the link to that video you're talking about?
Which one was that, Christian? Sorry.
You said the 6-hour one. Send me a link to that.
Oh yeah. I'll post in this.
Thank you.
Wait, 6 hours on the moon landing? Is that Bart Shabal?
Oh no. It's like 6 hours of BS. It's called, and it's 6 hours of like basically like bloopers or mistakes they've made
6 hours of
when making.
So here's what you do,
from the
Christian.
ISS.
Yeah, here's what you do, Christian. Go get the high definition alleged photograph of the astronaut taking a picture of another astronaut, and you can see him in the visor, right? You can see the astronaut's reflection in the visor. Take a really good look at it and try to figure out how the shadow goes between his legs, comes out the other side, but never falls on his body. How that can possibly happen. Now, just so you know, the shadow goes between his legs, out beyond his body, over his head, but none of the shadow falls on his body. Doesn't fall on his leg, doesn't fall on his chest, doesn't fall on his helmet. So I want to know how a shadow skips you.
I still
So
don't
basically
like your
skip him and
explanation for all the
continue that.
stars. I don't like your explanation for all the stars in the night sky.
Shit.
We don't
I don't
care.
like your explanation.
Castle, we're not worried about the stars because the stars don't prove curvature. They don't prove anything.
No, there's Castle. 1 second. Oh, hold on 1 second, man. Look, there's a really good video I'm going to link for you. And what they did was they asked different astronauts if you can see stars from space.
Stars from space. Oh, one of my favorites, man. One of my favorites.
It's crazy. They all contradict each other. Some of them say it's like the blackest void that they've ever seen in their life. And they say, I don't remember seeing a single star the entire time, right, that I was in space. And then other ones, right, they say it's like the most amazing thing you've ever seen. You can see way more stars than you could ever imagine. You can see all of the galaxies, and it's amazing.
The
they completely contradict
and the planets and the zodiacal lights.
Yeah, look, I'm going to post it for you, bro. And you can watch it sometime if you want to. But grab the link and I'll put it in the site. It's only a short video, like 5 minutes.
Yeah, go check that one out, man. It's pretty funny. That's a good one.
Maybe it has something to do with light pollution.
Yeah, that's a good
in
theory.
outer space.
In outer space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Light
know there's a lot of
pollution
street
in
lights
outer
out there. Yeah, I know. Fuck, dude, all those building lights, man, and fucking
Indio, man. There's so many stars out there. It's really bright, man. Come on. A lot of
I'm
stars.
saying it might have been the sun or something.
Police.
The moon brightening up the night sky, but not bright under the feet of the astronaut.
Well, that's weird. That's weird. Shadows.
Bro, it's a reflection of the sun's light, bro. It's not the moon's not actually.
Of course it is, bro. The moon's a rock floating in space, man.
Hey, man, there's like rocks and stuff out there, man. Be careful.
Wait, does the Bible not say God made the moon? You guys just don't think the moon's real? I'm confused.
Well,
place the sun, moon, and stars within human. Yes,
you guys always have to resort to straw man's because your argument is so weak.
That's so weak, bro. Come on.
The moon exists, guys. It exists.
Why so weak?
No one claimed it didn't exist. That's what a straw man is. When you're implying that we said it's fake, we never said that.
We never said that. Did you get that part?
Clear, we're saying the vacuum of space is not real. So wherever the moon is, it's just not in the vacuum of space.
And or the claim and the evidence they prevented for putting a man on the moon is fake. But the moon itself, yes, it's there. Thank you.
Whatever it is.
Okay, so what, you guys just call the other planets luminaries because we've never been on, like we've never been to them. So how can we don't?
You and I have never been there.
What do you mean by other?
Right? You and I have
never said Allah.
The other luminaries, meaning what they call planets. Yes.
How do you know the moon exists? Please tell me.
They are just lights in the sky, and you cannot go to them. Thank you.
You can see it, dude. That's how we know it exists.
Okay, you can see other
observe
planets too. You can see stars
Yeah, we
too.
know they exist. No one said they don't exist.
Hey, I saw a car. I saw a car.
Where do they exist if space doesn't exist? Where are they if space doesn't exist?
The answer is
in the sky.
So check this out. If there isn't a vacuum of space, then planets can't exist. Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't say that.
And so it's not a necessary condition. It's not necessary that they be in the vacuum of space. We see them in the sky. We don't deny they exist. We deny the story that they say in which they exist. That there's land in the sky. That's a big frickin' ball of fucking dust, and it's red, and it's got little polar ice caps made of carbon dioxide. And we can go there and land little rovers and fly helicopters and parachute. That story's bullshit.
Fly helicopters through a very low pressure, like basically a vacuum. Fly helicopters in a vacuum on the surface of Mars. Yeah.
The worst part about the bullshit story is they take billions upon billions of dollars to sell it to you. Well, there's all types of problems in front of you that need solving.
I just love it how some globals will go over Mars photography with a fine-tooth comb and then declare that NASA are hiding evidence that ancient civilizations existed there because there's artifacts and unnatural shapes and stuff found in the landscape, right? And never once consider the idea, that possibly they're just filming it on Earth.
What do I find entertaining?
Come on.
How's this? That Mars rover thing that's cruising around, there's supposed to be a satellite over the top of it taking pictures of that ball tard. Don't have to worry about our own. But here's the kicker. Who's magically cleaning the rover? Because you see, fucking oath, you see some images, dusty and dirty as shit, and then the next image, it's shiny and clean again. Like, what? They've got a little pet Martian up there just polishing him up every now and then, so the solar panel works.
That's the Martian winds. It has to be.
Well, I don't know, guys. We might be shutting the server down soon. Jeff Bezos got his Blue Origin's New Glenn. It achieved orbit on the first launch tonight. It might look bad.
All right. Wow. What?
Man, that's a death blow.
What's orbiting? What did they launch? Is there a name for it?
Their New Glenn rocket. Blue Origin's Glenn.
Does it look like a dick too?
Yeah. It does. Of course it does. Come on. It seems like every day that there's another rocket launch, man. I don't know. Maybe I'm off, but when I was a youngster, man, growing up in the Apollo era, it was like we had a launch maybe one a year, maybe one a year. I know it wasn't very many, but now they've just launched this shit day in, day out, man. They're launching all the time. Interesting.
There's got I want to share. So
even if half the ball Earth is on fire, we're still launching tomorrow.
Yep.
I think it'd be great. Like, you know, they make like corn mazes that are shaped like images and such. I think it'd be great if someone made a corn maze that says like the Earth is flat, or like an irrigation canal. Like they set up irrigation canals in the desert. Someone. And it spells out the Earth is flat. So if anyone flies over the helicopter or airplane, that's what they read.
That would be cool, man. I love that idea. That would be awesome.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for your time. Thank you for all the knowledge that you've shared with me. I'm gonna go and watch some more stuff on this flat Earth stuff and see if you guys are right or what.
Well, hold on a second. Just before you start typing it into YouTube, right? You need to remember that in YouTube, all of the true flat Earth videos are censored in the search engine on YouTube, right? YouTube got together with Congress. It's on video, and they said they're going to censor the flat Earth content, right? So it doesn't show up even if you type in the exact thing. So what they've put there, when you type in the name of a flat Earth video, is a playlist out of debunking videos and straw man arguments and propaganda that we don't claim. And so if you want some good flat Earth videos, right, proper ones, if you're actually interested, I can send you a friend request and I can send you some of the proper videos that you won't find in the YouTube search results.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Who's your head honcho?
Sure.
Who's your leader? I want to hear from him.
His name was Mark Sargent. No, I'm just. Yeah, we don't.
No.
Hey man, I just want to second that. Like I do it like once a month on average. Like once a month on average, I type in flat Earth into YouTube just to see if the algorithms change. This guy's not incorrect. Like it's not just what he's saying is true. It's a little worse than that. It's not just that it's stupid propaganda. It's literally been the same stupid propaganda for like the last 3 to 4 years. Like the videos that come up first are the same stupid, like honestly retarded as hell videos that have been coming up first when you type in flat Earth for like the last 3 years minimum. Like it's not just a broken algorithm. It's like it's like a broken record and a broken algorithm.
I say, who's your leader? I want to hear from him.
Castle King, bro.
I am Spartacus.
I am the leader. What's your question?
One second.
Jesus.
I sent you a friend request, man, and I can send you some of the NASA debunking videos, right? They're not even made by flat earthers, right? The videos debunking NASA that I'm going to send you, and I'll send you just some flat Earth videos you won't be able to find on YouTube. You can watch them or not, but if you want, I can send them.
Is the FBI going to be beating down my door because I'm watching these videos?
Yes,
possible.
Yes, 100%, without a doubt.
More likely, Castle. More likely, people will ignore you. That's what's going to happen.
We are needed.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
They're going to put more locks on your doors, mate.
Yeah, man.
They're going to make your door more fucking solid.
Okay.
Yeah, they're trying to turn them into a battery, dude. That part is definitely true.
Just put a sign on your front door. The Earth is flat. You'll never have a Jehovah's Witness knock on it.
Hey, that's true, bro. That's facts. Yeah, I experience. Yeah, that's true.
No, listen. The guy who said he's gonna send me a friend request. Are you anti-globalist?
Yeah, bro, that's me. Yep.
Okay. All right, man. Hey, listen. Who's your leader, man?
Hey,
show himself.
Jesus is our leader. Is the leader. There's no leader. It's God, man. You gotta follow the spirit of truth, if you want to call it that. You know.
Go ahead. What? No.
No leader. There's no leader.
Flat Earth guy?
There's no flat Earth guy. You are your own flat Earth guy, man. That's what we're asking you to do, man. Go on, do your research, like you said.
Yeah. Reclaim sovereignty over your own mind.
Wait, what? I'm supposed to be my own expert out here? Just by using my eyeballs looking at the horizon every day?
Hey, we all out here. We're here for you. Yeah, we're here. We're here for you, mate. Welcome to
Look, dude.
Hold up.
Castle, no, you hold up. Think about what you're saying. You're saying, I'm going to be my own expert? Well, if you can't be your own expert, how can you be competent enough to pick somebody else to be the expert?
You know, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a plumber. I know what I'm an expert at. I'm saying I know what I do. I know what I'm an expert at. I'm
pulls them out of a hat in the air and hopes for the best. He's just like puts them on a wheel and spins it.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm saying I'm not an electrician. I'm not a plumber. I'm not a baker. I am a bouncer. I'm an artist. I'm a singer. I'm a public speaker.
I think he's changing, guys. I think it's happening. You'll be all right, man. Just follow the white rabbit.
Am I Neo on the Nebuchadnezzar? I'm about to throw up right now. Am I that? Am I going to do that?
That's correct, Neo.
You will see about that.
Do you believe
no, man, just check out those videos. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to ask him if he believes in evolution and the Big Bang, too. Do you believe in that shit?
No.
Okay. Well, you can't have those things without a globe. Just think about that.
Can't have the Big Bang or evolution.
The purpose of the globe is to get to shoehorn those things into the human psyche. Right. So it makes an entire creation story. Just like in the Bible, we have Genesis, right? How man was created, how the universe was created. They have their creation story. There was a Big Bang that created the universe. Man was created by random processes called evolution, right? So they have their story. But none of that can exist if the Earth's not a globe. You understand?
Why not?
There ain't no Big Bang flat Earth, dude.
Wait, how does the flat Earth believe everything started? God?
Yep.
Well, I mean, how else would it be created?
Yeah, that's like it's like a necessary antecedent to flat Earth. You have to have a creator for the creation.
Remember, we're all individuals in here. So how about you just ask me what I think about that as an individual?
Oh yeah, that's right. Because you're all your own experts over here, right? Some of you believe it's God, and some believe it's not.
No, hey, buddy, I didn't say experts. I said individuals. Do you know what an individual is? You know what that word means?
Yeah, it means one.
Like the globe is full of things like the globe is full of sixes, right? The globe is there for evolution to be a thing and for all these other but yeah, like if it's not a globe, right? Then what is it? So what I'm saying, right, is the globe is the devil's world. It's the great lie, the great deception that the Bible talks about. And what can the world be? Well, it's what the Bible says it is. What I'm telling you is a flat book. I mean, you know what I mean? That's between me and you, yeah. Because you know what I'm saying, Noose? But
could there be a greater deception than that? Like seriously, the devil, this is his kingdom, right? The earth is his domain. He has dominion over it. What could be the greater deception than where you are?
That God doesn't exist?
Well,
That's the
hold
greatest
on.
deception.
Yeah, while you're saying that, I got to talk to Adam from that, buddy.
He even said it himself, though. You said most scientists are atheists. You even said it yourself.
Yeah, most of them are.
You didn't say the most important details of it. So hold on. You just went to the extension, the logical extension that God doesn't exist. And so I would like to say to you that I was taught growing up, at least I'd sometimes hear or whatever, that the greatest trick the devil ever played on mankind was that he tricked people into thinking the devil doesn't exist. And then later on, learning that the greatest trick the devil ever did was convincing people that God doesn't exist. And you would say that yourself right now. You just said it yourself. So let's follow this logical pathway. So in order to have gas pressure, you have to have a container and a fixed volume. That's what we observe. Every time I observe a consistent X value of gas pressure here on the Earth, whether it's a car tire or an air tank for a scuba diver or any other form of gas pressure in a consistent X value form, it's a container and it's a fixed volume. So as far as I know, we're inside a container with a fixed volume. But then the question arises, since we are, as far as we know, inside a container with a fixed volume, who or what created the container? So the thing is, the point I'm trying to make to you by saying this is, I don't know this, but I have a suspicion of this, that some of the people that may be from behind the scenes peddling this globe nonsense while knowing it's not a globe, they may want common folk, the peasants, so to speak, like you and I, to not, question who or what created the container that's maybe out there. Because if you did that, you'd be thinking at a higher level. I don't think they want you thinking at a higher level.
But they failed because I still believe in God.
Yeah, but it's different, though. Hallelujah. You're not everybody. You're an individual. Not everyone thinks the way you do. Like, take, for instance, I've got 5 older brothers. None of them think the way you do. They think a very different way. Now, if they had access to other forms of information, they'd be thinking differently. They are not like you. You gotta understand, not everybody's like you.
Yeah, and what he said is incorrect. The Bible, says, God says the earth is like this and like that. Okay, so if you think it's a ball, then you don't believe in God, right? You believe some twisted version of it, but you're not because that's what the Bible is. It's a flat earth book. So they didn't fail. They actually succeeded. If in your mind you live on a ball in the middle of space, of nowhere, and there could be aliens somewhere else that got all that crap. You know what I'm saying? So
the God of a ball earth. The God of a ball earth. Who's that?
The God of who?
The Bible's incredibly ambiguous on the shape of the earth. I think it's just a circle.
Yeah, I would say.
To make any claim, if it's flat or round from the Bible, I feel like it's speculatory and
that makes multiple references. It makes multiple references to the surface being planar.
No, it doesn't.
It does. It makes multiple references to the surface being planar, and it's been if you go back and have a look and read from the original. From the original language, you'll find that the root words and all the words that they used in reference to the surface of the earth refer to it being planar, and it's been translated into English sort of like it was an intentional or not a mistranslation, but a generalization. They've used words like broad or expanse and things like that, like breadth of the earth. When in the original language it was saying the plane of the earth, like things like that, right?
Yeah, it also says in multiple places that the earth is placed on foundations and it cannot be moved. Right? Not spinning at millions of miles per hour through freaking space. It says it clearly, it cannot be moved.
And that it is set upon pillars in 3 different scriptures. And Job is one of them. So, on pillars, it hangs on nothing.
I was going to say about Job, it talks about when he presses a steel into the earth. Yeah, something like that.
Where are these pillars at? Are they in the bottom?
Does anyone here know what the Septuagint is? Flatsy Klein, can you tell me what the Septuagint is?
Yeah, the Septuagint would be. Who is? Okay, yeah, the Septuagint is a version of the Old Testament that I don't trust it myself after looking into it, so I don't really go for the Septuagint. So I'm just going to go ahead and tell you that. But yeah, I know it's a version of the Old Testament. Mm-hmm.
Well, if you go back and read that passage in Job about the whole clay under his heel, it's completely different in the Septuagint. It's not referencing the shape of the earth, but it's referencing how man was created. If you actually look the Septuagint, I use the Septuagint because the church fathers swore by it. Right? They even think the apostle Luke read it and Paul read it, judging by how they wrote in the New Testament. Right.
There's a lot of dispute with that, actually. There's plenty of scholars that have researched the history that there are disputes with that narrative. So I would implore you to look into those at least. I can even give you a documentary if you wanted to watch it, but it's long. It's a 3-part series, and they're all like hours long.
But if you're interested in commentary to do it, like, if you're interested in commentary from a biblical perspective, as well as like other like empiricism, right? I recommend Rob Skiba, Celebrate Truth, right, on YouTube. If that's all you're after is just some leisure time watching videos about the topic, and you're a bit, you lean towards a biblical, view.
Yeah.
Can I just ask you, dude, why I speak English? I was born in an English-speaking country. Why should I give two shits about what is written in Greek or Hebrew?
We were just talking about it.
I know, but what does it matter?
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily matter to everybody, but to Castle King, we were talking to him as an individual.
Just when God says that that everyone will be, he'll give his word to everyone on earth in their language. I just take his word for that sort of thing. So I don't need Greek or Hebrew kind of thing. It just ticks me off. Sorry, I'm triggered.
Well, I think the Masoretic text and the Septuagint are both very, very important, right? That is what the apostles read from. The apostles read from the Septuagint, right? We can tell by when they quote the Old Testament and the New Testament. And I think every translation of English is corrupted. They all use the Masoretic text except for the Eastern Orthodox Study Bible. They use the Septuagint. So, it's very important.
No, it's bullshit.
Okay, well,
we have an English Bible. There's nothing wrong with the English Bible. I know, but we have an English Bible, and that's what God promised.
There's multiple English Bibles, though, and many of them say different things. Because they're translated in different ways. So one person will go, I think that this Hebrew
Bible. There is no English Bible, it's just translation.
Yeah, so one person will go, the one translator will go, I think this Hebrew word is being used in this context where it has this, we could use a different English word, and then the other one will use it in, choose for another context and give it another English word which you could misinterpret, right? So just knowing, that the original has, and understanding their culture is an important part of it too, right? Knowing how they would have used that word in what context, in what situation, etc., right?
Mm-hmm. I don't think it matters. I think you can pretty much read any English Bible and get the message of what the Bible's saying.
Yeah, you can, but there's nuances that are missed, right? Yeah. That's all.
Sure,
that's all we're saying.
I mean, you can dive deeper into it, but it really doesn't make any difference. And to sort of suggest that we need to understand Greek and Hebrew to really understand the Bible, that's bullshit.
Yeah, I just think it'd be clarified in the Genesis account. It'd be like, yeah, it's flat. and it's not spinning or any of that. You know, I don't know why we have to look at Job, or we have to go to Isaiah, or we have to run down to like Jeremiah. It should just be clarified in the Genesis creation account. But it's ambiguous because we're not supposed to be focusing on that. We're supposed to be focusing on how to obtain salvation. Yes.
Sure, if you want to go that path, but we're just talking about its relationship to referencing, aspects of physical reality, right? So that's all we were doing. We didn't mean to go down this long path of like, what does the Bible really mean about, like spirituality and all that? Like, it's just like, because you got to understand that there's lots of idioms and things that people. I don't understand fucking half of it. I learn little bits here and there. But like the narrow and straight gate, right? The narrow and straight way. Like people don't know what that means. Like what relevance it had to that culture. Because they had a gate, right? That was for the peasants. They go into the side and they had this big, huge, broad, wide fucking thing that took 5 men to pull a fucking chain and open whatever, right? And that was for the grandiose entrance of the fucking sultan from fucking such and such, right? Honored guest, right? That's where that came from. Like, people don't understand a lot of the fucking references.
Okay, well, let's start with like something easy, like the firmament, right? So I'm in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel, right? And I'm looking in the firmament tab. What is your guys' understanding of the firmament? Because the Bible is very brief about it, right? And it's even possible that it was a temporary thing during the creation of the earth as a protectant from the waters, and then later, when the flood happened, right, that water, it's entirely impossible. The firmament was only during the creation initially, and then, what are you
a geocentrist? Like you believe in a stationary globe? A stationary globe?
To my understanding, it's spinning pretty fast.
Yeah, that understanding that you're talking about comes from the geocentrist. So I was just saying.
Yeah, I tend to go with what NASA says about it's spinning, it's round, we made it to the moon. But bear with me here. I want to know what is the firmament to you guys? Is it a
steel dome?
That's what I say. Steel dome. Because I'm in the Flat Earth tab and it says, here's the sound of an echo bouncing off the firmament. Like, is it solid? Is it made of glass?
I think you're focusing on the wrong thing. What you should focus on is not what it could be like in your own private time, in your own mind. Feel free to wonder it. I do myself all the time, I'll admit that. But what you should focus on, as far as what you can do about it, is whether it's through political activism or some other means, peacefully, constitutionally. You got to make it sure you can explore places in the future that you're not allowed to explore right now, legally or due to logistic issues. That's what you should focus on.
Yeah, I disagree completely. Just because, like, I don't think that we should be able to explore, like, everywhere. I think that's just kind of ridiculous.
Well, you don't. Well, hold on a second. Hold on. Let's analyze that thought for a second. Let's take for instance, going south to Antarctica and then continuing southward from the shoreline. Let's just
we shouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah. You're saying we should?
Oh, continuing south?
Yeah.
I mean, it just depends on like what conditions are met.
Also, like take for instance, just say having a few places laid out where it's just people are allowed to make dead reckoning pathways.
Well, why would people want to be in Antarctica?
Kind of like they do on Everest. They make base camps on Everest and pathways on Everest, but it's not dead reckoning on Everest.
Why do you want to go to Antarctica so bad? Like, I don't get why you want to go to Antarctica.
Well, it just kind of pisses me off that we're not allowed to independently explore, and I, for one, would like to do that.
Why does it piss you off that you can't independently explore Antarctica? What's so important about Antarctica to you? Is it like a personal thing?
You don't know. That's why he wants to go. He don't know what's important.
You don't. So you just have curiosity. Like what the hell?
He wants to go.
Yes, curiosity.
Curiosity isn't a reasoning for why something should be.
Are you like a fascist or something? You like telling
I'm
people?
curious, like,
no. I want to know. Are you a fascist?
Am I a fascist?
Yeah.
Not in a sense, no.
Then why do you care what other people are doing?
It's just a red herring
to do. No, it isn't.
So if a person comes and wants to like kill me and my family, I'm gonna kill
No,
him.
that wasn't. That's a false equivalence. He's
So
talking about he wants to be able to breathe more, and you don't agree with it. Why?
Yeah, I've explained multiple times why I don't agree that everyone should be able to go wherever they want. So
Why?
the first reason I gave was there are certain places that were most likely just going to hurt you or put you in danger.
Why is that your business?
That's irrelevant. I never said it was my business. Just because it's not my business per se doesn't mean that it's not a reason for why we shouldn't have to be able to go over there.
Yeah, it's not a reason. It's none of your business what people do.
Wait, so what do you mean by a reason? Because I think it is a reason.
Meaning there needs to be a reason. It needs to be reasoned out. There needs to be some logical reason.
Yeah, what was illogical about the statement I just said?
Because people might hurt themselves. Why is that bad?
People cut themselves?
No, you said people might go someplace and hurt themselves. Why is that bad?
I never said it's bad. What the hell are you talking about?
Then why do you want to prevent it?
I never said I wanted to prevent it. I said there's no necessity of allowing it merely because one of the reasons
moving the goalpost.
Well, he said
that assumes that you have the ability that you're in charge and you're going to allow or disallow things.
Yeah, that's not what that assumes at all.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, it is. When you say allow, what does that mean?
Allow means to be okay with, like a proposition being acted upon.
Okay, that's not what allow means. When you say
so say you like
allowing it. Who's allowing what? Why is it anybody's business? You won't say why it's bad or why it's good. You're not making any claims to the fact.
I don't believe it's good. I don't think everything is like either good or I don't think cereal boxes are good or bad. I don't think everything is good or bad. So I don't believe it's neither bad nor good. Why would I explain why it is if I don't believe it is?
You said people might go, your reasoning was that somebody might go hurt themselves.
I never said it's bad.
Then why do you care if someone, how is that a reason then?
Yeah, I'll tell you how it's a reason. Because the condition is met by which the standard of a person having the ability to go somewhere is being negated based off of a premise. The premise being that they might hurt themselves. That's why it's a reasoning. That's why it's a reason.
If you weren't allowed to go places where you might hurt yourself, half of you dickheads wouldn't be allowed to cross the road.
But so what? You have to state why we don't want that.
I never said you don't want it. What the fuck are you talking about?
For it to be a reason, you have to state
what the hell is he talking about? You have to state why you don't want that. I never said you don't want it. You could want anything you want.
Then it's not a reason.
Wait, so just because you don't want something means it's not a reason? That's just not true.
How many times are you going to straw man what I said? Can you do it one more time?
You just said it. You've said verbatim that it's not a reason because they don't want it.
No, that's not what I said.
So why is it not a reason?
It's not a reason because there's no... If you don't have a reason to prohibit it, if it's neither good nor bad, whatever the activity is, and you're not making a judgment, good or bad, this isn't good, this isn't bad, then you don't have a reason.
So what you just said verbatim is it's not a reason because there's no reason to why it's good or bad.
That's right.
That's the most... So it's not a reason because there's no reason? That's just...
Exactly.
That's circular.
Why is there no reason? Because you can't state what the reason is.
Well, I can say the same thing. There is a reason because there's a reason. You're just saying there is no reason because there is no reason.
Good try, dude. It ain't gonna work, dude.
You said verbatim there is no reason because there's no reason. What the hell? That's circular as hell.
I know it's because you didn't give a reason, and that's why there's no reason.
Okay, I can say the same thing. There is a reason because there is a reason. And I gave a reason because there is a reason.
Give me the reason why people...
The reason
my reason is people might go hurt themselves.
Yes.
And I said, why is that bad? You said, I don't have to say why it's good or bad. It's not anything.
A reason doesn't require something being bad or good.
Well,
Yeah, it does. Because
let me give you an example.
Idea of reason.
I think we have a disconnect here. Let me give you an example, India. The reason why contradictions can't exist is because they negate themselves.
Okay,
the reason why there can't be a
human activity.
Wait, let me land real quick, Ak. The reason why there can't be a square that's not a square is because it's negating itself. Right?
Yeah.
If there's a negation of X, then X can't be. Now, that is a reason without saying anything is good or bad. So do you agree now that there can be reasons for things without something being good or bad?
Yeah, that's fine. But
that's a concession.
No, it's not a concession. That's a false equivalence. That's a false equivalence because you're using abstract things and we're talking about real things. Okay?
Yeah, I think the law of non-contradiction is real, so.
Dude, it's not
Can you prove that the law of non-contradiction is not real?
Obviously, you can't prove that because you would have to use the law of non-contradiction to prove it.
So you're making a claim that you agree is improvable. That's another concession.
You're just playing the game, dude. This isn't going to work. It really isn't. No, you're not fooling anybody except for yourself.
So
it's really simple. We're talking about a human activity. Now, what's the reason you said people might hurt themselves?
Yup.
That's not a reason.
Prove it.
I did. You won't say whether it's good or bad.
So you want me to give you a moral reason. You don't just want a logical reason. You want a moral reason.
It could be moral, practical, pragmatic, utilitarian. I don't care. It needs to be some foundation for why hurting yourself is something that wants to be prevented.
I'm going to give you the reason. Okay, I'm going to give you the reason again. Apart from morality, nothing to do with being good or bad. The reason is because they might hurt themselves. If you ask me why is that bad, you're just trolling at this point.
Okay.
You don't actually want to speak.
Why is it? Okay, I won't ask you why is that not useful?
I never said it's not useful. It could be useful. It's fine.
Okay. Why is it not pragmatic? So I can just go through the list of possible motivations for not wanting somebody to hurt themselves. You're not giving a reason. You might as well say, "Oh, we don't want them to go to Antarctica."
But I never said I don't want people to hurt themselves. I never said I want more.
Because you can just say because their hair color is red.
Yeah, this is just a straw man.
No, it isn't.
It is, because I gave you the conditions that must be met for something to be a reason.
Okay, no, it's not. No, it's not a reason because it's an irrelevant factoid without more. Okay, so we could say I don't want them to go someplace because their hair color's red.
Okay, India. If you're saying that X is not a reason,
that would be saying. Are you acknowledging what I said? Is it saying the same thing you're saying?
Yeah, so if you're saying that X is not a reason...
You're not going to acknowledge what I said.
I'll adjust what you just said. Your analogy, I just reject that it's not a reason. If I don't want to cross the street because I'm tired or the street looks weird, that's a reason.
Yes, I know that.
Okay, so your analogy means shit to me. I agree with you that there's a reason. What are you talking about?
Well, he's completely projecting onto you, India. It's like,
I know, it's funny.
Well, that's circular. Like, he's the one that's just saying that it's a reason because it's a reason, right?
I never said that once. I said it's a reason because there's a premise by which there's going to be a conclusion derived from it. That conclusion is that we don't have to be able to go to this place.
You know, there's two premises. There's two premises, right?
There's one, from the reasoning I gave, there's one premise.
There's no, then it's a non sequitur. It doesn't logically follow.
Yeah, I just disagree.
You can disagree all you want. It's objectively true what I just said. Doesn't matter what your opinion is.
Oh.
There is no such thing as a one premise syllogism, bro.
I never said.
I mean, once you say the word because, right, it's going to be followed by some reasoning, right?
Go on mute. Yeah, what did you say, T-Dub?
I said as soon as someone says the word because, it's got to be followed by some form of reasoning.
Okay, how is that relevant?
Jesus Christ, just fucking you and you, dude. Shut up, dude. Dishonest motherfuckers. Go in the fucking atheist chat wherever you crawled out of, dude, and try that shit over there.
Bro, lost on a relevance objection. That's sad.
What was that? Peanut gallery?
A lot of people die on Mount Everest, though, dude. It's not like people might get hurt. It's not a reason to ban everyone from being able to go there. You're allowed to climb Mount Everest, you know. I mean, that's pretty dangerous.
I mean, I would say we don't want people to hurt themselves for whatever he could have come up with. Like, that would be a reason. We don't want people to hurt themselves because bad for society or some other thing, right? You can't just, like, say some property, we don't want them to go because they might hurt themselves. So that's a state of affairs. And so we don't want them to go because they might they have diarrhea in their pants. Like, it doesn't mean anything. You have to say why that's bad or why that's good. The motivation, the reason.
Do you doubt that there's not a state interest in having people be healthy?
Yeah. Listen, a state fucking interest. State don't exist, bro.
So, like, when you break the law and go to the jail, like, who's arresting you? Is it like a social construct?
A human being. A human being.
And when you go before court, what's that called?
State doesn't arrest you. A human being arrests you.
Hypothetically, like, what would it take for a state to be quote unquote real?
Well, it would need to fucking somehow go out of the abstract idea and somehow become a corporal body.
Aren't all ideas abstract, or just some of them?
No, it would have to be a corporal body. I mean, it'd have to be a walk around. It'd have to have a sentience. It would have to have. It would be able to have motivations, right?
Is, like, pressure real?
Listen, the state is a legal fiction. Okay.
Are you real?
Do you agree with that? That it's a legal fiction?
Indy, are you real?
Answer my question. Is the state a legal fiction?
I don't know what you mean by legal fiction. Like, is it
a legal fiction, meaning it's not a real thing, it is a fictitious person?
I don't think the state is a person,
legally,
no.
But it's not a real person.
I don't
it's
think
not
it's
a natural person.
But I do think it is a thing.
Okay, a thing in what way?
In the sense that it has predictive power as a model.
The state has predictive power as a model.
Absolutely. It's a useful term. It allows us to generalize, make inferences, and predict things.
The government, the state.
The concept of a state, yeah.
Are you functionally retarded?
I mean, you think something exists if and only if it's corporeal, but by that account, your mind doesn't exist.
Actually, you're an idiot. I'm going by what the state, what the government...
No, idiots don't exist because they're not corporeal. The concept of IQ is not real.
The state is what's called a juridical person. It's a legal fiction. Okay? We've created this fictitious entity.
Oh, no, I agree. Right? It's not a real person. It's not a human.
People that feel offices of the state, and they act as if they are the state. They execute its quote-unquote will. But ultimately, it's a person. The state's almost like a computer program. The software is the laws. But we don't have a CPU, and we don't have a CPU and hardware. The human beings are the hardware. So they execute those laws in the software, right? But what happens if a human being saying, I'm the governor of whatever, and they do something that the law prohibits, and they just do it anyway? Who gets in trouble?
I don't even disagree here, but...
Does the state get in trouble? Or does
I like the analogy of hardware versus software.
Does the human being get in trouble?
The human being, or like you said, yeah. But I agree with the analogy.
Because these aren't analogies. I'm going by what the law says.
No, the hardware or software analogy. I felt like that was very...
talking about the government in I don't speculate. I go by what they say. I'm not going by my opinion. Going by their opinion. The state is a legal fiction, also known as a juridical person. Its body is not
speculate about the shape of the earth, though.
You want the citations? You want the citations of the cases? So I'll give you Calvin's case. It's 4 Coke Report 7. Okay? You can go look it up. It's called Calvin's case. It tells you everything you want to know about sovereignty of the state, how it comes to be, all of it. All the gory details that you never bothered to go learn.
That's powerful.
So a body politic, which is what the state is a legal fiction. It doesn't have a body. It's incorporeal.
Indeed, is IQ
real? Because it can't die. Did the state die?
Yeah, why not?
Natural causes. Can the state die of natural causes?
I don't even know what that means. I don't know if, like, typical physiological pathophysiologies apply to non-corporeal beings.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point. It's incorporeal. Doesn't exist.
Right, but is IQ real? Does IQ exist?
No. It's an idea. These are abstractions.
Oh, okay. So if I called you low IQ, that wouldn't be like a real insult because it wouldn't describe anything real that exists. Okay.
No, it wouldn't describe anything real. It's an abstraction.
So if I said your mother was a whore, that also wouldn't be an insult because whores don't exist, just like a social construct.
No, whores do exist.
Why are we entertaining this shit?
I don't know.
It's just a time-wasting troll. It always has been. I've never known it to have a decent conversation with anyone yet. If you wish to keep going, mate, I'm happy to unlock it, but yeah, I'd rather...
No, dude, that's not going to go anywhere. He's just going to get more and more nasty as he fails more and more. That's typically how it goes here. He's just trying to provoke a response. He thinks the fucking state has predictive power. Fucking dude, what a crackpot.
That's a model. Everything is a fucking model. Model. You have a model. You have a model.
We've all got a model. Yay! Keep one in my back pocket. Sorry for that, India.
That actually could be considered accurate. It is a model of like an ideal person that can do no wrong. But because we have human actors playing the parts of the state, it does a lot of wrong.
I have diplomatic immunity.
Exactly. That's the problem right there is the third-party liability. So I'm an agent for the state. So as long as I say I'm doing this as an agent of a state, I'm not responsible. The state is responsible. And that's what people do when some state actor does something wrong. What do? They sue the state, they sue the city, they sue everybody. They sue them, governor of, whatever, state of Connecticut, right? They sue his official title. They sue him as the governor of the state of Connecticut. And then they lose, and they wonder why. But it's not a mystery why they lost, because the state can actually do no wrong. Because it doesn't pass laws which are wrong. If it does do something wrong, that person wasn't doing the things that were prescribed by the state, and they were acting on their own. But doesn't help you when you sued the dude as the governor of the state. You're supposed to sue him personally, not as an officer of the state, because he was acting what they call outside of his office, right? So if I'm a cop, and I walk into McDonald's and just like fucking start bashing one of the cash register people in the face, I don't sue the guy as the cop, right? That wasn't part of his job, was to bash the McDonald's guy in the face. That wasn't like one of his official duties. He's doing things outside of his official duties. And when he does that, he's just a private person just like anybody else. But people will... You got an official title? Oh, I'm going to sue you on an official title. I'm going to get a big fucking payday. And it's easy street from here on out. I'll be fucking vacationing in Tahiti in no time. And then they go to court and they lose and they wonder why. And they say the system's not fair. No, you're greedy. Should have sued that guy or whoever. So here's one that blows me away. So the governor of Michigan, she did these business lockdown mandates things, and the courts ruled that she did not have the power to do any of that, and that what she did was completely unconstitutional, and that she broke the law. Well, it just basically made up her own law, and nobody has sued her. Not a single person has sued her personally, which is kind of like boggling my mind, because maybe she just don't have enough money. I mean, they would bankrupt her pretty quickly, probably.
So there's a legal concept called ultra vires. It means like when you're acting outside the power of your office. When you do that, you are personally liable for your actions. Personally, not as a government officer. You're just like some dude. You're acting outside your authority. Like I said, people are greedy and they want paydays, so they try to sue the government because they know the government's got deep pockets. And it's also, a part of the problem is just fucking poor education system. Have you guys noticed, like, we have tons of laws, like our entire lives are governed by these freaking statutes, laws, regulations, codes. They don't teach you any of that shit in school. Even though it's probably the most important thing you should learn in school is how to navigate the government system, right? They should be teaching you all that crap. But they don't, because they don't want you to know.
Yeah, if they don't teach you your rights, you don't know if you've lost them.
That's right. You don't know how to defend them. That's why they have, like, people will go, like, this happened a few years back. I think it was Mark Dice that did this. He went into the street and he read them, like, the First Amendment. He said, Congress is thinking of passing this law. Should they pass it? And, like, something like 75% of the people were like, no, that's a horrible law. Don't pass that. But it was like the First Amendment. Fucking what the fuck, man? It's already a law, bro. Like, it just goes to show you, man, that, like, the state of affairs of the Western world is just, we're fucking doomed. I keep saying it, dude. We're finished.
Now listen to this. I know you guys are Aussies. The Fifth Amendment is a constitutional right against self-incrimination. Here's what the Supreme Court said about it. Okay, this is the privilege against self-incrimination is neither accorded to the passive resistant nor the person who is ignorant of his rights, nor one indifferent thereto. It is a fighting cause. Its benefits can be retained only by sustained combat. It cannot be claimed by attorney or solicitor. It is valid only when insisted upon by a belligerent claimant in person. The one who is persuaded by honeyed words or moral persuasion to testify or produce documents rather than make a last-ditch stand simply loses the protection. Once he testifies as to part, he has waived his right and must, on cross-examination or otherwise, testify as to the whole transaction. He must refuse to answer or produce and test the matters in contempt proceedings or by habeas corpus. Okay? Now, this dude thinks I'm giving my opinion. I'm giving my opinion, dude. You're a little bitch. State's going to stomp all over you, and you're going to love it. People nowadays would ask the cops what their rights are. Oh, officer, what are my rights? What do you think he's going to tell you?
To remain silent.
They'll tell you the rights that they're required to tell you, but they're not going to tell you like other rights you have that they're not required to tell you. They're going to just pretend you don't have them. And you're going to go along with it because you think that the idea that the cops or the government gives you the rights you have and that you don't already have them. The shit they write down about your rights, as far as they're concerned, that they're just telling themselves, these are the rights of that person we're going to respect. All the other ones we're going to fight over. But it's up to you to actually claim the right in the first place. You can claim the right to anything. Oh, you have marijuana? I have a right to have marijuana. You have cocaine? I have a right to have cocaine. Who are they to say you don't have that right? It's up to them to prove that you don't have the right to do that. People got all shit, everything, ass backwards. Because when these laws, when the foundation of the common law was set, people were responsible adults. And they knew how to defend themselves because it was a fucking dog-eat-dog world more than it is now. And, people just like, they've gotten lazy and they want other people to do it for them. You're going to hear from my lawyer. Well, why aren't they hearing from you? Why have they got to hear from your lawyer? I mean, I feel bad for y'all down under, man. Y'all's fucking legal systems go fucked it. It really is. It's almost unbelievable. Like your legal system, it must be in place from like the prison colony days. That's the only thing I can think of. It's just like some weird, like when they got rid of the prison colony, they like kind of gave you some of the rights to the common law and kind of didn't, but some of the rules stayed the same.
We're basically under British law, though. In Australia, our highest court is in England. Your highest court's the Supreme Court. Yeah, our Supreme Court's in England.
But the difference is, when the United States became separated from England, they made rules to protect themselves from England. when Australia separated from England, they made rules to protect themselves from us. And
so what's
to us?
Yeah. So what court do you guys? What's the highest court in England that you guys go to? What's the name of it?
Or the
High Court in Australia, and then it's still superseded by that in England. So
yeah, but you know the name of the court? Is it the Court of the King's Bench? Is it that one?
Don't know.
Y'all tell me everything. The High Court of Australia. I know of a Court of Appeals in Australia.
It's corporate Australia now.
Yeah.
Has been since the mid-70s. Most Australians don't even know it.
I think you guys, I honestly, because the reason I say it's is because your police system with your constables, like, the cops can charge you with a crime and prosecute them, right? That's my understanding. They can prosecute the crime too.
Normally, there's a Crown prosecutor that works on behalf of the police. The police submit their evidence, and the Crown prosecutor does all the work from there.
Yeah. But there's like a police court, right? It's like a police. I'm just trying to figure out the structure, because the structure tells you like what the court system is. Because there's all different, like, so so a common law court would be like, you know, innocent until proven guilty. But then there's summary justice, which is kind of like the way admiralty courts. So that'd be the way it would be on ships, where you're automatically assumed guilty to a degree. I mean,
that's
awesome. Absolutely. Yeah, that's what. Awesome. Yeah. So you guys are basically under admiralty law.
Correct.
Fuck, dude. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. That
she's
sucks.
Old school. Oh yeah, she's old school.
So is Australia still owned by the Queen?
Yes. Or King now.
Oh yeah. Fuck, man. Y'all are fucked.
So we have a Governor General, which is our Australian representative of the King and Queen, or King or Queen. And the Governor General is not exactly useful from what I've seen over the last couple of years. But yeah.
You know how like when you're a kid you play house with the girls. Hey, let's play house, whatever. Like, you know, when you're freaking kindergarten, son. You guys are like playing democracy. Like you guys are just like, hey, let's play democracy. We have a queen or a king, but we're going to pretend we're a democracy. We're going to vote, and we're going to go through all the motions, and we'll have people that pretend they're in charge of shit, but they're actually not in charge of anything. I guess we got that here too. We just don't have the king thing. We got a bunch of oligarchs.
So Google says the highest court in Australia is the High Court in Canberra. The Judicial Committee of the Privy Council in Britain was the highest court in Australia until 1975. So I was wrong. I thought that was still.
The Constitution was changed from the original Constitution to this bastardised corporate Constitution that we live under now.
Yeah. Something.
So, mid-70s India. Prior to then, 1901, we had our original Constitution written, signed, the whole lot. Everyone was happy with it. In the mid-70s, a couple of our politicians decided they should hijacked Parliament House, and whilst it was locked down and hijacked, they rewrote the Constitution. And now it's this corporatised or bastardised corporate, whatever you want to call it, and that's what we go under, or off of.
Yeah, you guys are in a big boat called Australia, and you're like
technically a corporation.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like corporations own boats, right? So you guys are in a corporate-owned boat named Australia, and you're under the because you're at sea. You're under the Admiralty rules, right? You don't have like common law access. You have to deal with like same way you would deal with a ship back in the time all these rules came to be. You have summary judgment, all that shit, right? Where you assume guilty. Fucking
when you
hell,
go into a court, they stand you in a dock.
Yeah, you got it. See, people say that in America we're all under the gold fringe flag Admiralty courts. It's kind of not true here. It is in a way, but it's kind of like an amalgam a little bit. But you guys are actually under Admiralty fucking jurisdiction. Y'all are at sea. It's messed up, man. I feel bad. I think it was Benjamin Franklin who wrote that. Don't let anybody there'll be a lot of stories about why the revolution happened, but it was the Admiralty courts. That's what he said, something like that, because they don't the way the commoner thought about it was like, oh, I'm on land. I follow the common law. That's the law of the land. But they had Admiralty courts, so they were submitting them to the justice that you would have if you were on ship. And it has a different goal. So the goal on a ship is to maintain good order, because you're at sea. You could fucking die. You don't want people running around just doing whatever the hell they want, right? So for the good of the ship, right, is we kind of bend the rules a little bit just for the sake of the voyage. It's not forever. You volunteered. You got on the voyage. You knew what you were getting into when you signed up and jumped on the ship. So, you kind of volunteer for it in a way. But they're I'm 2 generations removed from the ship that came over. My parents came over here. Why am I subject to the Admiralty Court? Why don't we have access to the common law of England? And they didn't really realize is because...
Hey guys, the earth is not flat.
How do you know?
I just wanted to tell you that. Bring you the news. Bring you the news.
Yeah, I want to know how you know that.
Because I've seen it.
From where?
Guys,
from where?
Bring you the news, the good news. The earth is not flat, guys.
Yeah, so you haven't told me how you know that.
I just know.
You just know? Well, I'll go with you don't know anything.
You don't know anything, nigga. What are you on about? How do you know it's flat, you dumb nigga?
I can go outside where you can't, because mom won't cut your leash.
Shut
up. Forgot to tell you.
You suck your N-word.
See you later.
Forgot to tell you, mate.
Oh, it's not so funny now, dickhead. We don't use the N-word in this room, please. And fucking thank you all together.
Is Australia flat?
Very.
Very much so, my friend.
What's up, CB? You working? Fucking sleeping. So no globe champions. Booger Smoker? What the fuck kind of name is that, bro?
Did you boot that guy?
Which one?
Bible Baptist Kyle?
Who?
Bible Baptist Kyle.
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't boot him.
Oh, I did.
Shit, dude. I was trying to run off a break so I can shellac him. Damn it. Alright, I'll catch him on the rebound.
Oh, well, I was going to say, if you want to drag it back in here, you can slap it around. I got no issue with that. But, yeah, if they break TOS, I just bounce them. Shoot first.
Oh, he broke
later.
He broke TOS?
Yep. Like I said, he dropped an N-bomb in here. Sorry.
Couple.
Nice.
Hey, we actually kind of almost got through to that Castle guy.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. He's going to have to at least do a little bit of research in some way.
No, you haven't. He'll hit the reset button when he wakes up tomorrow and he'll be back to square one.
Yeah, he wants to watch the videos and he accepted my friend request, but I wasn't sure what to send him. Right? I sent him a funny thing happened on the way to the moon because he seemed very receptive to like evidence of space fate.
I can, I guess, suggest? I can feel like Bong Sal's like, you know, I can empathize with them because, yeah, my people are the same way. They're very traditional thinkers, man. Like you can't break them away from that mindset that they have. Their, you know, educational system is like they basically idolize it, you know. So if you didn't hear from your teacher, then you just can't. You don't have a say in the matter. You know what I'm talking about? Like maybe it's not so much for other cultures, but I know that for Hispanics it's that way. So I don't know. Bong Sal's dealing with that. You know.
I don't know, man. Y'all got some esoteric people in frickin' Hispanic culture, man. Chupacabra and all that shit.
Yo, man, like the shit is like, I can tell you some stories, and like, dude, it's wild, bro. Like these guys, like straight up. But I mean, it's mostly to deal with the lack of critical thinking, man. Because they don't think for themselves, bro. There's this whole like machismo type of mentality, you know, like a macho man kind of dude is like, you know, telling his wife when he comes home like from work, he's got to. Yeah, it's all like 1950s kind of. It's weird, dude. Not saying that that's wrong, and like you know what I mean, like in context, but it's it's just a bit too traditional, I guess. Is a better word.
I mean, there's good and bad parts about tradition. You know what I mean? Not all the traditions were bad. You know, I think stronger the family value thing of staying together, and you know, I think there's having lots of kids. I think there's merit to that, but the fucking slap your bitch up stuff, I'm not down with that.
Yeah. There's.
But then again, man, it's fucking a lot of spicy fucking Hispanic chicks, man. That could be self-defense.
Yeah, they're pretty strong, man. They'll kick your ass.
And they're fucking vengeful. And you definitely want to freaking humiliate any Spanish chicks, bro. It's fucking bad news.
Yeah, they carry. Yeah, they hold grudges for a long fucking time, dude. Trust me.
Welcome to my life.
Hey, man. Is that what you're dealing with? The Spanish chick that's holding a grudge? Like an ex or what?
Yeah, like the main one.
She ain't having none of it, huh? She's out for blood. She wants a pound of flesh, and she's not gonna stop till she gets it, huh?
Yeah. Even if she finds out that she was completely wrong, she's still not gonna stop.
Damn, dude. We have to have a beer together.
Yes.
Okay, we'll talk about it on the bike ride. Fuck's sake, dude.
Well.
If you guys don't give me $100,000, I'm gonna tell them where you guys go. Both your chicks.
Fucking Indio, dude.
They'll get together, man. They'll plan your demise, bro.
See, that's why you're the leader of shit, dude. Because fucking, you think of that shit. You're like, you got everybody by the nuts, dude. Like, yeah, it's the way it goes. You pay the cost to be the boss, dude.
Well, good thing I'm not motivated by evil, so I mean that's a good thing.
Well, yeah, I mean they ain't gonna tempt you with riches and shit because you're like, dude, what the fuck am I gonna do with all? I already got what I want out of life. Like, what am I gonna do with all the other extra shit?
Yeah, exactly. That shit just causes problems. I mean, I wouldn't even know what to do. Like, dude, even as it is, like, I fucking give my money away like a retard all the time anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, not a lot, but like too much. It just isn't important to me. Like, money has never been like important to me.
I think once you figured out, like, you know, you can do what you want and get out of life what you want. Like, it's not really, you don't put an emphasis on like making it all like your whole life, you know.
Well, yeah, you're trading. Like, listen, time is money, as they say, right? And like, I only try to make enough money so that I don't have to do anything. You know what I mean? I want to make enough money so I can just be lazy. Like, but there's people that they just keep going and going and going. Like, dude, like how much is like?
Yeah, I know.
Why, man?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get I'm trying to get my crypto up, man. I know you don't. I know you disagree with that shit, man. But like, fucking,
I don't disagree with it. I just like no, I don't disagree with it at all. I see it as a missed opportunity, man. I think it can be so much better. We can do better. Man, that's my attitude toward it. Like, I bitch about it because I want it to do better. Like, I want it to go. Because I think more can come of this than what it is. I think it's like, I just think it's hijacked by people just trying to make quick money, right? And because, like, quick money, the people that want to, like, leverage it, for lack of a better word, social change, right? They can't, because they have to be in the game with a bunch of people, bunch of hustlers, right? So they're in the game, they're like trying to make freaking crypto do something for the world, but you got to fight with the hustlers. Like, fuck,
yeah, dude, they're called degens, man. That's what they're called, degens. Fucking fight with the degens. Degens are like, they're mobsters, dude. Anyway, I mean, there's a lot of shit.
Yeah, ridiculous pumps and dumps and like the NFT thing. Like, dude, anyone that did not see the NFT thing going down in flames, like, dude, I could see that. How are you selling fucking JPEGs for $250,000, dude? It's a fucking JPEG.
And Bill's like, fuck off, dude. Like, I can just see you, dude. Like, in a conversation with a bunch of fucking degens. Like, yeah. Anyway, we're fucking detracting from the room.
I mean, money attracts, you know what I mean? There's people that, like, it just attracts degenerate people. I mean, it's just the way it is. Where they don't care. By hook or by crook, right?
And in the meantime, I want fucking Elon to say some shit about fucking Doge so we can go to the moon, and then I can stay home and shellac fucking Globers all day. Dude, a perfect day is fucking, like, you know, eat, sleep, and just shellac Globers all day. Every type of Glober, doesn't matter who they are, like big, small, you know what I mean? Like, we take them all. Whatever culture, doesn't matter.
Dude,
bring your weak, you're lame, you're poor.
Doge is still like the original stuff, right? Like, it hasn't been updated or modified, right? It hasn't been forked. Has it ever been forked, Dogecoin?
No.
So it's the original Bitcoin.
It's inflationary. Yeah, so just make more of it.
No, Dogecoin. Talking about Dogecoin, right?
Yeah, Doge.
Yeah, the dude just took the Bitcoin code and did a find and replace all the Bitcoin for Doge, dude. That's the only difference between it and Bitcoin. It's Doge. But what I'm saying is that I think the current Bitcoin forks have security flaws, but I don't think the old stuff did. So what I'm saying is Dogecoin is it probably don't have that network power, but I think it's has the strongest foundation out of any of the cryptos that are out there. I mean, I don't know all the crypto, schemes. Proof of stake, proof of whatever, proof of fucking who knows what, right? But I'm just saying Dogecoin is just, if Bitcoin was gold, Doge is like silver, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Yeah.
It's the exact same code as the Bitcoin code. The dude literally said, all I did is I took the code off of GitHub and then went into an editor and changed all the places where it said Bitcoin into Dogecoin. That's literally all he did. It's the exact same thing.
Shit, I want to go on tomorrow on Twitter if I can. I always keep saying it, but fucking.
Dude, let me know.
Yeah, I'm down, man. You got a couple of days off?
I mean, yeah, I guess. I mean, I'm up right now. It's like 4:17. My sleep schedule's fucked up as usual, so.
What sleep schedule, dude? You're like a robot. Fucking sleep 2 hours and go to work like 18. Like, what the fuck? How's anybody?
Wait for people to get in there. As soon as you guys get in the shower, I pass out for 5 minutes and then I wake back up.
Dude, I don't know. Like, seriously, I don't know how you do it. Like, and you're old too, so you're not a spring chicken, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know what.
But I've been like this my whole life, dude. It's like nothing. It's just the way I've always been. Just, I don't know.
And then you can hammer out fucking conversations in here like intricate shit, and it's like, well, dude, this guy is fucking not even human or some shit. Like, what the fuck? You're like an anomaly. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, when the shit's popping off in here, I'm like, where the fuck is Indio at? Like, fucking wrangle these fuckers back in here, because you know how shit's all over the place, and you're listening on YouTube, you're like, you got that fucking, you know, that itch to just come in here and just like fucking bull in a china cabinet. You're just knocking shit over.
I can't help it, dude. I'm like, dude, I don't want to go in there and talk. I just listen on YouTube, and then like within 30 seconds, I'm like, that motherfucker, I'm going in there.
Yeah, I know, man. I'm the same way. I'm listening at work, and I cannot mute the fucking thing because my machines are loud as fuck. But I'm the same way. I'm like, this fucking idiot, dude. Like, and mind you, there's some numpty flat earthers too, by the way. Some of the new ones that come by.
Yeah, dude. Like that dude. He tried to start talking about the Bible. That dude earlier when we were talking to Castle.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude,
man, what the fuck, dude? That's a derailing son of a bitch right there. I was like,
was that even a flat earther, or was he just trying to throw dude a lifeline?
No, I think he said he's new to the this group, but he's been in flat earth for like since 2017. I'm like, god damn, I can't tell. What the fuck? Or either that, or you're exposed to just like, you know how like people are when they're just little islands everywhere.
Well,
their arguments are shit, dude. Like,
so also, man, you also have to think of this, man. And people are jumping off the Jaren bandwagon and trying to find a home, bro.
Oh yeah, I mean you got that too, but I don't know.
And you got to remember, he had a lot of esoteric flat earthers under his belt because, you know, just because of him and the way his style, right? So you're going to get a lot of Fruit Loop flat earthers, and then now they're looking for a home, and they're going to, you know, they're not going to like what they find here if they want to stay frickin' woo-woo.
Oh, fuck no. Hell no. That's the thing about me too, man. It's like, no, I mean, I care about the conversation, bro. I really do. But I don't, I mean, you can make a point, like, when it concerns, like, you know, the Bible or whatever. But if the subject is discombobulated and you're trying to get his mind focused and you're going the biblical route, he's not going to, like, nobody can, because it's all just in the spiritual realm. So you can't get him to think about the physical and natural world if you're in the spiritual realm. So that's two different, that's a different way to look at it, you know? So
yeah,
it's just, we have to, we got to deal with the physical first, right? Get him to realize that all the shit he's been told, that's just, it's smoke and mirrors, man. It's a fairy tale. But if you ain't even got him to think that, how the fuck are you going to get him to think of, like, you know, you're trying to do it backwards, you know, from spiritual to physical. Like, you got to go from physical, knowing all the thing that's here is the fingerprint of the Creator, then you can walk them into like what the isn't that what I mean? Even Jesus was talking about that to Nicodemus. You know, how can you know the heavenly things if you can't even know earthly things? You know, it's like that's the important part. It's like if they can't even grasp things in the world here, how are you going to tell them about things that are, you know, in a holy book? Something's not going to click. It's not going to jive. Dude, you know me, dude. I got my opinions on like how I just don't like getting derailed from like.
I agree with you 100%, dude.
So
like,
I don't know.
That's always been my thing, dude. Like, you meet people where they're at, like where their heads at. Like that dude, you ain't gonna fucking read the Bible to him. He's gonna be like, "Oh yeah, the Earth's flat." That ain't never gonna happen. Like because he doesn't think the Earth's a goal based upon the Bible. It's upon some other faith that he has. Faith in another group of priests. Faith in other books, right? So you have to address that. You can't address the other thing, right? Because like to him, they're not even connected, right? You have to meet him where he's at.
Okay, I'm gonna have to get back to work. So yeah, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get it. Certainly.
I'm gonna get back on under my mute because my fucking iPhone 15 not gonna mute my shit.
Cool, you unmuted earlier, man. I was like, like what the fuck?
I hate that shit, dude. I hate it. All right, I'm going back on mute.